Excerpts from Diderot's early philosophical works. Aphorisms 15 through 22, 1746. Translated and edited by Margaret Jourdain. By Denis Diderot, 1713 to 1784. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Aphorism 15. I tell you there is no God, that creation is a fiction, that the eternity of the universe is no more a difficulty than the eternity of spirit, that because I do not see how motion could have caused this universe, though it keeps it going, it is ridiculous to solve the difficulty by supposing the existence of a being of whom I can have no real conception. That if the wonders of the physical universe show some intelligence, the confusions in the moral order are the negations of a providence. I tell you, if everything is the work of a God, everything should be the best possible. For if everything is not the best possible, it is impotence or malevolence on the part of God. Therefore it is fortunate that I am not better informed as to his existence. If it were proved satisfactorily, and it is by no means proved, that all evil is the source of good, that it was for the best that Britannicus, the best of princes, perished, and that Nero, the worst of men, should reign, how is it possible to prove that it was impossible to attain the same ends without using such means? To allow vice in order to throw virtue into relief is a poor advantage in comparison with its real disadvantage. That, says the atheist, is my case. What have you to say to it? That I am a miserable wretch, and that if I had nothing to fear from God, I should not be disputing his existence. Let us leave such an answer to orators. It may be untrue. Politeness forbids it, and it has no savor of charity about it. Because a man is mistaken in his denial of God, should we insult him? People only take refuge in invective when they run short of proofs. Of two engaged in argument, it is 100 to 1 that the man in the wrong will become angry. You thunder instead of answering, says Menippus to Jupiter. Are you then in the wrong? Aphorism 16. One day somebody asked a man if real atheists existed. Do you think, he responded, that real Christians exist? Aphorism 17. None of the vain speculations of metaphysics have the cogency of an argument ad hominem. In order to convince, it is sometimes only necessary to rouse the physical or moral instinct. The Pyrrhonist was convinced by a stick that he was wrong in doubting his own existence. Cartouche, pistol in hand, might have taught Hobbes a similar lesson. Your money or your life, we are alone, I am the stronger, and between us there is no question of justice. Aphorism 18. It is not from the metaphysician that atheism has received its most vital attack. The sublime meditations of Malebranche and Descartes were less calculated to shake materialism than a single observation of Malpighi's. If this dangerous hypothesis is tottering at the present day, it is to experimental physics that the result is due. It is only in the works of Newton, of Muchenbroek, of Harzooker, and of Newinton that satisfactory proofs have been found of the existence of a reign of sovereign intelligence. Thanks to the works of these great men, the world is no longer a god. It is a machine with its wheels, its cords, its pulleys, its springs, and its weights. Aphorism 19. The subtleties of ontology have at best made skeptics, and it was reserved for the knowledge of nature to make true deists. The discovery of germs alone has destroyed one of the most powerful arguments of atheism, whether motion be essential or accidental to matter. I am now convinced that its effects are limited to developments. All experiments agree in proving to me that putrefaction alone never produced any organism. I can allow that the mechanism of the vilest insect is not less marvellous than that of man, and I am not afraid of the inference that as an intestinal agitation of molecules is able to produce the one, it is probable that it has produced the other. If an atheist had maintained 200 years ago that some day perhaps people would see men spring full formed from the bowels of the earth, just as we see a mass of insects swarm in putrefying flesh, I would like to know what a metaphysician would have had to say to him. Footnote: Diderot here alludes to Redi's experiments about the generation of insects, and in the preceding thought he alludes to the discoveries due to the telescope and microscope. End of footnote. Aphorism 20. It was in vain that I made use of scholastic subtleties against the atheist. He found among his feeble reasons one argument of some validity. A multitude of useless verities are proved to me without any doubt, he said, and the existence of God, the reality of moral good and moral evil, and the immortality of the soul are still problems for me. What! Is it less important for me to be informed on these subjects than to be sure that the 3 angles of a triangle are together equal to 2 right angles? While, like a skilful orator, he made me taste the full bitterness of this reflection, I joined battle with him again with a question that must have appeared singular to a man flushed with his first success. "Are you a thinking being?" I asked. "Can you doubt it?" he answered with a pleased air. "Why not? What have I seen to prove it? Sounds and movements? But the philosopher sees the same in an animal to whom he denies the faculty of thought. Why should I allow you what Descartes refuses the ant? Externally, your actions are designed to give me that impression. I should be tempted to maintain that you do think, but reason suspends my judgment. Between external actions and thought my reason tells me there is no essential connection. It is possible that your antagonist thinks no more than his watch. Must one take for a thinking being the first animal taught to speak? Who has informed you that all men are not so many well-trained parrots?" "That is very ingenious," he returned, "but it is not by motion or sounds, but by the continuity of ideas, the connection between propositions, and the links of the argument that one must judge if a creature thinks. If there was a parrot that could answer every question, I should say at once that it was a thinking being. But what has this to do with the existence of God? If you were to prove to me that the most intelligent man were perhaps but an automaton, should I be the more disposed to recognize an intelligent being in nature?" "That is my affair," said I, "but admit that it would be madness not to credit your brother men with the faculty of thought." "Of course; but what follows?" "It follows that if the universe— but why drag in the universe? If a butterfly's wing shows me proof of an intelligence 1,000 times stronger than the proof you have that your fellow man thinks, it would be 1,000 times more foolish to deny that God exists than to deny that your fellow man thinks. I appeal to your knowledge, to your conscience. Have you ever observed in any man more intelligence, order, wisdom, and reasonableness than in the mechanism of an insect? Is not the deity as clearly apparent in the eye of a flesh worm as in the works of the great Newton? What does the formation of the world afford less proof of intelligence than its explanation? What a position! But, you reply, I admit the faculty of thought in another the more readily as I myself think. That is an analogy I admit I cannot use, but against this must be set the superiority of my proofs to yours. Is not the intelligence of a first cause more conclusively proved in nature by his works than the faculty of reasoning in a philosopher by his writings? Remember, I only adduced a butterfly's wing, a flesh worm's eye, when I could crush you with the weight of the entire universe. I am greatly deceived if this proof is not well worth the best that was ever issued from the schools. It is by this argument, and others equally simple, that I am convinced of the existence of a God, and not by those tissues of dry and metaphysical ideas, which are better calculated to give to truth an air of falsity than to unveil it. Aphorism 21. I open the pages of a celebrated professor. Footnote: Breer in his edition says that Rivard, who was then professor of philosophy, is here meant, but the argument which follows is a well-known one. End footnote. And I read: Atheists, I concede to you that movement is essential to matter. What conclusion do you draw from that? That the world is a result of a fortuitous concourse of atoms? You might as well tell me that Homer's Iliad or Voltaire's Henrade is the result of a fortuitous concourse of written characters. I should be very sorry to use that argument to an atheist. He would make quick work of the comparison. According to laws of the analysis of chance, he would say, I ought not to be surprised that a thing happens, when it is possible and the difficulty of the result is compensated by the number of throws. There is a certain number of throws in which I would back myself to bring 100,000 sixes at once with 100,000 dice. Whatever the definite number of letters with which I am invited fortuitously to create the Iliad, there is a certain definite number of throws which would make the venture advantageous to me. Indeed, my advantage would be infinite, if the number of throws permitted me were infinite. You grant me that matter exists from all eternity, and that movement is essential to it. In return for this concession, I will suppose, as you do, that the world has no limits, that the multitude of atoms is infinite, and that this order which causes you astonishment nowhere contradicts itself. Well, from these mutual admissions there follows nothing else unless it be the possibility of fortuitously creating the universe is very small, but that the quantity of throws is infinite. That is to say, that the difficulty of the result is more than sufficiently compensated by the multitude of throws. Therefore, if anything ought to be repugnant to reason, it is the supposition that, matter being in motion from all eternity, and there being perhaps in the infinite number of possible combinations an infinite number of admirable arrangements, none of these admirable arrangements would have ensued out of the infinite multitude of those which matter took unsuccessively. Therefore, the mind ought to be more astonished at the hypothetical duration of chaos than at the actual birth of the universe. Aphorism 22. I divide atheists into three classes. There are some who tell you openly there is no God, and are convinced of this. These are genuine atheists. There is a fairly large number of people who do not know what to think, and would be glad to decide the question by tossing up. These are skeptical atheists, and a still larger number who wish there was no God, and who pretend to be convinced of his non-existence and live in harmony with this conviction. These are the braggadocios of the party. I detest braggarts, they are dishonest. I pity genuine atheists. All consolation is dead to them, and I pray God for the skeptics. They lack knowledge. End of excerpts from Diderot's early philosophical works. Aphorisms 15 through 22, 1746. Translated and edited by Margaret Jourdain. By Denis Diderot. 1713 to 1784.
An entry for November 10th, 1838, from the Journals of Ralph Waldo Emerson, edited by Edward Waldo Emerson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. November 10th, 1838. My brave Henry Thoreau walked with me to Walden this afternoon, and complained of the proprietors who compelled him, to whom as much as to any the whole world belonged, to walk in a strip of road, and crowded him out of all the rest of God's earth. He must not get over the fence, but to the building of that fence he was no party. Suppose, he said, some great proprietor, before he was born, had bought up the whole globe, so had he been hustled out of nature. Not having been privy to any of these arrangements, he does not feel called on to consent to them, and so cuts fish poles in the woods without asking who has a better title to the wood than he. I defended, of course, the good institution as a scheme. Not good, but the best that could be hit on for making the woods and waters and fields available to wit and worth, and for restraining the bold, bad man. At all events, I begged him, having this maggot of freedom and humanity in his brain, to write it out into good poetry, and so clear himself of it. He replied that he feared that that was not the best way, that in doing justice to the thought, the man did not always do justice to himself. The poem ought to sing itself. If the man took too much pains with the expression, he was not any longer the idea himself. I acceded, and confessed that this was the tragedy of art, that the artist was at the expense of the man, and hence, in the first age, as they tell, the sons of God printed no epics, carved no stone, painted no pictures, built no railroad, for the sculpture, the poetry, the music, and architecture were in the man. And truly, bolts and bars do not seem to me the most exalted or exalting of our institutions. And what other spirit reigns in our intellectual works? We have literary property. The very recording of a thought betrays a distrust that there is any more or much more as good for us. If we felt that the universe was ours, that we dwelled in eternity and advance into all wisdom, we should be less covetous of these sparks and cinders. Why should we covetously build a St. Peter's if we had the seeing eye which beheld all the radiance of beauty and majesty in the matted grass and the overarching boughs? Why should a man spend years upon the carving an Apollo, who looked Apollos into the landscape with every glance he threw? End of an entry for November 10th, 1838, from the Journals of Ralph Waldo Emerson, edited by Edward Waldo Emerson. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
"43 Days in an Open Boat," compiled from Personal Diaries, by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The superb clipper ship Hornet, Captain Josiah Mitchell, sailed out of New York harbor about the first week in January, 1866, bound for San Francisco. She had a quick passage around the Horn and experienced no ill luck of any kind until just after crossing the equator, upward bound in the Pacific. Then, on the morning of the 3rd of May, she took fire and was burned up, and the crew and passengers, with 10 days' provisions saved from the vessel, found themselves adrift in 3 open boats. Each boat had a compass, a quadrant, a copy of Bowditch's Navigator, and a nautical almanac, and the captain's and chief mate's boats had chronometers. There were 31 men all told. The captain took an account of stock, with the following result: 4 hams, nearly 30 pounds of salt pork, half box of raisins, 100 pounds of bread, 12 2-pound cans of oysters, clams and assorted meats, a keg containing 4 pounds of butter, 12 gallons of water and a 40-gallon scuttlebutt, 4 1-gallon demijohns full of water, 3 bottles of brandy, the property of passengers, some pipes, matches, and 100 pounds of tobacco. No medicines. Of course, the whole party had to go on short rations at once. The captain kept a log, and so did each of the 2 passengers, Samuel and Henry Ferguson, aged 28 and 18 respectively, young gentlemen making their first sea voyage. The plain matter-of-fact journal of the elder Ferguson was as interesting to me as a novel, notwithstanding I knew all the circumstances of the desperate voyage in the open boat before I read it. I give it entire, adding extracts from the other logs occasionally. A perusal of the diary for the 2nd of May will introduce the reader to the cheerful, home-like ship before she takes her final leave of the stage. Samuel Ferguson's Diary. May 2nd. Latitude 1° 28' north, longitude 111° 38' west. Another hot and sluggish day. At one time, however, the clouds promised wind, and there came a slight breeze, just enough to keep us going. The only thing to chronicle to day is the quantities of fish about. 9 bonitas were caught this forenoon, and some large albacores seen. After dinner, the first mate hooked a fellow which he could not hold, so he let the line go to the captain, who was on the bow. He, holding on, brought the fish to with a jerk, and snap with the line, hook and all. We also saw astern, swimming lazily after us, an enormous shark, which must have been 9 or 10 feet long. We tried him with all sorts of lines and a piece of pork, but he declined to take hold. I suppose he had appeased his appetite on the heads and other remains of the bonitas we had thrown overboard. May 3rd. At 7 a.m. fire broke out down Booby Hatch. The boats got off safe, and all hands. Compute our latitude at 2° 20' north and longitude 112° 10' west. The ship burned very rapidly. 2 hours after the fire broke out, the main mast fell over the side and dragged the mizzen top mast with it. Saved nothing but what we had on, except our overcoats. Got in as much provisions and water as time would allow. Stayed by the burning ship all day and night. Divided forces, 14 in the long boat and 9 and 8 men in the 2 quarter boats. Our boat, the long boat, was in command of Captain Mitchell, and the other boats were in charge of the first and second mates. Rations, 1/2 biscuit for breakfast, 1 biscuit and some canned meat for dinner, and 1/2 a biscuit for tea, with a few swallows of water at each meal. May 4th. The ship burned all night very brightly, and hopes are that some ship has seen the light and is bearing down upon us. None seen, however, this forenoon, so we have determined to go together north and a little west to some islands in 18° to 19° north latitude, and 114° to 115° west longitude, hoping in the meantime to be picked up by some ship. The ship sank suddenly at about 5 a.m. We find the sun very hot and scorching, but all try to keep out of it as much as we can. The men stand it so far well, though we have 3 or 4 on board who have been sick and disabled for some time. Though we have had none yet, we hope in this latitude to have plenty of showers, which will work 2 ways, however, as they must wet our provisions and also kill the wind. Our course today has been north by east. Our water rations are increased while we are in the doldrums, where we have 2 frequent showers. May 5th. Last night was a very unpleasant one. It rained very hard, and it was mighty hard stowage. We all got some sleep. Today has been overcast, so we have not suffered from the burning sun as we otherwise should. We caught a good deal of water last night, and have now more than we had when we left the ship. The captain computes our latitude at about 4° north. The captain, my brother Henry, myself, the 3rd mate, and 9 men lead in the long boat, which having most sail, Hornet's maintop gallant studding sail, tows the other 2, the 1st mate's coming next, and the 2nd mate's last. We made a good run till about midnight, when the wind lessened a good deal. So far everything goes on as well as can be expected. The men are in good spirits, though we all have a pretty hard time. We were enabled to keep on our course until showers and squalls headed us off. Sunday, May 6th. This morning began very stormy and squally. It rained very hard, and one time the sea was very wicked, the waves broken and dangerous, what sailors call a cobbling sea. Everybody became soaked, of course, bread got wet, with fresh water, however. Wind very light until 1 p.m., then a rain squall. We keep on the lookout all the time for a sail. In the evening it rained again, making everything very disagreeable. This boat is a very disagreeable one. What with a large water cask, the bag of bread, and the bags belonging to the men, there is hardly any room left. We naturally thought often of all at home, and were glad to remember that it was Sacrament Sunday, and that prayers would go up from our friends for us, although they know not our peril. We read and said our prayers as best we could for the rain. Not much wind. First part of the night very rainy and uncomfortable. May 7th. Henry got the best sleep last night he has had yet. The captain also got a few good cat naps, the first he has had during the 4 days and nights since we lost the ship. Wind light until 7 or 8 o'clock, when it freshened up and gave us a high and cobbling sea, much worse than any we have seen in a good while. The other boats get on well, and are much better sea boats than this chunk we are in. Not that I have any reason to complain of her action. Upon consultation, the captain thought best to steer more easterly to an island called Clipperton Rock, which is decidedly the nearest. Suppose we do not find it, we shall still stand in the highway of ships, and also make a good deal of casting, by which we are better able to make the isles further north, they being in latitude 18° to 20° north, and longitude 111° to 131° west. About 10 o'clock we headed east-northeast, and hoped to find Clipperton Island in latitude 10° 28', and longitude 109° 19'. The bread department of our provisions is decidedly our weak point. The captain places no reliance upon the chronometers on account of their constant disarrangement by the plunging of the boat, but he means to take sights now and then, as they keep together tolerably well. May 8th. Last night a series of calms and light breezes, during which we had wind in all directions, rained but not hard till morning, when about 6 it began and kept it up pretty regularly, wet everything and everybody again. No wind all day. About noon it cleared off and came out hot. Second mate's boat desiring to row, we went to the rear, and each boat took to the white ash, that is, to the oars. Saw plenty of dolphins, but could not catch any. I think we are all beginning more and more to realize the awful situation we are in. It often takes a ship a week to get through the doldrums. How much longer, then, such a craft as ours, which cannot sail within 7 to 8 points of the wind. We are so crowded that we cannot stretch ourselves out for a good sleep, but have to take it in any way we can get it. I am glad I managed to get aboard my 3 bottles of brandy. It will do us good service. May 9th. Last night was a pleasant one, no rain of any account, so most of the day was spent in drying our wet clothes and blankets. Early in the evening the second mate's boat took the lead, rowing, when shortly a breeze sprang up, and they made sail, continuing to row. We reefed our sail and set it, and so soon caught up that we took the lead, then shook out the reef. We have been highly favoured in being able to keep together so well. The sun is very hot indeed, and gave me a warning to keep out of it as much as possible, and a very peculiar doubling of the sight when looking with both eyes, while either one the vision was unmarred. Looking with both eyes on the horizon, crossed thus: X. Lying down in the shade of the sail soon banished the trouble, however, and I am all right now. Henry keeps well, but broods over our troubles more than I wish he did. Caught today 2 dolphins, had part of one cooked in a pan. It tasted well. Turned in about 7:30 o'clock, and slept pretty well till 12, then turned out to give Henry a chance. Had a good breeze and no rain. The captain believed the compass out of the way, but the long invisible North Star came out, a welcome sight, and endorsed the compass. May 10th. Latitude 7 degrees 0 minutes 3 seconds north, longitude 111 degrees 32 minutes west. Drifting in calms all day. Even as the captain says, all romance has long since vanished, and I think most of us are beginning to look the fact of our awful situation full in the face. We are still in a good place to be picked up, but seem to make little or nothing on our course toward the Isles. We are so cramped up here that it makes it more trying than all else. They are not as provident as they should be in the third mate's boat. They have eaten up all the canned meats brought from the ship, and are now growing discontented. The men in the first mate's boat are careful and contented, however. The chronometers are going, but differ somewhat, and so they cannot be depended upon. We have been mercifully guarded against the destructive effects of these sudden and violent squalls. We have all the water we want. Today Joe caught some more dolphins and a small turtle. Charlie cooked a portion of the former. May 11th. Latitude 7 degrees, longitude 110 degrees 0 minutes 3 seconds. Standing still. Or worse, we lost more last night than we made yesterday. Caught some little rain, but not enough to fill up the water butts. The sun in the middle of the day is very powerful and makes it necessary to cover one's head. Today the mate's boat caught a turtle, so we have some meat, though we have to eat it raw. The cock that was rescued and pitched into the boat while the ship was on fire still lives, and crows with the breaking of dawn, cheering us all a good deal. The second mate's boat again want water today, showing that they overdrink their allowance. The captain spoke pretty sharply to them. From appearances they ought to be able to catch enough tonight. Have no reported sights of sails yet. In this latitude the horizon is filled with little upright clouds that look very much like ships. The men keep up well in our boat, and the captain serves out 2 tablespoonsful of brandy and water, half and half, to our crew. I offered 1 bottle of the brandy to the chief mate, but he declined, saying he could keep the afterboat quiet, and we had not enough for all. Henry Ferguson's diary to date, given in full. May 4, 5, 6, doldrums. May 7, 8, 9, doldrums. May 10, 11, 12, doldrums. Tells it all. Never saw, never felt, never heard, never experienced such heat, such darkness, such lightning and thunder, and wind and rain in my life before. May 12th. A good rain last night, and we caught a good deal, though not enough to fill up our tank, pails, etc. Our object is to get out of these doldrums, but it seems as if we cannot do it. Today we have had it very variable, and hope we are on the northern edge, though we are not much above 7 degrees. This morning we all thought we had made out a sail, but it was one of those deceiving clouds. Rained a good deal today, making all hands wet and uncomfortable. We filled up pretty nearly all our water pots, however. I hope we may have a fine night, for the captain certainly wants rest, and while there is any danger of squalls or danger of any kind, he is always on hand. I never would have believed that open boats such as ours, with their loads, could live in some of the seas we have had. We are all right so far, and as comfortable as can be expected. I feel the fatigue of the lack of exercise, together with the insufficiency of food, considerably. Henry seems to bear up pretty well, though looking at times pretty miserable. Sunday, May 13th. Last night was one of the finest nights we have had, no rain or squalls, though a variable set of winds. This morning finds us all pretty cheerful. During the night the cry of a ship brought us to our feet, but it proved to be only a star rising out of the water. Thought often of those at home today and of the disappointment they will feel next Sunday at not hearing from us by telegraph from San Francisco. Today our rations were reduced to a quarter of a biscuit a meal, with about half a pint of water. We hope to catch more turtles and fish to eke out our small stores. The men, I am sorry to say, are improvident. They don't waste what they have, but would take 3 times as much as is necessary, if they could get it, and eat it instead of keeping it. May 14th. Today very showery, though last night was the most comfortable we have had. In the afternoon had a regular thunderstorm, which toward night seemed to close in around us on every side, making it very dark and squally. With great gratitude we saw the clouds break and stars once more appear. Our situation is becoming more and more desperate, for we have very little steady wind to make northing, and every day diminishes our small stock of provisions. We want to get to 18° north, and make some of the islands put down as lying thereabouts, but we'll have the northeast trades to contend against. They would be a good steady breeze, but with our sail and boat I doubt if we could sail within 8 points of the wind, certainly not while towing the other boats. We have one large compass, and the second mate another. My little compass that H gave me I have loaned to the first mate. The time must come soon when we must separate. May 15th. From 10 p.m. last night we had a more comfortable night, though everything was in a perfect sop. Wind baffling and very light, but made little progress. Spirits keep up, and I trust all will be well, but it is a terrible thing for us all so cramped and with no change of clothes. Sun out again hot, drying our wet things, but making it very scorching. We manage to head about north, but make very little progress. One blessing we have is a continued supply of water, which, as we must soon take the trades, is very important. The captain took a longitude sight this morning, but noon was too cloudy for latitude. This afternoon wind headed us off to nearly east, and threatened squalls and showers late in the evening. Joe caught another dolphin to-day. In his maw we found 1 flying fish and 2 skipjacks. Had a visit from a land bird to-day, which perched on the yard for a while. This shows that we cannot be far from Clipperton Rock, but whether we shall make it or not is very doubtful. May 16th. Last night was a very quiet and comfortable one as regards rain, though our limited space makes it very hard for sleeping for any length of time. We all keep well as yet, thank God, but are growing weaker. Today we have a wind from the northeast, which we hope will settle down to a good steady trade, and take us either to the islands or across some vessel's track. The first mate's crew are in good spirits, but they have lived very close and are pretty weak. The cock still lives, and daily carols forth his praise. We have yet eaten neither of the turtles. When we do we must eat them raw for want of means to cook them. No more fish caught to-day. Bids fair for a rainy night, which I do not mind if we can fill up our water butts. In Henry's log is mentioned that on the 17th one of those dire spectres of the deep, a water spout, stalked by them, and they trembled for their lives. With accustomed brevity and expressiveness he observes that it might have been a fine sight from a ship. Captain Mitchell's log for this day gives this item, only half bushel of breadcrumbs left. May 17th. Was stopped riding last evening by the rain, which continued steadily all night, with a heavy and dangerous sea. All day yesterday till 2 p.m. rained steadily, and a more uncomfortable set of wretches one cannot imagine. Today, however, we are drying a little. Today we were fortunate enough to catch a dolphin and a bonita. The latter, in its distress, took shelter under our rudder from a large swordfish that was hovering around, and which we dared not for our lives to try to catch or even molest. Today we have been 2 weeks in these egg shells, and it certainly seems as if we are to be saved. God grant that an end to our captivity may soon be sent. The men in all the boats seem pretty well, the feeblest of the sick ones, not able for a long time to stand his watch on board the ship, is wonderfully recovered. A great increase of birds about us this morning. Passed a most awful night. Rained hard nearly all the time, and blew in squalls, accompanied by terrific thunder and lightning from all points of the compass. Henry's log. Most awful night I ever witnessed. Captain's log. May 18th, latitude 11° 11'. Last night no rain of any consequence, had a pretty good night, drifted about till 2 a.m. when we got a good breeze which gave us our course. Mate came aboard today and reports all well with him but Peter, who has again got the fever, poor fellow. The third boat cooked the turtle the second boat caught, and mate reports the meat first rate. We talk of separating and must soon do so, we can tow one boat but not two. It seems too bad, but it must be done for the safety of the whole. At first I never dreamed, but now hardly shut my eyes for a cat nap without conjuring up something or other, to be accounted for by weakness, I suppose. Very likely we would have been in San Francisco tomorrow or next day had not our disaster happened. I should have liked to send B the telegram for her birthday. At 2 a.m. we took a brisk little breeze from southwest, which allowed us to run our course north by east. May 19th. Calm last night, rested pretty well. This morning Captain called up the 2 quarter boats and said one would have to go off on its own hook. Second mate would not go, so the first mate took his boat, and with 6 of the second mate's men who volunteered to go, with 2 of his own, in all 9, started early and by 5 p.m. were out of sight to windward. Was very sorry to have the mate leave us, but all considered for the best. This morning we have had a most scorching and burning sun, making it almost intolerable. Very calm all day to about 4 p.m., when a slight breeze sprang up. It did not last very long, however. The mate's boat nowhere to be seen this morning. I hope he was more successful in catching water than we were. Water will now be a scarce article, for as we get out of the doldrums we shall only get showers now and then in the trades. This life is tolling severely on my strength. Henry holds out first rate. Sunday, May 20th. Latitude 12° 0' 9". Very little rain last night, none that we could save to put in the cask. No breeze to speak of. It is very strange that we do not get the trades, which usually come at 8° to 10°. We all watch anxiously for a sail, but as yet have only had visions of ships that came to naught, the semblance without the substance. God grant that the time is not far distant when we shall be picked up, for that is my greatest hope. The turtle which Joe caught served us for dinner yesterday and today, and very good it was. No fish about us today. We are daily in hopes of catching something, for it helps out our stores wonderfully. The second mate this afternoon succeeded in catching a booby, a bird as large as a wild duck. As they have no other meat, it will go well. May 21st. Fine breeze all night about east, quite as much as we could well stand. It soon brought up a sea, but we made a good night's work of it. No rain today, more squally, and the wind not steady. The second mate has been fortunate enough to catch 3 more boobies, and gave us 1. For dinner today we had half a can of mincemeat divided up and served round, which strengthened us somewhat. Just after dinner, during a little squall, and rolling very much, we sprung our mast so badly that it had to be taken down, cut off, and re-shipped. The sail was also altered. We may now be said to be on our trade wind. Our rigging, like ourselves, is rather weak, however. I believe I have not before stated that, in getting this long boat off the ship's deck, a large hole was stove on the starboard side of the keel. It has been caulked the best we could, but still we have to keep one man bailing all the while. One of the quarter boats also had an oar handle stove through her. We have headed today about northwest, which is perhaps well, for we hope we have easting enough to make some of the isles. If not, we are in better position to be picked up. May 22nd. Last night wind headed us off, so that part of the time we had to steer east-southeast, and then west-northwest, and so on. This morning we were all startled by a cry of "Sail ho!" Sure enough we could see it. And for a time we cut adrift from the second mate's boat and steered so as to attract its attention. This was about 5:30 a.m. After sailing in a state of high excitement for almost 20 minutes, we made it out to be the chief mate's boat. Of course we were glad to see them and have them report all well, but still it was a bitter disappointment to us all. Now that we are in the trades, it seems impossible to make northing enough to strike the Isles. We have determined to do the best we can and get in the route of vessels. Such being the determination, it became necessary to cast off the other boat, which, after a good deal of unpleasantness was done, we again dividing water and stores, and taking Cox into our boat. This makes our number 15. The second mate's crew wanted to all get in with us and cast the other boat adrift. It was a very painful separation. This afternoon caught a booby. May 23rd. A good breeze all night, allowing us to head about northwest or a little better. Took a longitude observation this morning, but the sun was overclouded at noon, so we could make out neither latitude nor longitude. Our chances as we go west increase in regard to being picked up, but each day our scanty fare is so much reduced. Without the fish, turtle, and birds sent us, I do not know how we should have got along. The other day I offered to read prayers morning and evening for the captain, and last night commenced. The men, although of various nationalities and religions, are very attentive and always uncovered. May God grant my weak endeavour its issue. Sea much gone down, and altogether a comfortable day. Wind regular trade, allowing us to head about northwest. Sun obscured nearly all day. We want a few good showers to fill up our cask, now twice heavily drawn upon in supplying the departing boats. These, however, I hope and trust will be sent in good time. We as yet suffer little from thirst, having as a ration about half a tumbler a meal. Besides, since the trades set in, it is not so hot or languid. No boobies nor fish to day. I am afraid our chance for fish after this is small, as few here bite at a trolling hook, and we have a fresh wind almost all the time. Turtles will be scarce also. However, I hope for birds. May 24th, latitude 14 degrees 18 minutes north. Headed about northwest all day. In the afternoon, heavy sea with the promise of a bad night. No birds or fish. Cans of oysters for dinner, which gave 5 oysters apiece and 3 spoonfuls of juice, which, with an eighth of a biscuit, made our allowance with about a gill of water. Such is our fare. God have mercy upon us all. We are all plainly getting weaker, there is no blinding ourselves to that sorrowful truth. Our best hope is to the westward, in the track of ships, and let go the isles, as we waste twice the time tacking for them. Such is the captain's notion. Ah, how I wish I had striven to get the rest of my whiskey. A spoonful of brandy with water has a marked effect upon us all. All the evening had a heavy and cobbling sea. May 25th. Last night was a very hard one till about 4 a.m., the sea breaking over our weather side, making everything wet and uncomfortable. Nor was the day any better. I think hardly any one managed to keep entirely dry, sun not fully out all day. Tried, but could get no observation. These are splendid trades for a ship, but too much for our crank craft. Nothing particular happened to day. My cramped position makes lying one way any length of time almost impossible, and one is sore almost all over. Plenty of flying fish about, but none disposed to come aboard. Passed at some distance a spar, but not near enough to see what it was. Saw also some whales blow. Weather misty, with very fine rain which is penetrating. Good prospect of just such another night as last. Great difference noticeable in the men in regard to close steering and keeping a dry boat. Though our meals are very slight and poor, men were never more eager for them or appreciated them better than we do. May 26th, latitude 15 degrees 50 minutes. Last night much more comfortable than the one before this. Occasionally we took some water. In the first watch, the watches are kept up 4 6-hour watches in a day, a large flying fish came aboard, and at about 4 a.m. we caught a booby, which will do for our dinners to day. Both fish and flesh we have to eat raw after drying or baking in the sun, which has been so far a good hot one. The men growing weaker, and, I think, despondent. They say very little, though. We could not do better with the boat than sail within 8 points of the wind, particularly as the trades bring considerable sea, which aids to head us off. This beating is out of the question. It seems our best chance to get in and lie in the track of ships, with the hope that some one will run near enough our speck to see it. I fear for the other 2 boats, for the sea we had Thursday night and Friday was very hard for them. I hope they stood west and are picked up. Sunday, May 27th, latitude 16 degrees 0 minutes 5 seconds, longitude by chronometer 117 degrees 22 minutes. Our 4th Sunday. When we left the ship we reckoned on having about 10 days' supplies, and now we hope to be able, by rigid economy, to make them last another week if possible. Last night the sea was comparatively quiet, but the wind headed us off to about W.N.W., which has been about our course all day to day. Another flying fish came aboard last night, and one more to day, both small ones. No birds. A booby is a great catch, and a good large one makes a small dinner for the 15 of us. That is, of course, as dinners go in the Hornet's longboat. Tried this morning to read the full service to myself with the communion, but found it too much, am too weak and get sleepy, and cannot give strict attention, so I put off half until this afternoon. I trust God will hear the prayers gone up for us at home today, and graciously answer them by sending us succor and help in this our season of deep distress. The ship was fired by carelessly drawing some varnish with an open lamp in hand, the barrel of varnish being in the booby hatch, where are stored spare sails, riggings, etc. Orders had been given to have it on the deck to open. May 28th. Wind light and sea smooth last night, so that all hands, I hope, got a good 6 hours rest. This day wind freshened, enabling us to head about northwest. A good day for seeing a ship, but none to be seen. I still feel pretty well, but my legs are very weak. Henry bears up and keeps strength the best of any aboard, I think, thank God. My earnest prayer is that he may be saved at any rate and restored. Our only chance is in being picked up, unless providentially provided with more provisions in the shape of fish or birds, which now seem more and more scarce. I do not feel despondent at all, for I fully trust that the Almighty will hear our and the home prayers, and he who suffers not a sparrow to fall sees and cares for us, his creatures. May 29th. Good breezes last night, and not very rough after 9 o'clock. The moon is of great benefit to us, and a cheering comrade. I am sorry it is now on the wane. Today we changed to 2 meals a day, thereby to lengthen out our scanty stores as long as possible. We are all wonderfully well and strong, comparatively speaking, thanks to God and the good fare we had on board the ship. All the men are hearty and strong, even the ones that were down sick are well, except poor Peter, who had to be left to the second mate's boat. The 2 boats are ere this saved, or I fear for them. We have here a man who might have been a duke had not political troubles banished him from Denmark. He is one of our best men, have to day quite enjoyed a chat with him. The rest, including Harry (Frenchman), seem rather callous to their condition. All seem attentive to our morning and evening prayers, which Henry reads, his voice being strongest. There is no complaining or swearing aboard, which is a great comfort. Henry and I have quiet little evening chats, which are of great comfort and consolation to us, even though they are on very painful subjects. Latitude 16° 44' north, longitude, chronometer, 119° 20'. Reduce ration to a quarter of a biscuit a day to each man. 2 quarts breadcrumbs left, 1/3 of a ham, 3 small cans of oysters, and 20 gallons of water. Captain's log. May 30th. Latitude 17° 17'. Last night a comparatively quiet one. Had a good breeze which enabled us to head about north-northwest. The result shows for itself on our latitude to day. Made over 33 miles of northing since yesterday's observation. Shipped but little water, so all hands did some sleeping. This noon, upon general agreement, we have changed our course to west by north. Our reasons for this are good. We are just in the latitude of a group of islands, the American group, though a long way east of them. Our prevailing wind, trade, is from northeast. Our chance is equally good of seeing vessels, and lastly, by sailing free, we do not waste time, which as our provisions are very low, is a great object. It is a hard scratch and a long 650 miles, but is, all in all, our best course. It is perfectly useless to try to beat to windward with this boat, so the other isles, the Revillagigedo group, are of no account to us. Our rations at 9 a.m. yesterday was a piece of ham 2 inches square and about as thin as it could be cut, and 1/8 of a biscuit, with about a gill of water. At 5 p.m. we had about a quarter of a biscuit, 5 oysters, which constitute 1/15 of a can, 1½ tablespoons full of the juice, and a gill of water. Our stores, however, will not stand even 2 such meals a day as the above. We have got to reduce the rations further, for our bread is almost gone. We have now left 1 can of oysters, about 3 pounds of raisins, 1 can of soup and bouillie, less than half a ham, and about 3 pints of biscuit crumbs. God help us and provide for us. Somehow I feel much encouraged by this change of course we inaugurated today. May 31st. Very little to chronicle today. Last night was cold, but not very wet. Made good headway all the 24 hours. God grant us deliverance soon in the shape of a ship, or if not, strength to reach the American group of islands. This a.m. the bread bag was found open and some bread missing. We dislike to suspect anyone of such a rascally act, but there is no question that this grave crime has been committed. 2 days will certainly finish the remaining morsels. Day obscured until about 3 p.m., when the wind and sea always seem to increase, but afterward generally subside somewhat. We have kept an anxious lookout for vessels all day, but it was all for naught. The hope was vain. The captain has lost his glasses, and therefore he cannot read our pocket prayer books as much as I think he would like, though he is not familiar with them. He is a good man, and has been most kind to us, almost fatherly. He says if he had been offered the command of the ship sooner, he should have brought his 2 daughters with him. Naturally enough, he is now devoutly thankful he did not. 2 meals a day, of 14 raisins and a piece of cracker the size of a cent, for tea, and a gill of water and a piece of ham and a piece of bread each the size of a cent for breakfast. Captain's Log. June 1st. Last night and today sea very high and cobbling, breaking over and making us all wet and cold. Weather squally, and there is no doubt that only careful management, with God's protecting care, preserved us through both the night and the day, and really it is most marvellous how every morsel that passes our lips is blessed to us. It makes me think daily of the miracles of the loaves and the fishes. Henry keeps up wonderfully, which is a great consolation to me. I somehow have great confidence and hope that our afflictions will soon be ended, though we are running rapidly across the track of both outward and inward bound vessels, and away from them. Our chief hope is a whaler, man of war, or some Australian ship. The islands we are steering for are put down in Bowditch, but on my map are said to be doubtful. God grant they may be there. Hardest day yet. Captain's Log. June 2nd. Latitude 18 degrees 9'. Last night, much like the previous one, squally and cloudy, with slight showers of rain and a heavy sea. This morning much of the same. Toward noon, however, the sea went down somewhat, and, although it is still high, it is a great deal more comfortable. The sun also was out a good part of the time, which has not been the case for a day or two. It is a great blessing, as it dries us. The charitable breeze keeps off thirst wonderfully, so that we even save water out of our scanty allowances. We see very few birds now except Mother Carey's chickens, occasionally a boatswain, and some sea birds that keep continually darting about just over the tops of the waves. I cannot help thinking of the cheerful and comfortable time we had aboard the Hornet. 2 days scanty supplies left, 10 rations of water apiece, and a little morsel of bread, but the sun shines and God is merciful. Captain's Log. Sunday, June 3rd, latitude 17 degrees 54'. Heavy sea all night, and from 4 a.m. very wet, the sea breaking over us in frequent sluices, and soaking everything aft particularly. All day the sea has been very high, and it is a wonder that we were not swamped. Heaven grant that it may go down this evening. Our suspense and condition are getting terrible. I managed this morning to crawl, more than step, to the forward end of the boat, and was surprised to find I was so weak, especially in the legs and knees. The sun has been out again, and I have dried some things, and hope for a better night. June 4th, latitude 17 degrees 6', longitude 131 degrees 30'. Shipped hardly any seas last night, and today the sea has gone down somewhat, although it is still too high for comfort, as we have an occasional reminder that water is wet. The sun has been out all day, and so we have had a good drying. I have been trying for the past 10 or 12 days to get a pair of drawers dry enough to put on, and today at last succeeded. I mention this to show the state in which we have lived. If our chronometer is anywhere near right, we ought to see the American Isles tomorrow or next day. If they are not there, we have only the chance for a few days of a stray ship, for we cannot eke out the provisions more than 5 or 6 days longer, and our strength is failing very fast. I was much surprised today to note how my legs have wasted away above my knees. They are hardly thicker than my upper arm used to be. Still, I trust in God's infinite mercy and feel sure He will do what is best for us. To survive as we have done 32 days in an open boat, with only about 10 days' fair provisions, for 31 men in the first place, and these twice divided subsequently, is more than mere unassisted human art and strength could have accomplished or endured. Bread and raisins all gone. Captain's Log. Men growing dreadfully discontented, and awful grumbling and unpleasant talking is arising. God save us from all strife of men, and if we must die now, take us Himself, and not embitter our bitter death still more. Henry's Log. June 5th. Quiet night and pretty comfortable day, though our sail and block show signs of failing, and need taking down, which latter is something of a job, as it requires the climbing of the mast. We also had news from forward, there being discontent and some threatening complaints of unfair allowances, etc. All as unreasonable as foolish. Still these things bid us be on our guard. I am getting miserably weak, but try to keep up the best I can. If we cannot find those isles, we can only try to make northwest and get in the track of Sandwich Island bound vessels, living as best we can in the meantime. Today we have changed to one meal, and that at about noon, with a small ration of water at 8 or 9 a.m., another at 12 midday, and a third at 5 or 6 p.m. Nothing left but a little piece of ham and a gill of water all round. Captain's log. Note secretly passed by Henry to his brother. Cox told me last night there is getting to be a good deal of ugly talk among the men against the captain and us aft. Harry, Jack, and Fred especially. They say that the captain is the cause of all, that he did not try to save the ship at all, nor to get provisions, and even would not let the men put in some they had, and that partiality is shown us in apportioning our rations aft. Jack asked Cox the other day if he would starve first or eat human flesh. Cox answered he would starve. Jack then told him it would be only killing himself. If we do not find these islands, we would do well to prepare for anything. Harry is the loudest of all. Reply. We can depend on Charlie, I think, and Thomas and Cox, can we not? Second note. I guess so, and very likely on Peter, but there is no telling. Charlie and Cox are certain. There is nothing definite said or hinted as yet, as I understand Cox, but starving men are the same as maniacs. It would be well to keep a watch on your pistol so as to have it and the cartridges safe from theft. Henry's log, June 5th. Dreadful forebodings. God spare us from all such horrors. Some of the men getting to talk a good deal. Nothing to write down. Heart very sad. Henry's log, June 6th. Passed some seaweed and something that looked like the trunk of an old tree, but no birds. Beginning to be afraid island not there. Today it was said to the captain, in the hearing of all, that some of the men would not shrink when a man was dead from using the flesh, though they would not kill. Horrible! God give us all full use of our reason and spare us from such things. From plague, pestilence, and famine, from battle and murder, and from sudden death. Good Lord, deliver us. June 6th. Latitude 16 degrees 30 minutes, longitude, chronometer, 134 degrees. Dry night and wind steady enough to require no change in sail, but this a.m. an attempt to lower it proved abortive. First, the third mate tried and got up to the block and fastened a temporary arrangement to reeve the halyards through, but had to come down, weak and almost fainting, before finishing. Then Joe tried, and after twice ascending, fixed it and brought down the block, but it was very exhausting work, and afterward he was good for nothing all day. The clue iron which we are trying to make serve for the broken block works, however, very indifferently, and will, I am afraid, soon cut the rope. It is very necessary to get everything connected with the sail in good, easy running order before we get too weak to do anything with it. Only 3 meals left. Captain's log. June 7th. Latitude 16 degrees 35 minutes north, longitude 136 degrees 30 minutes west. Night wet and uncomfortable. Today shows us pretty conclusively that the American Isles are not here, though we have had some signs that looked like them. At noon we decided to abandon looking any further for them, and tonight haul a little more northerly, so as to get in the way of Sandwich Island vessels, which fortunately come down pretty well this way, say to latitude 19 degrees to 20 degrees, to get the benefit of the trade winds. Of course all the westing we have made is gain, and I hope the chronometer is wrong in our favour, for I do not see how any such delicate instrument can keep good time with the constant jarring and thumping we get from the sea. With the strong trade we have, I hope that a week from Sunday will put us in sight of the Sandwich Islands, if we are not saved before that time by being picked up. June 8th. My cough troubled me a good deal last night, and therefore I got hardly any sleep at all. Still I make out pretty well, and should not complain. Yesterday the third mate mended the block, and this p.m. the sail, after some difficulty, was got down, and Harry got to the top of the mast and rove the halyards through after some hardship, so that it now works easy and well. This getting up the mast is no easy matter at any time with the sea we have, and is very exhausting in our present state. We could only reward Harry by an extra ration of water. We have made good time and course today. Heading her up, however, makes the boat ship seas, and keeps us all wet. However, it cannot be helped. Riding is a rather precarious thing these times. Our meal today for the 15 consists of half a can of soup and bouillie, the other half is reserved for tomorrow. Henry still keeps up grandly and is a great favourite. God grant he may be spared. A better feeling prevails among the men. Captain's log. June 9th. Latitude 17 degrees 53 minutes, Finished today, I may say, our whole stock of provisions. We have only left a lower end of a ham bone, with some of the outer rind and skin on. In regard to water, however, I think we have got 10 days' supply at our present rate of allowance. This, with what nourishment we can get from boot legs and such chewable matter, we hope will enable us to weather it out till we get to the Sandwich Islands, or, sailing in the meantime in the track of vessels thither bound, be picked up. My hope is in the latter, for in all human probability I cannot stand the other. Still we have been marvellously protected, and God, I hope, will preserve us all in his own good time and way. The men are getting weaker, but are still quiet and orderly. Sunday, June 10th. Latitude 18° 40', longitude 142° 34'. A pretty good night last night, with some weddings, and again another beautiful Sunday. I cannot but think how we should all enjoy it at home, and what a contrast is here. How terrible their suspense must begin to be. God grant it may be relieved before very long, and he certainly seems to be with us in everything we do, and has preserved this boat miraculously, for since we left the ship we have sailed considerably over 3,000 miles, which, taking into consideration our meagre stock of provisions, is almost unprecedented. As yet I do not feel the stint of food so much as I do that of water. Even Henry, who is naturally a great water drinker, can save half of his allowance from time to time, when I cannot. My diseased throat may have something to do with that, however. Henry Ferguson's Log. Sunday, June 10th. Our ham bone has given us a taste of food today, and we have got left a little meat and the remainder of the bone for tomorrow. Certainly never was there such a sweet knuckle bone, or one which was so thoroughly appreciated. I do not know that I feel any worse than I did last Sunday, notwithstanding the reduction of diet, and I trust that we may all have strength given us to sustain the sufferings and hardships of the coming week. We estimate that we are within 700 miles of the Sandwich Islands, and that our average daily is somewhat over 100 miles, so that our hopes have some foundation in reason. Heaven send we may all live to reach land. June 11th. Ate the meat and rind of our ham bone, and have the bone and the greasy cloth from around the ham left to eat tomorrow. God send us birds or fish, and let us not perish of hunger, or be brought to the dreadful alternative of feeding on human flesh. As I feel now, I do not think anything could persuade me, but you cannot tell what you will do when you are reduced by hunger and your mind wandering. I hope and pray we can make out to reach the islands before we get to this strait, but we have 1 or 2 pretty desperate men aboard, though they are quiet now. It is my firm trust and belief that we are going to be saved. All food gone. Captain's Log. June 12th. Stiff breeze and we are fairly flying, dead ahead of it, and towards the islands. Good hopes, but the prospects of hunger are awful. Ate ham bone today. It is the captain's birthday. He is 54 years old today. June 13th. The ham rags are not gone yet, and the boot legs we find are very palatable after we get the salt out of them. A little smoke, I think, does some little good, but I don't know. June 14th. Hunger does not pain us as much, but we are dreadful weak. Our water is getting frightfully low. God grant we may see land soon. Nothing to eat, but feel better than I did yesterday. Toward evening we saw a magnificent double rainbow, the first we had seen. Captain said, "Cheer up, boys, it's a prophecy. It's the bow of promise." June 15th. God forever be praised for his infinite mercy to us. Land in sight. Rapidly neared it, and soon were sure of it. 2 noble Kanakas swam out and took the boat ashore. We were joyfully received by 2 white men, Mr. Jones and his steward Charlie, and a crowd of native men, women, and children. They treated us splendidly, aided us and carried us up the bank, and brought us water, poi, bananas, and green cocoanuts; but the white men took care of us and prevented those who would have eaten too much from doing so. Everybody overjoyed to see us, and all sympathy expressed in faces, deeds, and words. We were then helped up to the house, and help we needed. Mr. Jones and his steward Charlie are the only white men here. Treated us splendidly. Gave us first about a teaspoonful of spirits in water, and then to each a cup of hot tea with a little bread. Takes every care of us. Gave us later another cup of tea, and bread the same, and then let us go to rest. It is the happiest day of my life. God in his mercy has heard our prayer, and we are saved. Everybody is so kind, words cannot tell. June 16th. Mr. Jones gave us a delightful bed, and we surely had a good night's rest, but not sleep. We were too happy to sleep. They gave Captain a little room and the same to Sam and me, and gave the sitting room to the men. We enjoyed the night, but did not sleep, would keep the reality, and not let it turn into a delusion, dreaded that we might wake up and find ourselves in the boat again. They have told their story, and in their own language. I hardly know which to admire most, the steady persistence and faithfulness with which they kept up their journals through such a weary time, or the unwavering hopefulness they showed from first to last, in the face of the seeming hopelessness of rescue. They wanted to doctor the diaries a little, but it did not appear to me that any emendations were necessary. A careful and elegantly composed log book, gotten up in the midst of thirst, starvation, and a stormy sea, would seem so strikingly unnatural that its genuineness might reasonably be questioned. The men were so carefully nursed where they landed, at Luapahoho on the island of Hawaii, that all except one seaman were able to walk about within 10 days afterwards. Yet in some cases there had been no action of their bowels for 20 and 30 days, and in one case 44 days. With 10 days' provisions, Captain Mitchell performed this extraordinary voyage of 43 days and 8 hours in an open boat, sailing 4,000 miles in reality, and 3,360 by direct courses, and brought every man safe to land. Each individual day of those 6 weeks bears its testimony to his watchfulness, his prudence, his cool courage, his foresight, perseverance, and fidelity to his duty, and his rare intelligence. In him are the elements of greatness. This strange voyage, in its entirety, is an eloquent witness of the watchful presence of an all-powerful Providence, and as such its record carries with it a lesson that cannot be valueless. This presence was distinctly manifested on 2 occasions at least. Henry mentions the fact of the boat going directly before the wind toward the islands on the last day. It was getting late. They had to make land that day or perish. They struck boldly for the shore, and when they had got pretty well in, they lowered the sail, and afterward, not liking the appearance of the reef, tried to hoist it again and retreat, but they were too feeble to accomplish it, and beheld themselves drifting helplessly upon the rocks after all their toils and hardships. And it was all the better. They swept through an almost imperceptible opening in the coral reef and were saved. There was not another place within 35 miles where they could have got to land or found a human habitation. Everywhere else a precipice more than 1,000 feet high comes down like a wall to the sea, with 40 fathoms water at its base, and not even bordered by a strip of ground wide enough for a man to stand open. The other case is that of Cox. The mate's boat had bidden the captains good bye and departed, but came back directly, and the captain was requested to receive a man. Cox came on board, and was the only man who warned the captain and passengers afterwards, when the conspirators had sworn their lives away. Before closing, a few words ought to be said about the conspiracy. The captain says that for many days he had known that a murderous discontent was brewing by the distraught air of some of the men and the guilty look of others, and so he stayed on guard, slept no more, kept his hatchet hid and close at hand. At this time the famishing, ravenous men were cutting boots, handkerchiefs, and shirts into bits and eating them. They had done so for days. They were even eating the staves of the butter cask. They were wild with hunger. They were in a manner insane, and in the judgment of no just and merciful man responsible for their words or deeds. They afterward dreaded in Honolulu that the captain and passengers would take legal measures against them because of their murderous conspiracy, but their fears were without foundation. These gentlemen well understood the case, and only pitied the men. They insisted for some time that I should leave out all mention of the conspiracy from their published journals. That the men were frenzied is shown by the fact that they told Cox, in a whispered conference at night, that the captain had all the ship's money in the boat, $1,000,000 in gold and silver, just about enough to sink such a craft. They were to watch until such time as the captain might become worn out and fall asleep, and then kill him and the passengers. They were afraid of Ferguson's pistol and the captain's hatchet, and laid many a plan for getting hold of the weapons. They told Cox they would divide the money with him if he kept quiet and helped, but they would kill him if he exposed them. He refused to join the conspiracy, and they said he should die, and so after that, day after day and night after night, he did not go to sleep, but kept watch upon them in fear for his life. The captain and passengers remained under arms and watched also, but talked pleasantly, and gave no sign that they knew what was in the men's minds. The captain spoke now and then of his strength holding out being a necessity, since only he could use the chart and the quadrant and find the land. By way of conclusion, it may be well enough to say that up to the present time no tidings have been received of the poor fellows in the missing boats. It seems almost idle now to hope that they are saved. Honolulu, Sandwich Islands, July 2nd, 1866. End of 43 Days in an Open Boat by Mark Twain.
A Free Man's Worship by Bertrand Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Dr. Faustus, in his study Mephistopheles, told the history of creation, saying, "The endless praise of the choir of angels had begun to grow wearisome. For, after all, did he not deserve their praise? Had he not given them endless joy, would it not be more amusing to obtain undeserved praise, to be worshipped by beings whom he tortured?" He smiled inwardly, and resolved that the great drama should be performed. For countless ages the hot nebula whirled aimlessly through space. At length it began to take shape. The central mass threw off planets. The planets cooled. Boiling seas and burning mountains heaved and tossed. From black masses of cloud, hot sheets of rain deluged the barely solid crust. And now the first germ of life grew in the depths of the ocean, and developed rapidly, in the fructifying warmth, into vast forest trees, huge ferns springing from the damp mold, sea monsters, breathing, fighting, devouring, and passing away. And from the monsters, as the play unfolded itself, man was born, with the power of thought, the knowledge of good and evil, and the cruel thirst for worship. And man saw that all is passing in this mad, monstrous world, that all is struggling to snatch at any cost a few brief moments of life before death's inexorable decree. And man said, "There is a hidden purpose, could we but fathom it, and the purpose is good, for we must reverence something, and in the visible world there is nothing worthy of reverence." But man stood aside from the struggle, resolving that God intended harmony to come out of chaos by human efforts. And when he followed the instincts which God had transmitted to him from his ancestry of beasts of prey, he called it sin, and asked God to forgive him. But he doubted that he could be justly forgiven, until he invented a divine plan by which God's wrath was to have been appeased. And seeing the present was bad, he made it yet worse, that thereby the future might be better. And he gave God thanks for the strength that enabled him to forego even the joys that were possible. And God smiled, and when he saw that man had become perfect in renunciation and worship, he sent another sun through the sky, which crashed into man's sun, and all returned again to nebula. "Yes," he murmured, "it was a good play. I will have it performed again." Such, in outline, but even more purposeless, more void of meaning, is the world which science presents for our belief. Amidst such a world, if anywhere, our ideals henceforward must find a home. That man is the product of causes which had no prevision of the end they were achieving. His growth, his hopes and fears, his loves and his beliefs are but the outcome of accidental collocations of atoms. That no fire, no heroism, no intensity of thought and feeling can preserve an individual life beyond the grave. That all the labors of the ages, all the devotion, all the inspiration, all the noonday brightness of human genius are destined to extinction in the vast death of the solar system. That the whole temple of man's achievement must inevitably be buried beneath the debris of a universe in ruins. And all these things, if not quite beyond dispute, are yet so nearly certain that no philosophy which rejects them can hope to stand only within the scaffolding of these truths. Only on the firm foundation of unyielding despair can the soul's habitation henceforth be safely built. How, in such an alien and inhuman world, can so a powerless creature as man preserve his aspirations untarnished? A strange mystery it is that nature, omnipotent but blind, in the revolutions of her secular hurryings through the abysses of space, has brought forth at last a child, subject still to her power, but gifted with sight, with knowledge of good and evil, with the capacity of judging all the works of his unthinking mother. In spite of death, the mark and seal of their parental control, man is yet free, during his brief years, to examine, to criticize, to know, and, in imagination, to create. To him alone, in the world with which he is acquainted, this freedom belongs, and in this lies his superiority to the resistless forces that control his outward life. The savage, like ourselves, feels the oppression of his impotence before the powers of nature, but having in himself nothing that he respects more than power, he is willing to prostrate himself before his gods, without inquiring whether they are worthy of his worship. Pathetic and very terrible is the long history of cruelty, torture, of degradation, human sacrifice, endured in the hope of placating the jealous gods. Surely, a trembling believer thinks, when what is most precious has been freely given, their lust for blood must be appeased, and more will not be required. The religion of Moloch, as such creeds may be generically called, is in the essence the cringing submission of the slave, who dare not, even in his heart, allow the thought that his master deserves no adulation. Since the independence of ideals is not yet acknowledged, power may be freely worshipped and receive an unlimited respect despite its wanton infliction of pain. But gradually, as morality grows bolder, the claim of the ideal world begins to be felt, and worship, if it is not to cease, must be given to gods of another kind than those created by the savage. Some, though they feel the demands of the ideal, will still consciously reject them, still urging that naked power is worthy of worship. Such is the attitude inculcated in God's answer to Job. Out of the whirlwind, the divine power and knowledge are paraded, but of the divine goodness there is no hint. Such is also the attitude of those who, in our own day, base their morality upon the struggle for survival, maintaining that the survivors are necessarily the fittest. But others, not content with an answer so repugnant to the moral sense, will adopt the position which we have become accustomed to regard as specially religious, maintaining that, in some hidden manner, the world of fact is really harmonious with the world of ideals. Thus man creates God, all-powerful and all-good, the mystic unity of what is and what should be. But the world of fact, after all, is not good, and, in submitting our judgment to it, there is an element of slavishness from which our thoughts must be purged. For in all things it is well to exalt the dignity of man, by freeing him as far as possible from the tyranny of non-human power. When we have realized that power is largely bad, that man, with his knowledge of good and evil, is but a helpless atom in a world which has no such knowledge, the choice is again presented to us. Shall we worship force, or shall we worship goodness? Shall our God exist and be evil, or shall he be recognized as the creation of our own conscience? The answer to this question is very momentous, and affects profoundly our whole morality. The worship of force, Carlyle and Nietzsche, and a creed of militarism have accustomed us, is the result of failure to maintain our own ideals against a hostile universe. It is itself a prostrate submission to evil, a sacrifice of our best to Moloch. If strength indeed is to be respected, let us respect rather the strength of those who refuse that false recognition of facts, which fails to recognize that facts are often bad. Let us admit that in the world we know, there are many things that would be better otherwise, and that the ideals to which we do and must adhere are not realized in the realm of matter. Let us preserve our respect for truth, for beauty, for the ideal of perfection which life does not permit us to attain, though none of these things meet with the approval of the unconscious universe. If power is bad, as it seems to be, let us reject it from our hearts. In this lies man's true freedom, in a determination to worship only the God created by our own love of the good, to respect only the heaven which inspires the insight of our best moments. In action and desire, we must submit perpetually to the tyranny of outside forces. But in thought, in aspiration, we are free, free from our fellow men, free from the petty planet on which our bodies impotently crawl, free even, while we live, from the tyranny of death. Let us learn, then, that energy of faith which enables us to live constantly in the vision of the good, and let us descend, in action, into the world of fact, with that vision always before us. When first the opposition of fact and ideal grows fully visible, a spirit of fiery revolt, a fierce hatred of the gods, seem necessary to the assertion of freedom. To defy with Promethean constancy a hostile universe, to keep its evil always in view, always actively hated, to refuse no pain that the malice of power can invent, appears to be the duty of all who will not bow before the inevitable. But indignation is still a bondage, for it compels our thoughts to be occupied with an evil world, and in the fierceness of desire from which rebellion springs, there is a kind of self-assertion which it is necessary for the wise to overcome. Indignation is a submission of our thoughts, but not of our desires. The Stoic freedom in which wisdom consists is found in the submission of our desires, but not of our thoughts. From the submission of our desires springs the virtue of resignation. From the freedom of our thoughts springs the whole world of art and philosophy, and the vision of beauty by which, at last, we have reconquered a reluctant world. But the vision of beauty is possible only to unfettered contemplation, to thoughts not weighed by the load of eager wishes. And this freedom comes only to those who no longer ask of life that it shall yield them any of those personal goods that are subject to the mutation of time. Although the necessity of renunciation is evidence of the existence of evil, yet Christianity, in preaching it, has shown a wisdom exceeding that of the Promethean philosophy of rebellion. It must be admitted that, of the things we desire, some, though they prove impossible, are yet real goods. Others, however, are ardently longed for, do not form part of a fully purified ideal. The belief that what must be renounced is bad, though sometimes false, is far less often false than untamed passion supposes, and the creed of religion, by providing a reason for proving that it is never false, has been the means of purifying our hopes by the discovery of many austere truths. But there is in resignation a further good element. Even real goods, when they are unattainable, ought not to be fretfully desired. To every man comes, sooner or later, the great renunciation. For the young, there is nothing unattainable. A good thing desired with the whole force of a passionate will, and yet impossible, is to them not credible. Yet by death, by illness, by poverty, or by the voice of duty, we must learn, each one of us, that the world was not made for us, and that, however beautiful may be the things we crave for, fate may nevertheless forbid them. It is the part of courage, when misfortune comes, to bear without repining the ruin of our hopes, to turn away from our thoughts, from vain regrets. This degree of submission to power is not only just and right, it is the very gate of wisdom. Passive renunciation is not the whole wisdom, for not by renunciation alone can we build a temple for the worship of our own ideals. Haunting foreshadowings of the temple appear in the realm of imagination, in music, in architecture, in the untroubled kingdom of reason, and in the golden sunset magic of lyrics, where beauty shines and glows, remote from the touch of sorrow, remote from the fear of change, remote from the failures and disenchantments of the world of fact. In the contemplation of these things, the vision of heaven will shape itself in our hearts, giving at once a touchstone to judge the world about us, and an inspiration by which to fashion to our needs whatever is not incapable of serving as a stone in the sacred temple. Except for those rare spirits that are born without sin, there is a cavern of darkness to be traversed before that temple can be entered. The gate of the cavern is despair, and its floor is paved with the gravestones of abandoned hopes. There self must die. There the eagerness, the greed of untamed desire must be slain. For only so can the soul be freed from the empire of fate. But out of the cavern, the gate of renunciation leads again to the daylight of wisdom, by whose radiance a new insight, a new joy, a new tenderness shine forth to gladden the pilgrim's heart, when, without the bitterness of impotent rebellion, we have learned both to resign ourselves to the outward rule of fate and to recognize that the non-human world is unworthy of our worship. It becomes possible at last so to transform and refashion the unconscious universe, so to transmute it in the crucible of imagination, that a new image of shining gold replaces the old idol of clay. In all the multiform facts of the world, in the visual shapes of trees and mountains and clouds, in the events in the life of man, even in the very omnipotence of death, the insight of creative idealism can find a reflection of a beauty which its own thoughts first made. In this way mind asserts its subtle mastery over the thoughtless forces of nature. The more evil the material with which it deals, the more thwarting to untrained desire. The greater is its achievement in inducing the reluctant rock to yield up its hidden treasures, the prouder its victory in compelling the opposing forces to swell the pageant of its triumph. Of all the arts, tragedy is the proudest, the most triumphant, for it builds its shining citadel in the very center of the enemy's country, on the very summit of its highest mountain. From its impregnable watchtowers, his camps and arsenals, his columns and forts, are all revealed. Within its walls the free life continues, while the legions of death and pain and despair, and all the servile captains of tyrant fate, afford the burghers of that dauntless city new spectacles of beauty. Happy those sacred ramparts, thrice happy the dwellers on that all-seeing eminence. Honor to those brave warriors who, through countless ages of warfare, have preserved for us the priceless heritage of liberty, and have kept undefiled by sacrilegious invaders the home of the unsubdued. But the beauty of tragedy does but make visible a quality which, in more or less obvious shapes, is present always and everywhere in life, in the spectacle of death, in the endurance of intolerable pain, and in the irrevocableness of a vanished past. There is a secretness, an overpowering awe, a feeling of the vastness, the depth, the inexhaustible mystery of existence, in which, as by some strange marriage of pain, the sufferer is bound to a world by bonds of sorrow. In these moments of insight we lose all eagerness of temporary desire, all struggling and striving for petty ends, all care for the little trivial things that, to a superficial view, make up the common life of day by day. We see, surrounding the narrow raft illuminated by the flickering light of human comradeship, the dark ocean on whose rolling waves we toss for a brief hour. From the great night without, a chill blast breaks in upon our refuge. All the loneliness of humanity amid hostile forces is concentrated upon the individual soul, which must struggle alone, what of courage it can command, against the whole weight of a universe that cares nothing for its hopes and fears. Victory in this struggle with the powers of darkness is the true baptism into the glorious company of heroes, the true initiation into the overmastering beauty of human existence. From that awful encounter of the soul with the outer world, renunciation, wisdom, and charity are born, and with their birth a new life begins. To take into the inmost shrine of the soul the irresistible forces whose puppets we seem to be, death and change, the irrevocableness of the past, and the powerlessness of man before the blind hurry of the universe from vanity to vanity. To feel these things and to know them is to conquer them. This is the reason why the past has such magical power. The beauty of its motionless and silent pictures is like the enchanted purity of late autumn, when the leaves, though one breath would make them fall, still glow against the sky in golden glory. The past does not change or strive. Like Duncan, after life's fitful fever it sleeps well. What was eager and grasping, what was petty and transitory, has faded away. The things that were beautiful and eternal shine out of it like stars in the night. Its beauty, to a soul not worthy of it, is endurable, but to a soul which has conquered fate, it is the key of religion. The life of man, viewed outwardly, is but a small thing in comparison with the forces of nature. The slave is doomed to worship time and fate and death, because they are greater than anything he finds in himself, and because all his thoughts are of things which they devour. But, great as they are, to think of them greatly, to feel their passionless splendor, is greater still, and such thought makes us free men. We no longer bow before the inevitable in oriental subjection, but we absorb it and make it part of ourselves. To abandon the struggle for private happiness, to expel all eagerness of temporary desire, to burn with passion for eternal things, this is emancipation, and this is the free man's worship. And this liberation is effected by a contemplation of fate, for fate itself is subdued by the mind which leaves nothing to be purged by the purifying fire of time. United with his fellow men by the strongest of all ties, the tie of a common doom, the free man finds that a new vision is with him always, shedding over every daily task the light of love. The life of man is a long march through the night, surrounded by invisible foes, tortured by weariness and pain, towards a goal that few can hope to reach, and where none may tarry long. One by one, as they march, our comrades vanish from our sight, seized by the silent orders of omnipotent death. Very brief is the time in which we can help them, in which their happiness or misery is decided. Be it ours to shed sunshine on their path, to lighten their sorrows by the balm of sympathy, to give them the pure joy of a never-tiring affection, to strengthen failing courage, to instill faith in hours of despair. Let us not weigh in grudging scales their merits and demerits. Let us think only of their need, of the sorrows, the difficulties, perhaps the blindness that make the misery of their lives. Let us remember that they are fellow sufferers in the same darkness, actors in the same tragedy with ourselves. And so, when their day is over, when their good and their evil has become eternal by the immortality of the past, be it ours to feel that, where they suffered, where they failed, no deed of ours was the cause. But wherever a spark of the divine fire kindled in their hearts, we were ready with encouragement, with sympathy, with brave words in which high courage glowed. Brief and powerless is man's life. On him and all his race the slow, sure doom falls pitiless and dark, blind to good and evil, reckless of destruction. Omnipotent matter rolls on its relentless way, for man, condemned today to lose his dearest, tomorrow himself to pass through the gate of darkness, it remains only to cherish, ere yet the blow falls, the lofty thoughts that ennoble his little day, disdaining the coward terrors of the slave of fate, to worship at the shrine that his own hands have built, undismayed by the empire of change. to preserve a mind free from the wanton tyranny that rules his outward life, proudly defiant of the irresistible forces that tolerate for a moment his knowledge and his condemnation, to sustain alone a wary but unyielding Atlas, the world that his own ideals have fashioned, despite the trampling march of unconscious power. End of A Free Man's Worship by Bertrand Russell.
Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, given November 19, 1863, on the battlefield near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, USA. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that this nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for the living rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honoured dead who take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth. End of the Gettysburg Address by President Lincoln. Read by Esther Camus on Thursday, March 30th, 2017.
The Instruction of Phtah-Hotep by Phtah-Hotep, translated by Battiscombe G. Gunn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The instruction of the governor of his city, the vizier Phtah-Hotep, in the reign of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Isosi, living forever, to the end of time. A. The governor of his city, the vizier Phtah-Hotep, he said, O prince, my lord, the end of life is at hand. Old age descends upon me. Feebleness comes, and childishness is renewed. He that is old lies down in misery every day. The eyes are small, the ears are deaf, energy is diminished, the heart has no rest. The mouth is silent, and he speaks no word. The heart stops, and he remembers not yesterday. The bones are painful throughout the body, good turns unto evil, all taste departs. These things does old age for mankind, being evil in all things. The nose is stopped, and he breathes not for weakness, whether standing or sitting. Command me, thy servant, therefore, to make over my princely authority to my son. Let me speak unto him the words of them that hearkened to the counsel of the men of old time, those that hearkened unto the gods. I pray thee, let this thing be done, that sin may be banished from among persons of understanding, that thou may enlighten the lands. Said the majesty of this God, Instruct him, then, in the words of old time. May he be a wonder unto the children of princes, that they may enter and hearken with him, make straight all their hearts, and discourse with him without causing weariness. B. Here begin the proverbs of fair speech, spoken by the hereditary chief, the holy father, beloved of the God, the eldest son of the king, of his body, the governor of his city, the vizier Phtah-Hotep, when instructing the ignorant in the knowledge of exactness in fair speaking, the glory of him that obeys, the shame of him that transgresses them. He said unto his son, 1. Be not proud, because thou art learned, but discourse with the ignorant man, as with the sage. For no limit can be set to skill, neither is there any craftsman that possesses full advantages. Fair speech is more rare than the emerald that is found by slave maidens on the pebbles. 2. If thou find an arguer talking, one that is well disposed and wiser than thou, let thine arms fall, bend thy back, be not angry with him if he agree not with thee. Refrain from speaking evilly, oppose him not at any time when he speaks. If he addresses thee as one ignorant of the matter, thine humbleness shall bear away his contentions. 3. If thou find an arguer talking, thy fellow, one that is within thy reach, keep not silence when he says aught that is evil. So shalt thou be wiser than he. Great will be the applause on the part of the listeners, and thy name shall be good in the knowledge of princes. 4. If thou find an arguer talking, a poor man, that is to say, not thine equal, be not scornful toward him, because he is lowly. Let him alone, then shall he confound himself. Question him not to please thine heart, neither pour out thy wrath upon him that is before thee. It is shameful to confuse a mean mind. If thou be about to do that which is in thine heart, overcome it as a thing rejected of princes. 5. If thou be a leader, as one directing the conduct of the multitude, endeavour always to be gracious, that thine own conduct be without defect. Great is truth, appointing a straight path. Never hath it been overthrown since the reign of Osiris. One that oversteps the laws shall be punished. Overstepping is by the covetous man, but degradations bear off his riches, for the season of his evil doing ceases not. For he says, I will obtain by myself for myself, and says not, I will obtain because I am allowed. But the limits of justice are steadfast. It is that which a man repeats from his father. 6. Cause not fear among men, for this the God punishes likewise. For there is a man that says, Therein is life, and he is bereft of the bread of his mouth. There is a man that says, Power is therein, and he says, I seize for myself that which I perceive. Thus a man speaks, and he is smitten down. It is another that attains by giving unto him that has not, not he that causes men dread. For it happens that what the God has commanded, even that thing comes to pass. Live therefore in the house of kindliness, and men shall come and give gifts of themselves. 7. If thou be among the guests of a man that is greater than thou, accept that which he gives thee, putting it to thy lips. If thou look at him that is before thee, thine host, pierce him not with many glances. It is abhorred of the soul to stare at him. Speak not till he addresses thee. One knows not what may be evil in his opinion. Speak when he questions thee, so shall thy speech be good in his opinion. The noble who sits before food divides it as his soul moves him. He gives unto him that he would favour. It is the custom of the evening meal. It is his soul that guides his hand. It is the noble that bestows, not the underling that attains. Thus the eating of bread is under the providence of the God. He is an ignorant man that disputes it. 8. If thou be an emissary, sent from one noble to another, be exact after the manner of him that sent thee. Give his message even as he has said it. Beware of making enmity by thy words, setting one noble against the other by perverting truth. overstep it not, neither repeat that which any man, be he prince or peasant, says in opening the heart. It is abhorrent to the soul. 9. If thou have plowed, gather thine harvest in the field, and the God shall make it great under thine hand. Fill not thy mouth at thy neighbour's table. If a crafty man be the possessor of wealth, he steals like a crocodile from the priests. Let not a man be envious that has no children. Let him be neither downcast nor quarrelsome on account of it. For a father, though great, may be grieved. As to the mother of children, she has less peace than another. Verily, each man is created to his destiny by the God, who is the chief of a tribe, trustful in following him. 10. If thou be lowly, serve a wise man, that all thine actions may be good before the God. If thou have known a man of none account, that has been advanced in rank, be not haughty toward him on account of that which thou knowest concerning him, but honour him that has been advanced, according to that which he has become. Behold, riches come not of themselves. It is their rule for him that desires them. If he bestir him, and collect them himself, the God shall make him prosperous. But he shall punish him if he be slothful. 11. Follow thine heart during thy lifetime. Do not more than is commanded thee. Diminish not the time of following the heart. It is abhorred of the soul, that its time of ease be taken away. Shorten not the daytime more than is needful to maintain thy house. When riches are gained, follow the heart, for riches are of no avail if one be weary. 12. If thou would be a wise man, beget a son for the pleasing of the God. If he make straight his course after thine example, if he arrange thine affairs in due order, do unto him all that is good, for thy son is he, begotten of thine own soul. Sunder not thine heart from him, or thine own begotten shall curse thee. If he be heedless and trespass thy rules of conduct, and is violent, if every speech that comes from his mouth be a vile word, then beat thou him, that his talk may be fitting. Keep him from those that make light of that which is commanded, for it is they that make him rebellious. And they that are guided go not astray, but they that lose their bearings cannot find a straight course. 13. If thou be in the chamber of council, always act according to the steps enjoined on thee at the beginning of the day. Be not absent, or thou shalt be expelled, but be ready in entering and making report. Wide is the seat of one that has made address. The council chamber acts by strict rule, and all its plans are in accordance with method. It is the God that advances one to a seat therein. The like is not done for elbowers. 14. If thou be among people, make for thyself love, the beginning and end of the heart. One that knows not his course shall say in himself, seeing thee, he that orders himself duly becomes the owner of wealth. I shall copy his conduct. Thy name shall be good, though thou speak not. Thy body shall be fed, thy face shall be seen among thy neighbours. Thou shalt be provided with what thou lackest. As to the man whose heart obeys his belly, he causes disgust in place of love. His heart is wretched, his body is gross, he is insolent towards those endowed of the God. He that obeys his belly has an enemy. 15. Report thine actions without concealment. Discover thy conduct when in council with thine overlord. It is not evil for the envoy that his report be not answered, Yea, I know it, by the prince, for that which he knows includes not this. If he, the prince, think that he will oppose him on account of it, he thinks, He will be silent because I have spoken. 16. If thou be a leader, Cause that the rules that thou hast enjoined be carried out, and do all things as one that remembers the days coming after, when speech avails not. Be not lavish of favours. It leads to servility, producing slackness. 17. If thou be a leader, be gracious when thou hearkens unto the speech of a suppliant. Let him not hesitate to deliver himself of that which he has thought to tell thee, but be desirous of removing his injury. Let him speak freely, that the thing for which he is come to thee may be done. If he hesitate to open his heart, it is said, Is it because he, the judge, does the wrong, that no entreaties are made to him concerning it by those to whom it happens? But a well-taught heart hearkens readily. 18. If thou desire to continue friendship in any abode wherein thou enters, be it as master, as brother, or as friend, wheresoever thou go, beware of consorting with women. No place prospers wherein that is done, nor is it prudent to take part in it. 1,000 men have been ruined for the pleasure of a little time short as a dream. Even death is reached thereby. It is a wretched thing. As for the evil liver, one leaves him for what he does. He is avoided. If his desires be not gratified, he regards no laws. 19. If thou desire that thine actions may be good, save thyself from all malice, and beware of the quality of covetousness, which is a grievous inner malady. Let it not chance that thou fall thereinto. It sets at variance fathers-in-law and the kinsmen of the daughter-in-law. It sunders the wife and the husband. It gathers unto itself all evils. It is the girdle of all wickedness. But the man that is just flourishes. Truth goes in his footsteps, and he makes habitations therein, not in the dwelling of covetousness. 20. Be not covetous as touching shares, in seizing that which is not thine own property. Be not covetous towards thy neighbours, for with a gentleman praise avails more than might. He that is covetous comes empty from among his neighbours, being void of the persuasion of speech. One has remorse for even a little covetousness when his belly cools. 21. If thou would be wise, provide for thine house, and love thy wife that is in thine arms. Fill her stomach, clothe her back, oil is the remedy of her limbs. Gladden her heart during thy lifetime, for she is an estate profitable unto its Lord. Be not harsh, for gentleness masters her more than strength. Give to her that for which she sighs, and that toward which her eye looks. So shalt thou keep her in thine house. 22. Satisfy thine hired servants out of such things as thou hast. It is the duty of one that has been favoured of the God. In sooth, it is hard to satisfy hired servants. For one says, He is a lavish person, one knows not that which may come from him. But on the morrow he thinks, He is a person of exactitude, parsimony, content therein. And when favours have been shown unto servants, they say, We go. Peace dwells not in that town wherein dwell servants that are wretched. 23. Repeat not extravagant speech, neither listen thereto, for it is the utterance of a body heated by wrath. When such speech is repeated to thee, hearken not thereto, look to the ground. Speak not regarding it, that he that is before thee may know wisdom. If thou be commanded to do a theft, bring it to pass that the command be taken off thee, for it is a thing hateful according to law. That which destroys a vision is the veil over it. 24. If thou would be a wise man, and one sitting in counsel with his overlord, apply thine heart unto perfection. Silence is more profitable unto thee than abundance of speech. Consider how thou may be opposed by an expert that speaks in council. It is a foolish thing to speak on every kind of work, for he that disputes thy words shall put them unto proof. 25. If thou be powerful, make thyself to be honoured for knowledge and for gentleness. Speak with authority, that is not as if following injunctions. For he that is humble, when highly placed, falls into errors. Exalt not thine heart, that it not be brought low. Be not silent, but beware of interruption and of answering words with heat. Put it far from thee, control thyself. The wrathful heart speaks fiery words. It darts out at the man of peace that approaches, stopping his path. One that reckons accounts all the day passes not a happy moment. One that gladdens his heart all the day provides not for his house. The bowman hits the mark, as the steersman reaches land, by diversity of aim. He that obeys his heart shall command. 26. Let not a prince be hindered when he is occupied, neither oppress the heart of him that is already laden. For he shall be hostile toward one that delays him, but shall bear his soul unto one that loves him. The disposal of souls is with the God, and that which he loves is his creation. Set out, therefore, after a violent quarrel. Be at peace with him that is hostile unto thee, his opponent. It is such souls that make love to grow. 27. Instruct a noble in such things as be profitable unto him. Cause that he be received among men. Let his satisfaction fall on his master, for thy provision depends upon his will. By reason of it thy belly shall be satisfied, thy back will be clothed thereby. Let him receive thine heart, that thine house may flourish, and thine honour, if thou wish it to flourish, thereby. He shall extend thee a kindly hand. Further, he shall implant the love of thee in the bodies of thy friends. Forsooth, it is a soul loving to hearken. 28. If thou be the son of a man of the priesthood, and an envoy to conciliate the multitude, speak thou without favouring one side. Let it not be said, his conduct is that of the nobles, favouring one side in his speech. Turn thine aim toward exact judgments. 29. If thou have been gracious at a former time, having forgiven a man to guide him aright, shun him, remind him not after the first day that he has been silent to thee concerning it. 30. If thou be great, after being of none account, and hast gotten riches after squalor, being foremost in these in the city, and hast knowledge concerning useful matters, so that promotion is come unto thee, then swath not thine heart in thine hoard, for thou art become the steward of the endowments of the God. Thou art not the last, another shall be thine equal, and to him shall come the like, fortune and station. 31. Bend thy back unto thy chief, thine overseer in the king's palace, for thine house depends upon his wealth, and thy wages in their season. How foolish is one that quarrels with his chief, for one lives only while he is gracious. Plunder not the houses of tenants, neither steal the things of a friend, lest he accuse thee in thine hearing, which thrusts back the heart. If he know of it, he will do thee an injury. Quarrelling in place of friendship is a foolish thing. 32. Concerning continence. 33. If thou wouldst seek out the nature of a friend, ask it not of any companion of his, but pass a time with him alone, that thou injure not his affairs. Debate with him after a season. Test his heart in an occasion of speech. When he has told thee his past life, he has made an opportunity that thou may either be ashamed for him, or be familiar with him. Be not reserved with him when he opens speech. neither answer him after a scornful manner. Withdraw not thyself from him, neither interrupt him whose matter is not yet ended, whom it is possible to benefit. 34. Let thy face be bright what time thou livest. That which goes into the storehouse must come out therefrom, and bread is to be shared. He that is grasping in entertainment shall himself have an empty belly. He that causes strife comes himself to sorrow. Take not such a one for thy companion. It is a man's kindly acts that are remembered of him in the years after his life. 35. Know well thy merchants, for when thine affairs are in evil case, thy good repute among thy friends is a channel which is filled. It is more important than the dignities of a man, and the wealth of one passes to another. The good repute of a man's son is a glory unto him, and a good character is for remembrance. 36. Correct chiefly, instruct conformably therewith. Vice must be drawn out, that virtue may remain. Nor is this a matter of misfortune, for one that is a gainsayer becomes a strife maker. 37. If thou make a woman to be ashamed, wanton of heart, one known by her townsfolk to be falsely placed, be kind unto her for a space, send her not away, give her to eat. The wantonness of her heart shall esteem thy guidance. C. If thou obey these things that I have said unto thee, all thy demeanour shall be of the best, for verily the quality of truth is among their excellences. Set the memory of them in the mouths of the people, for their proverbs are good. Nor shall any word that has here been set down cease out of this land for ever, but shall be made a pattern whereby princes shall speak well. They, my words, shall instruct a man how he shall speak after he has heard them. Yea, he shall become as one skillful in obeying, excellent in speaking, after he has heard them. Good fortune shall befall him, for he shall be of the highest rank. He shall be gracious to the end of his life. He shall be contented always. His knowledge shall be his guide into a place of security, where he shall prosper while on earth. The scholar shall be content in his knowledge. As to the prince, in his turn, forsooth, his heart shall be happy, his tongue made straight. And, in these proverbs, his lips shall speak, his eyes shall see, and his ears shall hear, that which is profitable for his son, so that he deal justly, void of deceit. 38. A splendid thing is the obedience of an obedient son. He comes in and listens obediently. Excellent in hearing, excellent in speaking, is every man that obeys what is noble, and the obedience of an obeyer is a noble thing. Obedience is better than all things that are. It makes good will. How good it is that a son should take that from his father by which he has reached old age, obedience. That which is desired by the God is obedience. Disobedience is abhorred of the God. Verily, it is the heart that makes its master to obey or to disobey. For the safe and sound life of a man are his heart. It is the obedient man that obeys what is said. He that loves to obey, the same shall carry out commands. He that obeys becomes one obeyed. It is good indeed when a son obeys his father, and he, his father, that has spoken, has great joy of it. Such a son shall be mild as a master, and he that hears him shall obey him that has spoken. He shall be comely in body and honoured by his father. His memory shall be in the mouths of the living, those upon earth, as long as they exist. 39. Let a son receive the word of his father, not being heedless of any rule of his. Instruct thy son thus. For the obedient man is one that is perfect in the opinion of princes. If he direct his mouth by what has been enjoined him, watchful and obedient, thy son shall be wise, and his goings seemly. Heedlessness leads unto disobedience on the morrow, but understanding shall stablish him. As for the fool, he shall be crushed. 40. As for the fool, devoid of obedience, he does nothing. Knowledge he regards as ignorance, profitable things as hurtful things. He does all kind of errors, so that he is rebuked therefore every day. He lives in death therewith. It is his food. At chattering speech he marvels, as at the wisdom of princes, living in death every day. He is shunned because of his misfortunes, by reason of the multitude of afflictions that comes upon him every day. 41. A son that hearkens is as a follower of Horace. He is good after he hearkens. He grows old. He reaches honour and reverence. He repeats in like manner to his sons and daughters, so renewing the instruction of his father. Each man instructs as did his begetter, repeating it unto his children. Let them, in turn, speak with their sons and daughters, that they may be famous in their deeds. Let that which thou speak implant true things and just in the life of thy children. Then the highest authority shall arrive, and sins depart from them. And such men as see these things shall say, Surely that man has spoken to good purpose. And they shall do likewise. Or, But surely that man was experienced. And all people shall declare, It is they that shall direct the multitude. Dignities are not complete without them. Take not any word away, neither add one. Set not one in the place of another. Beware of opening in thyself. Be wary of speech when a learned man hearkens unto thee. Desire to be stablished for good in the mouth of those that hear thee speaking. If thou have entered as an expert, speak with exact lips, that thy conduct may be seemly. 42. Be thine heart overflowing, but refrain thy mouth. Let thy conduct be exact while amongst nobles, and seemly before thy Lord, doing that which he has commanded. Such a son shall speak unto them that hearken to him. Moreover, his begetter shall be favoured. Apply thine heart, what time thou speaks, to saying things such that the nobles who listen declare, How excellent is that which comes out of his mouth! 43. Carry out the behest of thy Lord to thee. How good is the teaching of a man's father! For he has come from him who has spoken of his son while he was yet unborn. And that which is done for him, the son, is more than that which is commanded him. Forsooth, a good son is the gift of the God. He does more than is enjoined on him. He does right, and puts his heart into all his goings. D. If now thou attain my position, thy body shall flourish. The king shall be content in all that thou does, and thou shalt gather years of life not fewer than I have passed upon earth. I have gathered even 60 years of life, for the king has bestowed upon me favours more than upon my forefathers. This because I wrought truth and justice for the king unto mine old age. It is finished, from its beginning to its end, even as found in writing. End of The Instruction of Phtah-Hotep, by Phtah-Hotep. Translated by Patiscombe G. Gunn.
Little Nations by James H. Dillard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Little Nations by James H. Dillard, Charlottesville, Virginia. From the South Atlantic Quarterly, Volume 19, Number 3, July 1920. Paradoxical as it sounds, many of us in America still believe that in the Great War we were fighting for the establishment of friendship among all nations of the world, that we were, in the words of the Dublin verses, fighting one another for conciliation and hating each other for the love of God. Up to this time, nations have been administered on the theory of inevitable contention with fellow nations. The governments have seemed to believe that the prosperity of each could be promoted only at the expense of some other or others. To use a phrase of John Fiske, tomahawks and tariffs has been the motto. It is unthinkable that such internationalism should continue indefinitely. My purpose in this brief article is to suggest a particular good which may perhaps result from a League of Nations, and to express the thought that no other good would go further towards making amends for the awful sufferings through which the world was dragged. I mean the safety of little nations. We should realize the fact that the contribution of a nation to civilization need not depend upon its size. Let us incidentally make a brief digression on this interesting question of size. We have become so enamored of mere bigness that a plea for anything not big, whether it be a shop, a school, a town, or a nation, may seem to many a sign of unorthodoxy. We have come to marvel at, and then to admire the bigness of all kinds of enterprises and institutions and governments, so that we are actually in danger of losing sight of the fact that there may be virtues in little things. The little shop with its individual proprietor may still have attractions and advantages beyond the big department store. The little school with its closer approach of pupil and teacher may still offer better chances of real education than the big institution. The little town with its trees and quietness may be a better place to live in than it will be when grown into the bigness to which it ambitiously aspires. The virtue of bigness or smallness depends upon the more favorable conditions which one or the other may afford for the satisfaction and welfare of mankind. The object of all our labor under the sun is the development of the individual man, or rather let us say, of all individual men. All creation must bend to this chance for the development of the individual intellect and character and soul. It is to this purpose that all business, all institutions, all governments must bring their service. When big enterprises and big institutions and big governments are more effective for this purpose, then we shall have enterprises and institutions and governments that are big. But if at other times smaller ways are better for the best human needs and satisfaction and activity, then the ways and days of smaller things are not to be despised. The huge manufactories, let us say, of furniture, have enabled many to have comforts which the old way of handmade articles could not supply. But there are still virtues and beauties in the work of the free hand of the individual workman. Little of the free play of hand and mind is to be seen in modern work, but we see it at every turn in the medieval cathedrals, for example, with their charming variations of detail and decoration. Individuality had play even to running over, as we see in caprices like the rose face of King's College Chapel and the imp of Lincoln Cathedral. Consider the differences between the workman who stands by a machine to watch and see that it makes the same things over and over according to the pattern, and the workman who with exuberant joy or mischief in the midst of his work some 400 years ago put the face in the center of that marble rose in King's College Chapel. The factory that consists of one man has its virtue. The mere fact of the physical extent of the government under which men live is one of importance in their development, for one of the factors in the development of man is his being a part of the independent development of his country or section. This is one of the arguments for what is called local self-government, and those of the fathers of our country who contended for the preservation of state rights in the nation and for country rights in the states were contending for a great principle not only in politics but in the arts. The smaller state or nation naturally offers the better field for local development and for the promotion of characteristic traits and customs rather than of borrowed traits and customs. So, for individual development, it is hard to see how the large size of a country can be of benefit, unless the pride of belonging to something big and powerful may be considered a benefit. It was perhaps occasionally useful, for purpose of protection, to say civis Romanus sum, but the actual effect of the big Roman Empire, with all the lack of interference which it professed to practice, was to hamper the spirit of the conquered peoples. So long as war and opposition prevail among nations, as they have prevailed up to the present time, it is inevitable that nations should seek mere size and power. And it is inevitable that in large nations there should be a tendency toward concentration of power, which brings a consequent lessening of local and individual initiative and development. The tendency is toward assimilation, toward stifling local ways. In dress, in habits, in education, in architecture, in music, in literature, in all the ways that should manifest individual development and interesting variety, the tendency is toward slavish similarity. Local efforts for freedom of development are well nigh helpless in the face of the domination of some central influence. New York must dominate all the states, London all Britain, Paris all France, and since 1871, Berlin all Germany. There is one striking particular, familiar to us all, on which it may be worthwhile to pause a moment to consider the damage done by this centralizing influence. I refer to education. With the remarkable extension of popular education, we can see all the more fully the unfortunate effect of the tendency to one type, one standard. How much richer, more interesting, and more valuable would be the whole of education if various localities would follow methods of their own. The strength of England, says a recent writer in Blackwood's, has been that she has had schools and universities of many types. If the ambition of the Board of Education be not checked, we all shall be shaped and inspected to a single pattern. Not only in England, but elsewhere there is danger that this tendency is producing the uniformity of method which is death to all that would make for freedom and life. In the United States, for example, hardly in more than 1 or 2 places within 30 years has there been any effort for local initiative. There is a surprising aspiration toward a general sameness. The schools of Omaha, Atlanta, and Providence are, as they seem to want to be, quite like the schools in New York or Boston. This tendency to sameness is a loss. Public education is but one example of the way in which people may lose the richness of local color and the free feeling of individual development by not heeding the fact that the best contribution to the good of the whole on the part of a community, or city, or state, as of an individual, consists in the expression of itself. Individuals and peoples, it cannot be too often said, fulfill their true destiny by being allowed to be true to their real selves, not by being drawn into the imitation of other individuals or peoples. Silesia and Poland, for example, would surely have fulfilled a nobler purpose could they have developed their own characteristics as independent nations, and all the world would have been richer for the free and natural distinctive development of these nations. The world is surely made infinitely richer in all fine qualities by means of variety in independent development. It does not follow that each locality or small nation left to its own ways would produce great art or ennobling customs. There are other elements involved besides mere freedom, but it is absolutely true that freedom, with the feeling of independence, is the beginning of all the elements that foster distinctive and characteristic development. All small nations have not produced greatness, but it is a remarkable fact that out of a little nation came our religion, and out of a little nation came the greatest art and literature of ancient times. Out of little Tuscany came the greatest art of medieval and Renaissance times. It was even in a little England that Shakespeare was born. And all the fineness in literature and music that was transferred to Germany came when there may be said to have been no Germany. Goethe was born in little free Frankfurt, Schiller in little Württemberg, Bach in little Saxe-Weimar, Beethoven in the little Archbishopric of Cologne, and Wagner in little Saxony. With the establishment of a League of Nations, the free day of little nations may dawn again. A true League of Nations would free them from the fear of oppression and from the need of ambition toward an unnatural bigness. It would make plain the way for all nations to develop their own civilization within, while in outward relations conforming to international cooperation. Consider the tragedy upon tragedy that has been enacted in grim reality upon the world's stage in the deliberate slaughter of little nations. It is useless to name names like Silesia or Poland, for the history of the world has been made lurid by the injustice, cruelty, and ruthlessness which have been manifested towards smaller states by their more powerful neighbors. And yet the great nations believed themselves right and did not blush to continue to call themselves Christian, driven as they were by the fear of other neighbors, and by the mad belief that international cutthroatism must be an inevitable and perpetual policy. There is no reason for the annexation and unification and centralization for which conquerors and statesmen have worked and of which the peoples have been falsely proud, except the security of power and the gain of commerce by force. At the bottom has lain the conception that one nation must thrive by another's loss. The utter rejection of this conception is the prime demand. Then, with the removal of the fear of oppression, which a League of Nations should assure, and with the spread of a new thought of friendly internationalism, which a League of Nations would promote, there need be no ambition for mere bigness or overwhelming power. The peoples of the earth, left to independent action in their natural groupings, could develop their natural and individualistic characteristics in the ways that would most surely honor themselves and enrich the world. End of Little Nations by James H. Dillard. The South Atlantic Quarterly, Volume 19, Number 3, July 1920.
A Memoir of H. Munro by Rothay Reynolds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When peace comes, wrote an officer of the 22nd Royal Fusiliers, the regiment in which Munro was a private, and in which he rose to the rank of Lance Sergeant, Saki will give us the most wonderful of all books about the war. But that book of the war will not be written, for Munro has died for king and country. In this volume are his last tales, and it is because these tales, brilliant and elusive as butterflies, hide rather than reveal the character of the man who wrote them, give but a suggestion of his tenderness and simplicity, of his iron will, of his splendor in the grip of war, that it is my duty to write these pages about him, now that he lies in the kind earth of France. It is but to do what his choice of a pen name makes me sure he himself would have done for a friend. Yon rising moon that looks for us again, how oft hereafter will she wax and wane? How oft hereafter rising look for us, through this same garden, and for one in vain? And when like her, O Saki, you shall pass among the guests, stars scattered on the grass, and in your joyous errand reach the spot where I made one, turn down an empty glass. The first time that Munro used the name of Saki was, I believe, in 1890, when he published in the Westminster Gazette the second of the political satires, which were afterwards collected in a volume called Alice in Westminster. It was, I think, because the wistful philosophy of Fitzgerald appealed to him, as it did to so many of his contemporaries, that he chose a pen name from his verses. He loved the fleeting beauty of life. "There is one thing I care for, and that is youth," he once said. He always remained youthful. It was perfectly natural for him, although he was then a man of 40, to celebrate the coming in of a new year by seizing the hands of strangers, and flying round in a great "Here we go round the mulberry bush" at Oxford Circus, and later in the year to dance in the moonlight round a bonfire in the country, invoking Apollo with entreaties for sunshine to waken the flowers. His last tale, For the Duration of the War, written when he was at the front, shows that his spirit remained youthful to the end. But if he gloried in the beauty of life, he was conscious of its sadness. Have we any book in which the joy and pain of life are so intimately blended as they are in the unbearable Bassington? Munro himself laughed when he was looking through a collection of criticisms of that novel, some of which emphasized its gaiety and others its poignancy, and remarked that they would bewilder the people who read them. It is not my present purpose to write a biography of my friend. That is a task which must be discharged later, and an account of his life will be given in the first volume of the collected edition of his works, which it is proposed to publish after the war. Nevertheless, before writing of the transformation wrought in him by the war, it may be well to give a brief outline of his career. Munro was born in 1870 in Burma, where his father, the late Colonel C.A. Munro, was stationed. At his christening he was named Hector Hugh. He belonged to a family with traditions of the two services. His paternal grandfather had been in the army, and his mother was the daughter of Rear Admiral Mercer. Mrs. Munro died when her children were very young, and Hector, his elder brother, and his sister were brought up by their father's sisters, two maiden ladies who were devoted to the children, but had old-fashioned Scottish ideas of discipline. Their home was near Barnstaple, a lonely house in a garden shut in by high stone walls with meadows beyond. The three children had no companions, and were thrown on their own resources for amusement. One of their diversions was to produce a newspaper. All through his childhood Hector professed violent Tory opinions, and at a very early age he began to take an interest in politics, and to read any books or papers dealing with them that came his way. He loved, above all, the woodlands and the wild things in them, especially the birds. His delicate health caused his aunts somewhat to temper their severity in his case, but I fancy they must have had some difficulty in curbing his high spirits, for he was a thoroughly human boy, and up to every sort of prank. He was sent for a time to a private school at Exmouth, and when he left it did lessons at home with his sister's governess. Later he was sent to Bedford College. When school days were over, and Colonel Munro had returned to England for good, Hector and his sisters were taken abroad by their father. They lived in Normandy, and then in Dresden, where the first German words that Hector learnt were the names of birds, sometimes picked up from strangers in the zoological gardens. Then came a strenuous series of visits to German and Austrian cities, which Colonel Munro arranged as much for the education as the pleasure of his son and daughter. Museums and picture galleries were visited everywhere. Hector amused himself by counting up the number of St. Sebastians in each gallery and making bets with his sister as to which would have the most. Berlin won with 18. The impression made on Munro by this tour is to be seen in his books, and in the present volume there are two tales, The Interlopers and The Wolves of Cerro Gratz, which seem to have been inspired by the memory of some romantic castle in the heart of Europe. A short play, Carl Ludwig's Window, which will be published later, is based on an idea given by a visit to a castle near Prague. After a long visit to Davos, Colonel Munro returned with his family to England, and settled in North Devon, where he devoted himself during the next 2 years to directing the studies of his son and daughter. Then came another long visit to Davos, after which Hector left England and joined the Burmese mounted police. He once told me of the feeling of loneliness he experienced when he first arrived in Burma, using almost the same words in which he described Bassington's sense of isolation in the colony to which he was sent. That account of the young Englishman looking enviously at a native boy and girl racing wildly along in the joy of youth and companionship is one of the rare instances of autobiography in Munro's works. He was unable to support the Burmese climate, and, after having fever 7 times in 11 months, was forced to return to England. He remained at home for a year, and hunted regularly with his sister during the winter. He then came to London, with the intention of making a literary career for himself. His talent was recognized by Sir Francis Gould, to whom a friend had given him an introduction, and he soon began to write for the Westminster Gazette. 2 years after he settled in London, the publication of the political satires, based on Alice in Wonderland, brought him into prominence as a wit and a writer to be counted with. Mr. Balfour was his chief butt in these pieces. He was still, as he always remained, a conservative, but he held at the time that Mr. Balfour's leadership was a weakness to the party. In 1902, Munro went to the Balkans for the Morning Post, and later he became the correspondent of that paper in St. Petersburg, where he was during the Revolution of 1905. He left St. Petersburg to represent the Morning Post in Paris, and returned to London in 1908, where the agreeable life of a man of letters with a brilliant reputation awaited him. He had a lodging in Mortimer Street, and lived exceedingly simply. It was his custom to pass the morning in a dressing gown, writing. His writing pad was usually propped up with a book to make it slant, and he wrote slowly, in a very clear hand, rarely erasing a word or making a correction. His air and the movement of his hand gave one the impression that he was drawing and not writing. He almost always lunched at a Lyons bread shop, partly because it was economical, and partly because, as he said, he got exactly the sort of luncheon he liked. He cared nothing for money. He had to earn his living, but he was content as long as he had enough money to supply his needs. When a friend once suggested a profitable field for his writings, he dismissed the idea by saying that he was not interested in the public for which it was proposed he should write. He loved his art, and by refusing to adopt a style that might have appealed to wider circles, he made himself a place in our literature which, in the opinion of many, will be lasting. Almost every day he played cards, either in the late afternoon or in the evening, at the Cocoa Tree Club. The sight of the wealth of others did not excite his envy. I remember his coming home from a ball, and relating that he had sat at supper next a millionairess, whose doctor had prescribed a diet of milk puddings. "I had a hearty supper," he said gleefully, "and for all her millions she was unable to eat anything." Munro was exceedingly generous. He would share his last sovereign with a friend, and nothing pleased him better than to entertain his friends at dinner in a club or restaurant. Nothing angered him more than the meanness in others. I remember the indignation with which he spoke of a rich woman who had refused to give adequate help to a poor person who stood in need of it. This even life in town, occasionally varied by a visit to a country house, was rudely disturbed by the shock of war. Munro was in the House of Commons when Sir Edward Grey made his statement on the position that his country was to take up. He told me that the strain of listening to that speech was so great that he found himself in a sweat. He described the slowness with which the minister developed his argument, and the way in which he stopped to put on his eyeglasses to read a memorandum, and then took them off to continue, holding the House in suspense. That night we dined at a chop house in the Strand with 2 friends. On our way, Munro insisted on walking at a tremendous pace, and at dinner, when he ordered cheese and the waiter asked whether he wanted butter, he said peremptorily, "Cheese, no butter. There's a war on." A day or 2 later he was condemning himself for the slackness of the years in London, and hiring a horse to take exercise, to which he was little addicted, in the park. He was determined to fight. Nothing else was to have been expected of the man who wrote, when William came, a novel in which he used his supreme gift of irony to rouse his fellow countrymen from their torpor and to stir them to take measures for the defense of the country. Punch declared that there had been no such conversational fireworks since Wilde in reviewing this book, but Munro was more gratified by a word of encouragement sent him by Lord Roberts after he had read the book than by all the praise of the critics. He was over military age, and he was not robust. In the first weeks of the war there seemed little chance of his being able to become a soldier. "And I have always looked forward to the romance of a European war," he said. There still hangs in his room in Mortimer Street an old Flemish picture, which he had picked up somewhere, of horsemen in doublets and plumed hats, fighting beneath the walls of a city. It was, I think, the only painting in his possession. Perhaps it was this picture that represented to him the romance of which he spoke, but he did not hide from himself the terrible side of war. Happily, thoughts about war can be given in its own words. The following piece appeared in the first edition of the Morning Post on April 23, 1915, under the title An Old Love. "I know nothing about war," a boy of 19 said to me 2 days ago, "except, of course, that I've heard of its horrors. Yet somehow, in spite of the horrors, there seems to be something in it different to anything else in the world, something a little bit finer." He spoke wistfully, as one who feared that to him war would always be an unreal, distant, second-hand thing, to be read about in special editions, and peeped at through the medium of cinematograph shows. He felt that the thing that was a little bit finer than anything else in the world would never come into his life. Nearly every red-blooded human boy has had war, in some shape or form, for his first love. If his blood has remained red and he has kept some of his boyishness in after life, that first love will never have been forgotten. No one could really forget those wonderful leaden cavalry soldiers. The horses were as sleek and prancing as though they had never left the parade ground, and the uniforms were correspondingly spick and span. But the amount of campaigning and fighting they got through was prodigious. There are other unforgettable memories for those who had brothers to play with and fight with, of sieges and ambushes and pitched encounters, of the slaying of an entire garrison without quarter, or of chivalrous punctilious courtesy to a defeated enemy. Then there was the slow unfolding of the long romance of actual war, particularly of European war, ghastly, devastating, heart-rending in its effect, and yet somehow captivating to the imagination. The 30 Years' War was one of the most hideously cruel wars ever waged, but in conjunction with the subsequent campaigns of the great Louis, it throws a glamour over the scene of the present struggle. The thrill that those far-off things call forth in us may be ethically indefensible, but it comes in the first place from something too deep to be driven out. The magic region of the Low Countries is beckoning to us again, as it beckoned to our forefathers, who went campaigning there almost from force of habit. One must admit that we have in these islands a variant from the red-blooded type. 1 or 2 young men have assured me they are not in the least interested in the war. "I am not at all patriotic, you know," they announce, as one might announce that one was not a vegetable or did not use a safety razor. There are others, whom I have met with in the recent harrowing days, who had no place for the war crisis in their thoughts and conversations. They would talk by the hour about chamber music, Greek folk dances, Florentine art, and the difficulty of getting genuine old oak furniture, but the national honor and the national danger were topics that bored them. One felt that the war would affect them chiefly as involving a possible shortage in the supply of eau de cologne, or by debarring them from visiting some favorite art treasure at a Munich gallery. It is inconceivable that these persons were ever boys. They have certainly not grown up into men. One cannot call them womanish. The women of our race are made of different stuff. They belong to no sex, and it seems a pity that they should belong to any nation. Other nations probably have similar encumbrances, but we seem to have more of them than we either desire or deserve. There are other men among us who are patriotic, one supposes, but with a patriotism that one cannot understand. It must be judged by a standard that we should never care to set up. It seems to place a huckstering interpretation on honor, to display sacred things in a shop window, marked in plain figures. If we remained neutral, as a leading London morning newspaper once pleaded, we should be, from the commercial point of view, in precisely the same position as the United States. We should be able to trade with all the belligerents, so far as war allows of trade with them. We should be able to capture the bulk of their trade in neutral markets. We should keep our expenditure down. We should keep out of debt. We should have healthy finances. A question was buzzing in my head by the time I had finished reading those alluring arguments. Some men of noble stock were made. Some glory in the murder blade. Some praise a science or an art, but I like an honorable trade. The poet has given a satiric meaning to the last word but one in those lines. Perhaps that is why they flashed so readily to the mind. One remembers with some feeling of relief the spectacle last August of boys and youths marching and shouting through the streets in semi-disciplined mobs, waving the flags of France and Britain. There is perhaps nothing very patriotic in shouting and flag-waving, but it is the only way these youngsters had of showing their feelings. When at last Munro managed to enlist in the 2nd King Edward's Horse, he was supremely happy. He put on a trooper's uniform with the exaltation of a novice assuming the religious habit, but after a few months he found he was not strong enough for life in a cavalry regiment, and he arranged to exchange into the 22nd Royal Fusiliers. He chafed at the long months of training in England, and longed to get to the front, but military discipline was to him something sacred, and whether in England or in France, he did his utmost to conform himself to it, and to force others to do the same. One of his comrades told me that at the front they would sometimes put their packs on a passing lorry. It was against orders, and Munro refused to lighten the strain of a long march in this way, although the straps of the pack galled his shoulders. Twice he was offered a commission, but he refused to take one. He distrusted his ability to be a good officer, and also he desired to go on fighting side by side with his comrades, one of whom, now an officer and a prisoner in Germany, had been his friend before the war. I was told by a man of his company that one day a general was conducted along the trenches by the colonel commanding the regiment and recognized Munro, whom he had met at dinner parties in London. "What on earth are you doing here?" he asked, and said that he had a job to be done at the rear, which would be the very thing for him. Munro excused himself from accepting it. Another opportunity of less arduous work was offered him. Men who could speak German were ordered to report. Interpreters were wanted to deal with prisoners. Munro reported, but urged that it had taken him 2 years to get out to the front, and that he desired to remain there. He was allowed to do as he wished, and his gaiety never left him. Those who were with him speak of the tales with which he amused them. He even founded a club in one place at which they were stationed, and called it the Back Kitchen Club, because the members met in the kitchen of a peasant's cottage. When he came home on leave, it was evident that the strain of military life was telling on him. He was thin, and his face was haggard, but the spiritual change wrought in him by the war was greater than the physical. He told me that he could never come back to the old life in London, and he wrote asking me to find out from a person in Russia whether it would be possible to acquire land in Siberia, to till and to hunt, and whether a couple of Yakutsk lads could be got as servants. It was the love of the woodlands and the wild things in them that he had felt as a child returning. The dross had been burnt up in the flame of war. Munro fell in the Beaumont-Hamel action in November 1916. On the 12th he and his comrades were at Bellencourt. At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 14th they went to Meilly. As the men were crossing no man's land to occupy trenches evacuated by the enemy, Munro was shot through the head. Poor Saki! What an admiration we all had for him, wrote the officer in command of the 22nd Royal Fusiliers. I always quoted him as one of the heroes of the war. I saw daily the appalling discomforts he so cheerfully endured. He flatly refused to take a commission, or in any way to allow me to try to make him more comfortable. General Vaughan told him that a brain like his was wasted as a private soldier. He just smiled. He was absolutely splendid. What courage! The men simply loved him. Rothay Reynolds, September, 1918. End of A Memoir of H. H. Munro by Rothay Reynolds. Read by Phil Schempf.
On a Piece of Chalk, A Lecture to Working Men by Thomas Henry Huxley. If a well were sunk at our feet in the midst of the city of Norwich, the diggers would very soon find themselves at work in that white substance almost too soft to be called rock, with which we are all familiar as chalk. Not only here, but over the whole country of Norfolk, the well sinker might carry his shaft down many hundred feet without coming to the end of the chalk, and on the sea-coast, where the waves have pared away the face of the land which breasts them, the scarped faces of the high cliffs are often wholly formed of the same material. Northward, the chalk may be followed as far as Yorkshire. On the south coast it appears abruptly in the picturesque western bays of Dorset, and breaks into the Needles of the Isle of Wight, while on the shores of Kent it supplies that long line of white cliffs to which England owes her name of Albion. Were the thin soil which covers it all washed away, a curved band of white chalk, here broader and there narrower, might be followed diagonally across England from Lulworth in Dorset to Flamborough Head in Yorkshire, a distance of over 280 miles as the crow flies. From this band to the North Sea on the east and the Channel on the south, the chalk is largely hidden by other deposits, but except in the Weald of Kent and Sussex, it enters into the very foundation of all the southeastern counties. Attaining as it does in some places a thickness of more than 1,000 feet, the English chalk must be admitted to be a mass of considerable magnitude. Nevertheless, it covers but an insignificant portion of the whole area occupied by the chalk formation of the globe, which has precisely the same general characters as ours, and is found in detached patches, some less and others more extensive than the English. Chalk occurs in northwest Ireland. It stretches over a large part of France, the chalk which underlies Paris being, in fact, a continuation of that of the London basin. It runs through Denmark and Central Europe and extends southward to North Africa, while eastward it appears in the Crimea and in Syria, and may be traced as far as the shores of the Sea of Aral in Central Asia. If all the points at which true chalk occurs were circumscribed, they would lie within an irregular oval about 3,000 miles in long diameter, the area of which would be as great as that of Europe, and would many times exceed that of the largest existing inland sea, the Mediterranean. Thus the chalk is no unimportant element in the masonry of the earth's crust, and it impresses a peculiar stamp, varying with the conditions to which it is exposed, on the scenery of the districts in which it occurs. The undulating downs and rounded combes, covered with sweet grass turf, of our inland chalk country have a peacefully domestic and mutton-suggesting prettiness, but can hardly be called either grand or beautiful. But on our southern coasts, the wall-sided cliffs, many hundred feet high, with vast needles and pinnacles standing out in the sea, sharp and solitary enough to serve as perches for the wary cormorant, confer a wonderful beauty and grandeur upon the chalk headlands. And in the east, chalk has its share in the formation of some of the most venerable of mountain ranges, such as the Lebanon. What is this widespread component of the surface of the earth, and whence did it come? You may think this is no very hopeful inquiry. You may not unnaturally suppose that the attempt to solve such problems as these can lead to no result, save that of entangling the inquirer in vague speculations, incapable of refutation and of verification. If such were really the case, I should have selected some other subject than a piece of chalk for my discourse. But in truth, after much deliberation, I have been unable to think of any topic which would so well enable me to lead you to see how solid is the foundation upon which some of the most startling conclusions of physical science rest. A great chapter of the history of the world is written in the chalk. Few passages in the history of man can be supported by such an overwhelming mass of direct and indirect evidence as that which testifies to the truth of the fragment of the history of the globe which I hope to enable you to read with your own eyes tonight. Let me add that few chapters of human history have a more profound significance for ourselves. I weigh my words well when I assert that the man who should know the true history of the bit of chalk which every carpenter carries about in his breeches pocket, though ignorant of all other history, is likely, if he will think his knowledge out to its ultimate results, to have a truer and therefore a better conception of this wonderful universe, and of man's relation to it, than the most learned student who is deep read in the records of humanity and ignorant of those of nature. The language of the chalk is not hard to learn, not nearly so hard as Latin, if you only want to get at the broad features of the story it has to tell, and I propose that we now set to work to spell that story out together. We all know that if we burn chalk, the result is quicklime. Chalk, in fact, is a compound of carbonic acid gas and lime, and when you make it very hot, the carbonic acid flies away and the lime is left. By this method of procedure we see the lime, but we do not see the carbonic acid. If, on the other hand, you were to powder a little chalk and drop it into a good deal of strong vinegar, there would be a great bubbling and fizzing, and finally a clear liquid, in which no sign of chalk would appear. Here you see the carbonic acid in the bubbles. The lime, dissolved in the vinegar, vanishes from sight. There are a great many other ways of showing that chalk is essentially nothing but carbonic acid and quicklime. Chemists enunciate the result of all experiments which prove this by stating that chalk is almost wholly composed of carbonate of lime. It is desirable for us to start from the knowledge of this fact, though it may not seem to help us very far towards what we seek. For carbonate of lime is a widely spread substance and is met with under various conditions. All sorts of limestones are composed of more or less pure carbonate of lime. The crust, which is often deposited by waters which have drained through limestone rocks in the form of what are called stalagmites and stalactites, is carbonate of lime. Or, to take a more familiar example, the fur on the inside of a tea kettle is carbonate of lime, and for anything chemistry tells us to the contrary, the chalk might be a kind of gigantic fur upon the bottom of the earth kettle, which is kept pretty hot below. Let us try another method of making the chalk tell us its own history. To the unassisted eye, chalk looks simply like a very loose and open kind of stone. But it is possible to grind a slice of chalk down so thin that you can see through it, until it is thin enough, in fact, to be examined with any magnifying power that may be thought desirable. A thin slice of the fur of a kettle might be made in the same way. If it were examined microscopically, it would show itself to be a more or less distinctly laminated mineral substance and nothing more. But the slice of chalk presents a totally different appearance when placed under the microscope. The general mass of it is made up of very minute granules, but embedded in this matrix are innumerable bodies, some smaller and some larger, but on a rough average not more than 1/100th of an inch in diameter, having a well-defined shape and structure. A cubic inch of some specimens of chalk may contain hundreds of thousands of these bodies, compacted together with incalculable millions of the granules. The examination of a transparent slice gives a good notion of the manner in which the components of the chalk are arranged, and of their relative proportions. But by rubbing up some chalk with a brush in water, and then pouring off the milky fluid so as to obtain sediments of different degrees of fineness, the granules and the minute rounded bodies may be pretty well separated from one another, and submitted to microscopic examination, either as opaque or as transparent objects. By combining the views obtained in these various methods, each of the rounded bodies may be proved to be a beautifully constructed calcareous fabric, made up of a number of chambers, communicating freely with one another. The chambered bodies are of various forms. One of the commonest is like a badly grown raspberry, being formed of a number of nearly globular chambers of different sizes congregated together. It is called globigerina, and some specimens of chalk consist of little else than globigerina and granules. Let us fix our attention upon the globigerina. It is the spoor of the game we are tracking. If we can learn what it is and what are the conditions of its existence, we shall see our way to the origin and past history of the chalk. A suggestion which may naturally enough present itself is that these curious bodies are the result of some process of aggregation which has taken place in the carbonate of lime, that just as in winter the rime on our windows simulates the most delicate and elegantly arborescent foliage, proving that the mere mineral water may, under certain conditions, assume the outward form of organic bodies, so this mineral substance, carbonate of lime, hidden away in the bowels of the earth, has taken the shape of these chambered bodies. I am not raising a merely fanciful and unreal objection. Very learned men in former days have even entertained the notion that all the formed things found in rocks are of this nature, and if no such conception is at present held to be admissible, it is because long and varied experience has now shown that mineral matter never does assume the form and structure we find in fossils. If anyone were to try to persuade you that an oyster shell, which is also chiefly composed of carbonate of lime, had crystallized out of seawater, I suppose you would laugh at the absurdity. Your laughter would be justified by the fact that all experience tends to show that oyster shells are formed by the agency of oysters, and in no other way. And if there were no better reasons, we should be justified, on like grounds, in believing that Globigerinoe is not the product of anything but vital activity. Happily, however, better evidence in proof of the organic nature of the Globigerinoe than that of analogy is forthcoming. It so happens that calcareous skeletons, exactly similar to the Globigerinoe of the chalk, are being formed at the present moment by minute living creatures which flourish in multitudes, literally more numerous than the sands of the seashore, over a large extent of that part of the earth's surface which is covered by the ocean. The history of the discovery of these living Globigerinoe, and of the part which they play in rock building, is singular enough. It is a discovery which, like others of no less scientific importance, has arisen incidentally out of work devoted to very different and exceedingly practical interests. When men first took to the sea, they speedily learned to look out for shoals and rocks, and the more the burthen of their ships increased, the more imperatively necessary it became for sailors to ascertain with precision the depths of the waters they traversed. Out of this necessity grew the use of the lead and sounding line, and ultimately marine surveying, which is the recording of the form of coasts and of the depth of the sea, as ascertained by the sounding lead upon charts. At the same time it became desirable to ascertain and to indicate the nature of the sea bottom, since this circumstance greatly affects the goodness for holding ground for anchors. Some ingenious tar, whose name deserves a better fate than the oblivion into which it has fallen, attained this object by arming the bottom of the lead with a lump of grease, to which more or less of the sand or mud or broken shells, as the case might be, adhered, and was brought to the surface. But however well adapted such an apparatus might be for rough nautical purposes, scientific accuracy could not be expected from the armed lead, and to remedy its defects, especially when applied to sounding in great depths, Lieutenant Brooke of the American Navy some years ago invented a most ingenious machine by which a considerable portion of the superficial layer of the sea bottom can be scooped out and brought up from any depth to which the lead descends. In 1853, Lieutenant Brooke obtained mud from the bottom of the North Atlantic, between Newfoundland and the Azores, at a depth of more than 10,000 feet, or 2 miles, by the help of this sounding apparatus. The specimens were sent for examination to Ehrenberg of Berlin and to Bailey of West Point, and those able microscopists found that this deep sea mud was almost entirely composed of the skeletons of living organisms, the greater proportion of these being just like the Globigerinoe already known to occur in the chalk. Thus far the work had been carried on simply in the interests of science, but Lieutenant Brooke's method of sounding acquired a high commercial value when the enterprise of laying down telegraph cable between this country and the United States was undertaken, for it became a matter of immense importance to know not only the depth of the sea over the whole line along which the cable was to be laid, but the exact nature of the bottom, so as to guard against chances of cutting or fraying the strands of that costly rope. The Admiralty consequently ordered Captain Damon, an old friend and shipmate of mine, to ascertain the depth over the whole line of the cable and to bring back specimens of the bottom. In former days such a command as this might have sounded very much like one of the impossible things which the young prince in the fairy tales is ordered to do before he can obtain the hand of the princess. However, in the months of June and July, 1857, my friend performed the task assigned to him with great expedition and precision without, so far as I know, having met with any reward of that kind. The specimens of Atlantic mud which he procured were sent to me to be examined and reported upon. The result of all these operations is, that we know the contours and the nature of the surface soil covered by the North Atlantic for a distance of 1,700 miles from east to west, as well as we know that of any part of the dry land. It is a prodigious plain, one of the widest and most even plains in the world. If the sea were drained off, you might drive a wagon all the way from Valentia on the west coast of Ireland to Trinity Bay in Newfoundland. And except upon one sharp incline about 200 miles from Valentia, I am not quite sure that it would even be necessary to put the skid on, so gentle are the ascents and descents upon that long route. From Valentia the road would lie downhill for about 200 miles to the point at which the bottom is now covered by 1,700 fathoms of seawater. Then would come the central plain, more than 1,000 miles wide, the inequalities of the surface of which would be hardly perceptible, though the depth of the water upon it now varies from 10,000 to 15,000 feet, and there are places in which Mont Blanc might be sunk without showing its peak above water. Beyond this, the ascent on the American side commences, and gradually leads for about 300 miles to the Newfoundland shore. Almost the whole bottom of this central plain, which extends for many hundred miles in a north and south direction, is covered by a fine mud, which when brought to the surface dries into a grayish-white, friable substance. You can write with this on a blackboard, if you are so inclined, and to the eye it is quite like very soft, grayish chalk. Examined chemically, it proves to be composed almost wholly of carbonate of lime, and if you make a section of it, in the same way as that of the piece of chalk was made, and view it with the microscope, it presents innumerable Globigerinoe embedded in a granular matrix. Thus this deep-sea mud is substantially chalk. I say substantially because there are a good many minor differences, but as these have no bearing on the question immediately before us, which is the nature of the Globigerinoe of the chalk, it is unnecessary to speak of them. Globigerinoe of every size, from the smallest to the largest, are associated together in the Atlantic mud, and the chambers of many are filled by a soft animal matter. This soft substance is, in fact, the remains of the creature to which the Globigerina shell, or rather skeleton, owes its existence, and which is an animal of the simplest imaginable description. It is, in fact, a mere particle of living jelly, without defined parts of any kind, without a mouth, nerves, muscles, or distinct organs, and only manifesting its vitality to ordinary observation by thrusting out and retracting from all parts of its surface long filamentous processes which serve for arms and legs. Yet this amorphous particle, devoid of everything which, in the higher animals, we call organs, is capable of feeding, growing, and multiplying, of separating from the ocean the small proportion of carbonate of lime which is dissolved in seawater, and of building up that substance into a skeleton for itself, according to a pattern which can be imitated by no other known agency. The notion that animals can live and flourish in the sea, at the vast depths from which apparently living Globigerinoe have been brought up, does not agree very well with our usual conceptions respecting the conditions of animal life, and it is not so absolutely impossible as it might at first appear to be, that the Globigerinoe of the Atlantic sea bottom do not live and die where they are found. As I have mentioned, the soundings from the great Atlantic plain are almost entirely made up of Globigerinoe, with the granules which have been mentioned and some few other calcareous shells, but a small percentage of the chalky mud, perhaps at most some 5% of it, is of a different nature, and consists of shells and skeletons composed of silex or pure flint. These silicious bodies belong partly to the lowly vegetable organisms which are called Diatomaceae, and partly to the minute and extremely simple animals termed Radiolaria. It is quite certain that these creatures do not live at the bottom of the ocean, but at its surface, where they may be obtained in prodigious numbers by the use of a properly constructed net. Hence it follows that these silicious organisms, though they are not heavier than the lightest dust, must have fallen, in some cases through 15,000 feet of water, before they reach their final resting place on the ocean floor. And, considering how large a surface these bodies expose in proportion to their weight, it is probable that they occupy a great length of time in making their burial journey from the surface of the Atlantic to the bottom. But if the Radiolaria and diatoms are thus rained upon the bottom of the sea from the superficial layer of its waters in which they pass their lives, it is obviously possible that the Globigerinoe may be similarly derived, and if they were so, it would be much more easy to understand how they obtain their supply of food than it is at present. Nevertheless, the positive and negative evidence all points the other way. The skeletons of the full-grown, deep-sea Globigerinoe are so remarkably solid and heavy in proportion to their surface as to seem little fitted for floating, and as a matter of fact, they are not to be found along with the diatoms and radiolaria in the uppermost stratum of the open ocean. It has been observed, again, that the abundance of Globigerinoe, in proportion to other organisms of like kind, increases with the depth of the sea, and that deep-water Globigerinoe are larger than those which live in shallower parts of the sea, and such facts negative the supposition that these organisms have been swept by currents from the shallows into the depths of the Atlantic. It therefore seems to be hardly doubtful that these wonderful creatures live and die at the depths in which they are found. However, the important points for us are that the living Globigerinoe are exclusively marine animals, the skeletons of which abound at the bottom of deep seas, and that there is not a shadow of reason for believing that the habits of the Globigerinoe of the chalk differed from those of the existing species. But if this be true, there is no escaping the conclusion that the chalk itself is the dried mud of an ancient deep sea. In working over the soundings collected by Captain Damon, I was surprised to find that many of what I have called the granules of that mud were not, as one might have been tempted to think at first, the mere powder and waste of Globigerinoe, but that they had a definite form and size. I termed these bodies coccoliths, and doubted their organic nature. Dr. Wallach verified my observation, and added the interesting discovery that, not unfrequently, bodies similar to these coccoliths were aggregated together into spheroids, which he termed coccospheres. So far as we knew, these bodies, the nature of which is extremely puzzling and problematical, were peculiar to the Atlantic soundings. But a few years ago, Mr. Sorby, in making a careful examination of the chalk by means of thin sections and otherwise, observed, as Ehrenberg had done before him, that much of its granular basis possesses a definite form. Comparing these formed particles with those in the Atlantic soundings, he found the two to be identical, and thus proved that the chalk, like the soundings, contains these mysterious coccoliths and coccospheres. Hence was a further and a most interesting confirmation from internal evidence of the essential identity of the chalk with modern deep-sea mud. Globigerinoe, coccoliths, and coccospheres are round as the chief constituents of both, and testify to the general similarity of the conditions under which both have been formed. The evidence furnished by the hewing, facing, and superposition of the stones of the pyramids, that these structures were built by men, has no greater weight than the evidence that the chalk was built by Globigerinoe. And the belief that those ancient pyramid builders were terrestrial and air-breathing creatures like ourselves, is it not better based than the conviction that the chalk makers lived in the sea? But as our belief in the building of the pyramids by men is not only grounded on the internal evidences afforded by these structures, but gathers strength from multitudinous collateral proofs, and is clinched by the total absence of any reason for a contrary belief, so the evidence drawn from the Globigerinoe that the chalk is an ancient sea bottom is fortified by innumerable independent lines of evidence, and our belief in the truth of the conclusion to which all positive testimony tends receives the like negative justification from the fact that no other hypothesis has a shadow of foundation. It may be worth while briefly to consider a few of these collateral proofs that the chalk was deposited at the bottom of the sea. The great mass of the chalk is composed, as we have seen, of the skeletons of Globigerinoe and other simple organisms embedded in granular matter. Here and there, however, this hardened mud of the ancient sea reveals the remains of higher animals which have lived and died and left their hard parts in the mud, just as the oysters die and leave their shells behind them in the mud of the present seas. There are, at the present day, certain groups of animals which are never found in fresh waters, being unable to live anywhere but in the sea. Such are the corals, those corallines which are called polycoa, those creatures which fabricate the lamp shells and are called brachiopoda, the pearly nautilus, and all animals allied to it, and all the forms of sea urchins and starfishes. Not only are all these creatures confined to salt water at the present day, but so far as our records of the past go, the conditions of their existence have been the same. Hence their occurrence in any deposit is as strong evidence as can be obtained that that deposit was formed in the sea. Now the remains of animals of all kinds which have been enumerated occur in the chalk, in greater or less abundance, while not one of those forms of shellfish which are characteristic of fresh water has yet been observed in it. When we consider that the remains of more than 3,000 distinct species of aquatic animals have been discovered among the fossils of the chalk, that the great majority of them are of such forms as are now met with only in the sea, and that there is no reason to believe that any one of them inhabited fresh water, the collateral evidence that the chalk represents an ancient sea bottom acquires as great force as the proof derived from the nature of the chalk itself. I think you will now allow that I did not overstate my case when I asserted that we have as strong grounds for believing that all the vast area of dry land at present occupied by the chalk was once at the bottom of the sea, as we have for any matter of history whatever, while there is no justification for any other belief. No less certain is it that the time during which the countries we now call Southeast England, France, Germany, Poland, Russia, Egypt, Arabia, Syria, were more or less completely covered by a deep sea was of considerable duration. We have already seen that the chalk is, in places, more than 1,000 feet thick. I think you will agree with me that it must have taken some time for the skeletons of animalcules of 1/100 of an inch in diameter to heap up such a mass as that. I have said that throughout the thickness of the chalk the remains of other animals are scattered. These remains are often in the most exquisite state of preservation. The valves of the shellfishes are commonly adherent. The long spines of some of the sea urchins, which would be detached by the smallest jar, often remain in their places. In a word, it is certain that these animals have lived and died when the place which they now occupy was the surface of as much of the chalk as had then been deposited, and that each has been covered up by the layer of Globigerina mud, upon which the creatures embedded a little higher up have, in like manner, lived and died. But some of these remains prove the existence of reptiles of vast size in the chalk sea. These lived their time and had their ancestors and descendants, which assuredly implies time, reptiles being of slow growth. There is more curious evidence, again, that the process of covering up, or, in other words, the deposit of the Globigerina skeletons, did not go on very fast. It is demonstrable that an animal of the Cretaceous sea might die, that its skeleton might lie uncovered upon the sea bottom long enough to lose all its outward coverings and appendages by putrefaction, and that after this had happened, another animal might attach itself to the dead and naked skeleton, might grow to maturity, and might itself die before the calcareous mud had buried the whole. Cases of this kind are admirably described by Sir Charles Lyell. He speaks of the frequency with which geologists find in the chalk a fossilized sea urchin to which is attached the lower valve of a crania. This is a kind of shellfish, with a shell composed of 2 pieces, of which, as in the oyster, one is fixed and the other free. The upper valve is almost invariably wanting, though occasionally found in a perfect state of preservation in the white chalk at some distance. In this case we see clearly that the sea urchin first lived from youth to age, then died and lost its spines, which were carried away. Then the young crania adhered to the bared shell, grew and perished in its turn, after which the upper valve was separated from the lower, before the echinus became enveloped in chalky mud." Unquote. A specimen in the Museum of Practical Geology in London still further prolongs the period which must have elapsed between the death of the sea urchin and its burial by the Globigerinae. For the outward face of the valve of a crania, which is attached to a sea urchin, micraster, is itself overrun by an encrusting coralline, which spreads thence over more or less of the surface of the sea urchin. It follows that, after the upper valve of the crania fell off, the surface of the attached valve must have remained exposed long enough to allow the growth of the whole coralline, since corallines do not live embedded in mud. The progress of knowledge may one day enable us to deduce from such facts as these the maximum rate at which the chalk can have accumulated, and thus to arrive at the minimum duration of the chalk period. Suppose that the valve of the crania upon which a coralline has fixed itself in the way just described is so attached to the sea urchin that no part of it is more than an inch above the face upon which the sea urchin rests. Then, as the coralline could not have fixed itself if the crania had been covered up with chalk mud, and could not have lived had itself been so covered, it follows that an inch of chalk mud could not have accumulated within the time between the death and decay of the soft parts of the sea urchin and the growth of the coralline to the full size which it has attained. If the decay of the soft parts of the sea urchin, the attachment, growth to maturity, and decay of the crania, and the subsequent attachment and growth of the coralline took a year, which is low estimate enough, the accumulation of the inch of chalk must have taken more than a year, and the deposit of 1,000 feet of chalk must, consequently, have taken more than 12,000 years. The foundation of all this calculation is, of course, a knowledge of the length of time the crania and the coralline needed to attain their full size, and on this head precise knowledge is at present wanting. But there are circumstances which tend to show that nothing like an inch of chalk has accumulated during the life of a crania, and on any probable estimate of the length of that life, the chalk period must have had a much longer duration than that thus roughly assigned to it. Thus, not only is it certain that the chalk is the mud of an ancient sea bottom, but it is no less certain that the chalk sea existed during an extremely long period, though we may not be prepared to give a precise estimate of the length of that period in years. The relative duration is clear, though the absolute duration may not be definable. The attempt to affix any precise date to the period at which the chalk sea began or ended its existence is baffled by difficulties of the same kind. But the relative age of the Cretaceous epoch may be determined with as great ease and certainty as the long duration of that epoch. You will have heard of the interesting discoveries recently made in various parts of Western Europe of flint implements obviously worked into shape by human hands, under circumstances which show conclusively that man is a very ancient denizen of these regions. It has been proved that the old populations of Europe, whose existence has been revealed to us in this way, consisted of savages, such as the Esquimaux are now, that in the country which is now France they hunted the reindeer and were familiar with the ways of the mammoth and bison. The physical geography of France was in those days different from what it is now. The river Somme, for instance, having cut its bed 100 feet deeper between that time and this, and it is probable that the climate was more like that of Canada or Siberia than that of Western Europe. The existence of these people is forgotten even in the traditions of the oldest historical nations. The name and fame of them had utterly vanished until a few years back, and the amount of physical change which has been effected since their day renders it more than probable that, venerable as are some of the historical nations, the workers of the chipped flints of Hoxne or of Amiens are to them, as they are to us, in point of antiquity. But if we assign to these hoar relics of long-vanished generations of men the greatest age that can possibly be claimed for them, they are not older than the drift, or boulder clay, which in comparison with the chalk is but a very juvenile deposit. You need go no further than your own seaboard for evidence of this fact. At one of the most charming spots on the coast of Norfolk, Cromer, you will see the boulder clay forming a vast mass, which lies upon the chalk, and must consequently have come into existence after it. Huge boulders of chalk are, in fact, included in the clay, and have evidently been brought to the position they now occupy by the same agency as that which has planted blocks of syenite from Norway side by side with them. The chalk, then, is certainly older than the boulder clay. If you ask how much, I will again take you no further than the same spot upon your own coasts for evidence. I have spoken of the boulder clay and drift as resting upon the chalk. That is not strictly true. Interposed between the chalk and the drift is a comparatively insignificant layer, containing vegetable matter. But that layer tells a wonderful history. It is full of stumps of trees standing as they grew. Fir trees are there with their cones, and hazel bushes with their nuts. There stand the stools of oak and yew trees, beeches and alders. Hence this stratum is appropriately called the forest bed. It is obvious that the chalk must have been upheaved and converted into dry land before the timber trees could grow upon it. As the boles of some of these trees are from 2 to 3 feet in diameter, it is no less clear that the dry land this formed remained in the same condition for long ages. And not only do the remains of stately oaks and well-grown firs testify to the duration of this condition of things, but additional evidence to the same effect is afforded by the abundant remains of elephants, rhinoceroses, hippopotamuses, and other great wild beasts, which it has yielded to the zealous search of such men as the Reverend Mr. Gunn. When you look at such a collection as he has formed, and bethink you that these elephantine bones did veritably carry their owners about, and these great grinders crunch in the dark woods of which the forest bed is now the only trace, it is impossible not to feel that they are as good evidence of the lapse of time as the annual rings of the tree stumps. Thus there is a writing upon the walls of cliffs at Cromer, and whoso runs may read it. It tells us, with an authority which cannot be impeached, that the ancient seabed of the chalk sea was raised up and remained dry land until it was covered with forest, stocked with the great game whose spoils have rejoiced your geologists. How long it remained in that condition cannot be said, but the whirligig of time brought its revenges in those days as in these. That dry land, with the bones and teeth of generations of long-lived elephants, hidden away among the gnarled roots and dry leaves of its ancient trees, sank gradually to the bottom of the icy sea, which covered it with huge masses of drift and boulder clay. Sea beasts, such as the walrus, now restricted to the extreme north, paddled about where birds had twittered among the topmost twigs of the fir trees. How long this state of things endured we know not, but at length it came to an end. The upheaved glacial mud hardened into the soil of modern Norfolk. Forests grew once more, the wolf and the beaver replaced the reindeer and the elephant, and at length what we call the history of England dawned. Thus you have, within the limits of your own county, proof that the chalk can justly claim a very much greater antiquity than even the oldest physical traces of mankind. But we may go further and demonstrate, by evidence of the same authority as that which testifies to the existence of the father of men, that the chalk is vastly older than Adam himself. The book of Genesis informs us that Adam, immediately upon his creation and before the appearance of Eve, was placed in the Garden of Eden. The problem of the geographical position of Eden has greatly vexed the spirits of the learned in such matters, but there is one point respecting which, so far as I know, no commentator has ever raised a doubt. This is, that of the 4 rivers which are said to run out of it, Euphrates and Hiddekel are identical with the rivers now known by the names of Euphrates and Tigris. But the whole country in which these mighty rivers take their origin, and through which they run, is composed of rocks which are either of the same age as the chalk or of later date, so that the chalk must not only have been formed, but after its formation, the time required for the deposit of these later rocks and for their upheaval into dry land must have elapsed, before the smallest brook, which feeds the swift stream of the great river, the river of Babylon, began to flow. Thus evidence which cannot be rebutted, and which need not be strengthened, though if time permitted I might indefinitely increase its quantity, compels you to believe that the earth, from the time of the chalk to the present day, has been the theatre of a series of changes as vast in their amount as they were slow in their progress. The area on which we stand has been first sea and then land, for at least 4 alternations, and has remained in each of these conditions for a period of great length. Nor have these wonderful metamorphoses of sea into land and of land into sea been confined to one corner of England. During the chalk period, or Cretaceous epoch, not one of the present great physical features of the globe was in existence. Our great mountain ranges, Pyrenees, Alps, Himalayas, Andes, have all been upheaved since the chalk was deposited, and the Cretaceous sea flowed over the sites of Sinai and Ararat. All this is certain, because rocks of Cretaceous or still later date have shared in the elevatory movements which gave rise to these mountain chains, and may be found perched up in some cases many thousand feet high upon their flanks. And evidence of equal cogency demonstrates that, though in Norfolk the forest bed rests directly upon the chalk, yet it does so not because the period at which the forest grew immediately followed that at which the chalk was formed, but because an immense lapse of time, represented elsewhere by thousands of feet of rock, is not indicated at Cromer. I must ask you to believe that there is no less conclusive proof that a still more prolonged succession of similar changes occurred before the chalk was deposited, nor have we any reason to think that the first term in the series of these changes is known. The oldest seabeds preserved to us are sands and mud and pebbles, the wear and tear of rocks which were formed in still older oceans. But great as is the magnitude of these physical changes of the world, they have been accompanied by a no less striking series of modifications in its living inhabitants. All the great classes of animals, beasts of the field, fowls of the air, creeping things, and things which dwell in the waters, flourished upon the globe long ages before the chalk was deposited. Very few, however, if any, of these ancient forms of animal life were identical with those which now live. Certainly, not one of the higher animals was of the same species as any of those now in existence. The beasts of the field, in the days before the chalk, were not our beasts of the field, nor the fowls of the air such as those which the eye of man has seen flying, unless his antiquity dates infinitely further back than we at present surmise. If we could be carried back into those times, we should be as one suddenly set down in Australia before it was colonized. We should see mammals, birds, reptiles, fishes, insects, snails, and the like, clearly recognizable as such, and yet not one of them would be just the same as those with which we are familiar, and many would be extremely different. From that time to the present, the population of the world has undergone slow and gradual but incessant changes. There has been no grand catastrophe. No destroyer has swept away the forms of life of one period and replaced them by a totally new creation, but one species has vanished and another has taken its place. Creatures of one type of structure have diminished, those of another have increased, as time has passed on. And thus, while the differences between the living creatures of the time before the chalk and those of the present day appear startling, if placed side by side, we are led from one to the other by the most gradual progress, if we follow the course of nature through the whole series of those relics of her operations which she has left behind. And it is by the population of the chalk sea that the ancient and the modern inhabitants of the world are most completely connected. The groups which are dying out flourish, side by side, with the groups which are now the dominant forms of life. Thus the chalk contains remains of those strange flying and swimming reptiles, the pterodactyl, the ichthyosaurus, and the plesiosaurus, which are found in no later deposits, but abounded in preceding ages. The chambered shells called ammonites and belemnites, which are so characteristic of the period preceding the Cretaceous, in like manner die with it. But amongst these fading remainders of a previous state of things are some very modern forms of life, looking like Yankee peddlers among a tribe of red Indians. Crocodiles of modern type appear. Bony fishes, many of them very similar to existing species, almost supplant the forms of fish which predominate in more ancient seas, and many kinds of living shellfish first become known to us in the chalk. The vegetation acquires a modern aspect. A few living animals are not even distinguishable as species from those which existed at that remote epoch. The Globigerina of the present day, for example, is not different specifically from that of the chalk, and the same may be said of many other foraminifera. I think it probable that critical and unprejudiced examination will show that more than one species of much higher animals have had a similar longevity, but the only example which I can at present give confidently is the snake's head lampshell, Terebratulina caput serpentis, which lives in our English seas and abounded, as Terebratulina striata of authors, in the chalk. The longest line of human ancestry must hide its diminished head before the pedigree of this insignificant shellfish. We Englishmen are proud to have an ancestor who was present at the Battle of Hastings. The ancestors of Terebratulina caput serpentis may have been present at a battle of Ichthyosauria in that part of the sea which, when the chalk was forming, flowed over the site of Hastings. While all around has changed, this Terebratulina has peacefully propagated its species from generation to generation, and stands to this day as a living testimony to the continuity of the present with the past history of the globe. Up to this moment I have stated, so far as I know, nothing but well authenticated facts, and the immediate conclusions which they force upon the mind. But the mind is so constituted that it does not willingly rest in facts and immediate causes, but seeks always after a knowledge of the remoter links in the chain of causation. Taking the many changes of any given spot of the earth's surface, from sea to land and from land to sea, as an established fact, we cannot refrain from asking ourselves how these changes have occurred. And when we have explained them, as they must be explained, by the alternate slow movements of elevation and depression which have affected the crust of the earth, we go still further back and ask, why these movements? I am not certain that anyone can give you a satisfactory answer to that question. Assuredly, I cannot. All that can be said for certain is that such movements are part of the ordinary course of nature, inasmuch as they are going on at the present time. Direct proof may be given that some parts of the land of the northern hemisphere are at this moment insensibly rising and others insensibly sinking, and there is indirect but perfectly satisfactory proof that an enormous area now covered by the Pacific has been deepened thousands of feet since the present inhabitants of that sea came into existence. Thus there is not a shadow of a reason for believing that the physical changes of the globe in past times have been effected by other than natural causes. Is there any more reason for believing that the concomitant modifications in the forms of the living inhabitants of the globe have been brought about in other ways? Before attempting to answer this question, let us try to form a distinct mental picture of what has happened in some special case. The crocodiles are animals which, as a group, have a very vast antiquity. They abounded ages before the chalk was deposited. They throng the rivers in warm climates at the present day. There is a difference in the form of the joints of the backbone, and in some minor particulars, between the crocodiles of the present epoch and those which lived before the chalk, but in the Cretaceous epoch, as I have already mentioned, the crocodiles had assumed the modern type of structure. Notwithstanding this, the crocodiles of the chalk are not identically the same as those which lived in the times called Older Tertiary, which succeeded the Cretaceous epoch, and the crocodiles of the older tertiaries are not identical with those of the newer tertiaries, nor are these identical with existing forms. I leave open the question whether particular species may have lived on from epoch to epoch, but each epoch has had its peculiar crocodiles, though all, since the chalk, have belonged to the modern type, and differ simply in their proportions and in such structural particulars as are discernible only to trained eyes. How is the existence of this long succession of different species of crocodiles to be accounted for? Only two suppositions seem to be open to us. Either each species of crocodile has been specially created, or it has arisen out of some pre-existing form by the operation of natural causes. Choose your hypothesis. I have chosen mine. I can find no warranty for believing in the distinct creation of a score of successive species of crocodiles in the course of countless ages of time. Science gives no countenance to such a wild fancy, nor can even the perverse ingenuity of a commentator pretend to discover this sense in the simple words in which the writer of Genesis records the proceedings of the 5th and 6th days of the creation. On the other hand, I see no good reason for doubting the necessary alternative, that all these varied species have been evolved from pre-existing crocodilian forms, by the operation of causes as completely a part of the common order of nature as those which have affected the changes of the inorganic world. Few will venture to affirm that the reasoning which applies to crocodiles loses its force among other animals or among plants. If one series of species has come into existence by the operation of natural causes, it seems folly to deny that all may have arisen in the same way. A small beginning has led us to a great ending. If I were to put the bit of chalk with which we started into the hot but obscure flame of burning hydrogen, it would presently shine like the sun. It seems to me that this physical metamorphosis is no false image of what has been the result of our subjecting it to a jet of fervent, though nowise brilliant, thought tonight. It has become luminous, and its clear rays, penetrating the abyss of the remote past, have brought within our ken some stages of the evolution of the earth. And in the shifting, without haste but without rest, of the land and sea, as in the endless variation of the forms assumed by living beings, we have observed nothing but the natural product of the forces originally possessed by the substance of the universe. End of On a Piece of Chalk by Thomas Henry Huxley.
Excerpt from Petrarch's Secret by Francesco Petrarca, 1304 to 1374. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the first dialogue between Petrarch and St. Augustine. Petrarch. I believe there is a multitude of things for which we ardently long, which we seek for with all our energy, but which nevertheless, however diligent we are, we never have obtained and never shall. St. Augustine. That may be true of other desires, but in regard to that we have now under discussion, the case is wholly different. Petrarch. What makes you say that? St. Augustine. Because every man who desires to be delivered from his misery, provided only he desires sincerely and with all his heart, cannot fail to obtain that which he desires. Petrarch. O Father, what is this I hear? There are few men indeed who do not feel they lack many things, and who would not confess they were so far unhappy. Every one who questions his own heart will acknowledge it is so. By natural consequence, if the fullness of blessing makes man happy, all things he lacks will so far make him unhappy. This burden of unhappiness all men would fain lay down, as every one is aware, but every one is aware also that very few have been able. How many there are who have felt the crushing weight of grief through bodily disease, or the loss of those they loved, or imprisonment, or exile, or hard poverty, or other misfortunes it would take too long to tell over. And yet they who suffer these things have only too often to lament that it is not permitted them, as you suggest, to be set free. To me, then, it seems quite beyond dispute that a multitude of men are unhappy by compulsion and in spite of themselves. St. Augustine. I must take you a long way back, and as one does with the very young whose wits are slight and slow, I must ask you to follow out the thread of my discourse from its very simplest elements. I thought your mind was more advanced, and I had no idea you still needed lessons so childish. Ah, if only you had kept in mind those true and saving maxims of the wise, which you have so often read and re-read with me. If, I must take leave to say, you had but wrought for yourself instead of others, if you had but applied your study of so many volumes to the ruling of your own conduct, instead of to vanity and gaining the empty praise of men, you would not want to retail such low and absurd follies. Petrarch. I know not where you want to take me, but already I am aware of the blush mounting to my brow, and I feel like schoolboys in presence of an angry master. Before they know what they are accused of, they think of many offences of which they are guilty, and at the very first word from the master's lips they are filled with confusion. In like case I too am conscious of my ignorance and of many other faults, and though I perceive not the drift of your admonition, yet as I know almost everything bad may be brought against me, I blush even before you have done speaking. So pray state more clearly what is this biting accusation that you have made. St. Augustine. I shall have many things to lay to your charge presently. Just now, what makes me so indignant is to hear you suppose that any one can become, or can be, unhappy against his will. Petrarch. I might as well spare my blushes, for what more obvious truth than this can possibly be imagined? What man exists so ignorant or so far removed from all contact with the world as not to know that penury, grief, disgrace, illness, death, and other evils too that are reckoned among the greatest, often befall us in spite of ourselves, and never with our own consent? From which it follows, that it is easy enough to know and to detest one's own misery, but not to remove it, so that if the first two steps depend on ourselves, the third is nevertheless in fortune's hand. St. Augustine. When I saw you ashamed, I was ready to give you pardon, but brazen impudence angers me more than air itself. How is it you have forgotten all those wise precepts of philosophy, which declare that no man can be made unhappy by those things you rattle off by name? Now, if it is virtue only that makes the happiness of man, which is demonstrated by Cicero and a whole multitude of weighty reasons, it follows of necessity that nothing is opposed to true happiness except what is also opposed to virtue. This truth you can yourself call to mind, even without a word from me, at least unless your wits are very dull. Petrarch. I remember it quite well. You would have me bear in mind the precepts of the Stoics, which contradict the opinions of the crowd, and are nearer truth than common custom is. St. Augustine. You would indeed be of all men the most miserable were you to try to arrive at the truth through the absurdities of the crowd, or to suppose that under the leadership of blind guides you would reach the light. You must avoid the common beaten track, and set your aspirations higher. Take the way marked by the steps of very few who have gone before, if you would be counted worthy to hear the poet's word. On, brave lad, on, your courage leading you, so only heaven is scaled. Footnote: Aeneid, 9:641. End footnote. Petrarch. Heaven grant I may hear it ere I die. But I pray you to proceed, for I assure you I have by no means become shameless. I do not doubt the Stoics' rules are wiser far than the blunders of the crowd. I await therefore your further counsel. St. Augustine. Since we are agreed on this, that no one can become or be unhappy except through his own fault, what need of more words is there? Petrarch. Just this need, that I think I have seen very many people, and I am one of them, of whom nothing is more distressful than the inability to break the yoke of their faults, though all their life long they make the greatest efforts to do so. Wherefore, even allowing that the maxim of the Stoics holds good, one may yet admit that many people are very unhappy in spite of themselves, yes, and although they lament it and wish they were not, with their whole heart. St. Augustine. We have wandered somewhat from our course, but we are slowly working back to our starting point. Or have you quite forgotten whence we set out? Petrarch. I had begun to lose sight of it, but it is coming back to me now. St. Augustine. What I had set out to do with you was to make clear that the first step in avoiding the distresses of this mortal life and raising the soul to higher things is to practice meditation on death and on man's misery, and that the second is to have a vehement desire and purpose to rise. When these two things were present, I promised a comparatively easy ascent to the goal of our desire, unless haply to you it seems otherwise. Petrarch. I should certainly never venture to affirm this, for from my youth upwards I have had the increasing conviction that if in any matter I was inclined to think differently from yourself, I was certain to be wrong. St. Augustine. We will please waive all compliments, and as I observe you are inclined to admit the truth of my words more out of deference than conviction, pray feel at liberty to say whatever your real judgment suggests. Petrarch. I am still afraid to be found differing, but nevertheless I will make use of the liberty you grant. Not to speak of other men, I call to witness her who has ever been the ruling spirit of my life. You yourself also I call to witness how many times I have pondered over my own misery and over the subject of death, with what floods of tears I have sought to wash away my stains, so that I can scarce speak of it without weeping. Yet hitherto, as you see, all is in vain. This alone leads me to doubt the truth of that proposition you seek to establish, that no man has ever fallen into misery but of his own free will, or remained miserable except of his own accord, the exact opposite of which I have proved in my own sad experience. St. Augustine. That complaint is an old one, and seems likely to prove unending. Though I have already several times stated the truth in vain, I shall not cease to maintain it yet. No man can ever become or can be unhappy unless he so chooses. But as I said at the beginning, there is in men a certain perverse and dangerous inclination to deceive themselves, which is the most deadly thing in life. For if it is true that we rightly fear being taken in by those with whom we live, because our natural habit of trusting them tends to make us unsuspicious, and the pleasantly familiar sound of their voice is apt to put us off our guard, how much rather ought you to fear the deceptions you practice on yourself, where love, influence, familiarity play so large a part, a case wherein every one esteems himself more than he deserves, loves himself more than he ought, and where deceiver and deceived are one and the same person. Petrarch. You have said this kind of thing pretty often today already, but I do not recollect ever practicing such deception on myself, and I hope other people have not deceived me either. St. Augustine. Now at this very moment you are notably deceiving yourself when you boast never to have done such a thing at all. And I have a good enough hope of your own wit and talent to make me think that if you pay close attention you will see for yourself that no man can fall into misery of his own will, for on this point the whole discussion rests. I pray you to think well before answering, and give your closest attention, and be zealous for truth more than for disputation. But then tell me what man in the world was ever forced to sin? For the seers and wise men require that sin must be a voluntary action, and so rigid is their definition that if this voluntariness is absent, then the sin also is not there. But without sin no man is made unhappy, as you agreed to admit a few minutes ago. Petrarch. I perceive that by degrees I am getting away from my proposition, and am being compelled to acknowledge that the beginning of my misery did arise from my own will. I feel it is true in myself, and I conjecture the same to be true of others. Now I beg you on your part to acknowledge a certain truth also. St. Augustine. What is it you wish me to acknowledge? Petrarch. That as it is true no man ever fell involuntarily, so this also is true, that countless numbers of those who thus are voluntarily fallen, nevertheless do not voluntarily remain so. I affirm this confidently of my own self, and I believe that I have received this for my punishment, as I would not stand when I might, so now I cannot rise when I would. St. Augustine. That is indeed a wise and true view to take. Still, as you now confess you were wrong in your first proposition, so, I think, you should own you were wrong in your second. Petrarch. Then you would say there is no distinction between falling and remaining fallen? St. Augustine. No, they are indeed different things, that is to say, different in time. But in the nature of the action, and in the mind of the person concerned, they are one and the same. Petrarch. I see in what knots you entangle me, but the wrestler who wins his victory by a trick is not necessarily the stronger man, though he may be the more practised. St. Augustine. It is truth herself in whose presence we are discoursing. To her, plain simplicity is ever dear, and cunning is hateful. That you may see this beyond all doubt, I will go forward from this point with all the plainness you can desire. Petrarch. You can give me no more welcome news. Tell me then, as it is a question concerning myself, by what line of reasoning you mean to prove I am unhappy. I do not deny that I am, but I deny that it is with my own consent that I remain so, for on the contrary, I feel this to be most hateful and the very opposite of what I wish, but yet I can do nothing except wish. St. Augustine. If only the conditions laid down are observed, I will prove to you that you are misusing words. Petrarch. What conditions do you mean, and how would you have me use words differently? St. Augustine. Our conditions were to lay aside all juggling with terms, and to seek truth in all plain simplicity. And the words I would have you use are these: instead of saying you cannot, you ought to say you will not. Petrarch. There will be no end then to our discussion, for that is what I never shall confess. I tell you I know, and you yourself are witness, how often I have wished to and yet could not rise. What floods of tears have I shed, and all to no purpose. St. Augustine. Oh yes, I have witnessed many tears, but very little will. Petrarch. Heaven is witness. For indeed I think no man on this earth knows what I have suffered, and how I have longed earnestly to rise, if only I might. St. Augustine. Hush, hush! Heaven and earth will crash in ruin, the stars themselves will fall to hell, and all harmonious nature be divided against itself, sooner than truth, who is our judge, can be deceived. Petrarch. And what do you mean by that? St. Augustine. I mean that your tears have often stung your conscience, but not changed your will. Petrarch. I wonder how many times I must tell you that it is just this impossibility of change which I bewail. St. Augustine. I wonder how many times I must reply that it is want of will, not want of power, which is the trouble. And yet I wonder not that now you find yourself involved in these perplexities, in which in time past I too was tossed about, when I was beginning to contemplate entering upon a new way of life. Footnote: St. Augustine Confessions 8:8. End footnote. I tore my hair, I beat my brow, my fingers I twisted nervously, I bent double and held my knees. I filled the air of heaven with most bitter sighs. I poured out tears like water on every side. Yet nevertheless I remained what I was, and no other, until a deep meditation at last showed me the root of all my misery, and made it plain before my eyes. And then my will after that became fully changed, and my weakness also was changed in that same moment to power, and by a marvellous and most blessed alteration I was transformed instantly, and made another man, another Augustine altogether. The full history of that transformation is known, if I mistake not, to you already in my Confessions. Petrarch. Yes, in truth, I know it well, and never can I forget the story of that health-bringing fig tree, beneath whose shade the miracle took place. St. Augustine. Well, indeed, you may remember it, and no tree to you should be more dear. No, not the myrtle, nor the ivy, nor the laurel beloved of Apollo, and ever afterwards favored by all the bands of poets, favored too by you above all, who alone in your age have been counted worthy to be crowned with its leaves. Yet dearer than these should be to you the memory of that fig tree, for it greets you like some mariner coming into haven after many storms. It holds out to you the path of righteousness, and a sure hope which fadeth not away, that presently the divine forgiveness shall be yours. Petrarch. I would not say one word in contradiction. Go on, I beseech you, with what you have begun. End of Excerpt from Petrarch's Secret by Francesco Petrarca, 1304 to 1374.
Potatoes and War by Helen Mackay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Potatoes and War by Helen Mackay. From Accidentals, 1917. All morning in the fire zone of Paris the young lieutenant had watched the old woman who was digging potatoes. It was a day of the season of market gardens in the year of desolation. Paris was breached with cannon and burned with petrol. One was growing used to the lightning and thunder of war. The storms of two sieges had kept death so close to Paris and for so long that it had come to be part of life, accepted as of every day and commonplace. There, where the young lieutenant was on picket duty and the old woman was digging potatoes, shells had, for months, been coming and coming again, to blaze black trails through the silver stems of the poplars, or to smoke up the good earth of the fields. In the fields someone was burning brushwood, and the smell of its smoke mingled with the smell of the gunpowder smoke. The two smokes together hung in the mist that lay along the river. It was a misty blue day, and the smoke of cannon made beautiful little sudden white clouds in the soft veiled sunshine. The young lieutenant walked up and down past the rows of the old woman's potatoes, and would have given anything in the world, except the one thing it would have cost him, to be able to get away to where the smell of fields was not all mingled with the smell of war. Once a shell burst so close to the old woman and to him that the broken black hot bits of it were all about them. Then he said to her, almost angrily, "My God, Granny, why don't you get away out of this?" She was a little, thin, doubled up old woman with a face like a nutcracker. One imagined her nose and chin snapping together. She lifted her head and looked at him out of sunken, vague old eyes. "Why don't you get away?" he asked her again. "Why don't you?" she asked him. "I?" he said. I cannot. I must stay." He was so young that he added proudly, "I must do my duty." She said, "Eh, bien, what will you?" "I also must do mine." She went back to her digging of potatoes. End of Potatoes and War by Helen Mackay.
An 1880 sojourn in Saltillo, Mexico. An excerpt from Face to Face with the Mexicans by Fanny Chambers Gooch, 1887. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saltillo was once also the capital of Texas, when that great state formed an unwilling member of the Mexican Federation. It has a population of about 20,000 and is situated on the Buena Vista tableland in the Sierra Madre Mountains at an elevation of about 5,500 feet above sea level. It was founded on the 25th of July, 1575, by one Francisco Udignola, who brought with him 60 Tlascalan families who were bitter foes of the Aztecs and firm allies of the conquerors. The city is the seat of important manufactures, both woolen and cotton. Here are made rebozos, a long narrow shawl worn by women over their heads, and also those gorgeous and durable serapes, blankets, of finest wool and most brilliant colors, which have gained so wide a celebrity that the term Mexican blanket is a synonym for a genuine and almost everlasting fabric. It has the usual places for recreation: a bull ring, plaza, an alameda, a cathedral worthy of inspection, also numerous churches with a full quota of schools and colleges. We were a party of Americans on business, health, and pleasure bent. Our company consisted of Mr. and Mrs. R., the former a retired banker from a large Western city, Mr. and Mrs. A., Mrs. S. and daughter, my husband, and self. As the hotel accommodations were meager and uncomfortable, and it not being the custom of the country for families to live in hotels, we concluded to go to housekeeping, as our stay was indefinite and might extend through a few weeks or months. The house selected for our Bohemian abode, we were assured, was almost 100 years old, and had an air of solemn dignity and grandeur about its waning splendor. It was of startling dimensions, capable of quartering a regiment of soldiers with all their equipments. It was 1 story in height, with a handsome orchard and garden in the rear, extensive corrals for horses, the whole extending from street to street through a large square of ground. The distinguishing features of Mexican and Spanish architecture were evident throughout the patio courtyard, with fountain in the center, flat roof, barred windows, and parapet walls. These latter rise often to the height of 6 feet above the main structure, and in times of war and revolution have proved admirable defenses to the besieged. Entrenching themselves behind these walls, passageways are made from one house to the other, until the entire block of buildings is one connected fortification. The strife may continue for weeks uninterruptedly, the fusillade not ceasing long enough to remove the dead from the streets. The size and unwieldiness of the front doors were amazing. Noble defenses in time of revolution, it is true, but when with my whole strength I could not move one on its antiquated, squeaking hinges, almost a half yard in length, the question of how to pass from house to street became a serious one. The happy discovery was made at last that instead of 2, there were 4 doors all in one, the 2 smaller ones within the greater serving for our usual ingress and egress. The huge double doors, spacious enough to admit a locomotive with its train of cars, were never opened except on state occasions, or for the admittance of a carriage, buggy, or something out of the ordinary, such as a dozen or so wood-laden donkeys. Not only funerals and bridal parties, but every imaginable household necessity for pleasure or convenience must pass through the front doors. In the zaguan front hall, high up in the cedar beams, darkened by age to the color of mahogany, was this inscription or dedication in large, clear letters: Ave Maria Santissima. In other houses these dedications varied according to taste. One read, Siempre viva en esta casa Nuestra Senora de Guadalupe. May the Virgin Guadalupe always watch over this house. Still another inscription in the house of a friend read, Aquí viva con você, Jose y Maria. May Joseph and Mary dwell with you here. We were astounded at the size and length of the keys and the number of them. They were about 10 inches long, and a blow from one would have sufficed to fell a man. As there were perhaps 30 of them, my key basket, so far from being the dainty trifle an American woman dangles from one finger in her daily rounds, would have been a load for a burro, as they call their little donkeys. The enormous double doors connecting the rooms were as massive as if each room were intended for a separate fortification. The opening and closing of these heavy doors as they scraped across the floors gave forth a dull, grating sound, which added to the loneliness of our castle. Our venerable mansion was constructed of adobe, the sun-dried brick peculiar to the country, and of which almost the entire city is built. The walls were from 2 to 4 feet in thickness, and the ceilings 30 feet in height. Surrounding the beautiful courtyard were many large and handsome rooms, frescoed in brilliant style, each different from the other. Besides these, there were many smaller apartments, lofts, nooks, and crannies, more than I at first thought I should ever have the courage to explore. The drawing room was the first thing to attract my attention, as it was about 100 feet long and 50 wide. Its dado was highly embellished by a skillful blending of roses and buds in delicate shades, while the frieze was the chaste production of a native artist. The ceiling, as before mentioned, was 30 feet in height, and another source of surprise to me was the discovery that the foundation of all this elaborate workmanship was of the frailest material. These wonderful artisans, in making ceilings that are apparently faultless, use only cheesecloth. After stretching it as tightly as possible and adding a coat of heavy sizing, the beautiful and gorgeous frescoes are laid on, and the eye of an expert cannot detect the difference between a cloth ceiling and the more substantial plaster with which we are familiar in the United States. The floor of this room presented another subject of inquiry as to its materials and the method employed in making it so hard, smooth, and red. Mortar, much the same as is used in plastering, but of a consistency which hardens rapidly, is the basis of operations. On this a coating of fine gravel, very little coarser than sand, is applied. Then comes the final red polish, which completes a floor of unusual coolness and comfort, and admirably adapted to the country. The material used to give the red finish is tipichil, an Indian word, in some places known as almagra, an abundant earthy deposit to be found principally in the arroyos. For ages this substance has been an important article for ornamentation, even the wild tribes of Indians using it to paint their faces and bodies. When the floor is hardened, a force of men is employed who, by rubbing it with stones, produce a beautiful glazed polish. If time were of any value, these floors would cost fabulous sums, as it takes weeks to complete one of them. It required months almost for me to comprehend the manner of cleaning them. The floors of the other rooms were of imported brick and tiles, the former not less than a foot square and perhaps half as thick, while the latter were octagonal and of fine finish, though, like the mansion itself, they bore the evidences of age and decay. We enjoyed the unusual luxury of glass windows, and it was enough to puff us up with inordinate pride to look out and see our neighbors' houses provided with only plain, heavy wooden shutters. When it rained or was cold, however, our ill-fitting windows proved an inadequate protection, and it became necessary to close the ponderous wooden shutters, thus leaving the rooms in total darkness. Our windows were also furnished on the outside with iron rods, similar to those used for jails in the United States, and quite as effective, while those of many of our neighbors had only heavy wooden bars, so close together as scarcely to permit the hand to pass between them. These, I was told by a Mexican lady, were called jealous husbands' windows. In the middle of many of the shutters of some of these houses were tiny doors, whose presence, when closed, would never be suspected. They were just large enough for a face to peer through, and when passing along the street on cold or windy days, hundreds of soft, languishing, dreamy eyes might be seen gazing out of these little windows. In Mexican architecture, the window is second in importance only to the roof itself, for the next thing to be protected from the rain is the necessity for the family to be able to see into the street. The walls are of such thickness that one window will easily accommodate two of their quaint little home manufactured chairs, and as there is no front stoop, each afternoon finds the senoritas seated in these chairs taking in the full enjoyment of the usual street scenes. The roof, being flat, was constructed in a unique manner, having first heavy wooden beams laid across the top of each room, and then planks coated with pitch placed on these, after which 12 inches of Mother Earth were added, then a coating of gravel, and lastly one of cement, the whole making a roof impervious to rain or heat, and proving the admirable adaptability of Mexican architecture to the climate and the people. The houses in general are provided with roofs of adobe, and some of the plainer ones, in which I became a visitor, when the rainy season was at its height, gave me an amusing insight into the freaks and tricks of the "dobe," as they are familiarly termed. When there were no frescoes on the cheesecloth canvas, it would be taken down periodically, washed, and then replaced as smoothly as a plaster ceiling. But woe betide the 'dobe roof when the rainy season makes its advent. The treacherous mud covering succumbs to the pressure of the driving water, and often the entire room or house is submerged in the twinkling of an eye. Besides the main leaks, numerous little bubble-like projections, like pockets, each filled with water, sagged down the canvas in various places. To my great amusement, I found that my ingenious native friends had always on hand the essentials for stopping the leak, such as an old broom handle or strip of wood, which by the aid of a bent pin and a string, manipulated by dexterous fingers, soon repaired all damages. First, all the little sacks of water are conducted by means of the broom handle into the larger one, where the bent pin has been previously attached to the canvas and also to one end of the string. To the other end the strip of wood is fastened, and under this a bucket placed. 20 minutes from the time of the first onslaught of the torrent through the roof, all is serene and calm as a May morning. Orders were given at once to the mozo to sow the roof with grass seed so as to prevent another catastrophe. No greater protection is found for an ordinary earthen roof than that afforded by a solid greensward. The roots form a compact network, so that it must be an unusually heavy storm that can penetrate it. The method of conducting the water from the roof is in keeping with everything else. Great heavy gargoyles, or stone spouts, weather-beaten and moss-covered, tipped with tin, full 10 feet in length, 6 in a line on either side of the court, answered the purpose in our mansion. During a heavy rainstorm, it was interesting to watch the steady streams of water foaming and surging into the court. I saw a dog knocked senseless to the ground by one of these streams, and it was several minutes before he recovered his breathing and yelping faculties. The ends of these spouts, in many instances artistically ornamented, protrude over the street. In more modern houses, conduits, a few inches wide, are cut into the sides of the wall and cemented, taking the place of the stone spouts. They are quite as effective, but the quaintness and antique appearance of the houses is greatly diminished by them. In the carriage house there still remained a silent old relic of Mexican grandeur and aristocratic distinction, with wheels like an American road wagon and hubs like a water bucket. In the garden were fruit trees and the family pila bath. The latter was built of adobe, 3 feet high and 12 feet square, without cover, the water being supplied by means of earthen pipes from the mountain springs. A fountain and exquisite flowers adorned the patio, a climbing rose of unusual luxuriance at once attracting special notice. It was evergreen and of extraordinary size, extending in graceful festoons fully 100 feet on either side. We were told that at the time of the occupation of Saltillo by Taylor's army, this same vine was an attractive feature of the court. Imagine the dismay and apprehension of several American women at thus finding themselves surrounded by so many evidences of ancient refinement and culture, and yet by none of the modern necessaries of housekeeping. In this old city of 20,000 inhabitants there was not a store where such indispensables as bedsteads or furniture of any kind, pillows or mattresses could be purchased, while coffee or spice mills, cook stoves or wash tubs were absolutely out of the question. How we managed may prove interesting to those who contemplate taking up their residence in Mexico, and will be related in the succeeding chapters. It was not by any means a question of money or price that prevented one from being comfortable at the outset. The dearth of household furniture and conveniences already mentioned put ingenuity and will force to their utmost tension, and I felt as if transported to antediluvian days. I have a candid conviction that Mother Noah never had cooking utensils more crude or a larder more scant than were mine. It may be, however, that the old man was good to help around the house. This was before the time of railways in Mexico, the Nacional Mexicano having only penetrated a few leagues west of the Rio Grande. With the primitive modes of transportation which served in lieu of the railway, it was not advisable to attempt bringing household goods so far over a trackless country. The inconveniences that followed were not peculiar to ourselves, but common to all strangers, who, like us, could neither anticipate nor realize the scarcity of every household appurtenance. The natives who enjoyed the luxury of furniture, and there was a large number who had everything in elegance, had also the romantic recollection that great two-wheeled carts, towering almost above the housetops, had brought it from the capital, nearly 1,000 miles, or it was manufactured by the carpenters of the town. In the division of the apartments of the house, one half was allotted to us, while our friends distributed themselves among the remaining rooms on the opposite side of the courtyard, the drawing room being used in common. Mr. and Mrs. R. employed a cook and had their own cuisine. The others flitted about from fonda to fonda (restaurant) in search of sustenance. In the evening of each day we would meet and compare notes on the varied and amusing experiences of the day. However, I am not relating the adventures of our friends, but will generously leave that happy task to them. Progress in furnishing our quarters in this great massive structure was slow indeed. How I longed for the delightful furnishings of my own home, which remained just as I had left it. Fortunately for us, a druggist had 2 spare pine single bedsteads, which he kindly sold to us for the sum of $40. At an American factory they would have been worth about $4 each. One was painted a bright red, the other an uncompromising orange. They were cot-like and had flat wire springs, while Mexican blankets constituted the entire bedding, mattresses and all. Pillows were improvised from bundles of wearing apparel. Fancy how they looked, the only furniture in a gorgeously frescoed room, 25 by 35 feet, and of proportionate height. Mr. and Mrs. R. were much less fortunate than ourselves in procuring their household comforts, or rather discomforts. They ordered 2 cots, which were covered with a gaily striped stuff. The brilliant dyes having impaired the strength of the material, at the first attempt to lie upon these treacherous beds, both individuals found themselves suddenly precipitated upon the stone floor. No one in the house had anything in the way of bedding to lend them, and in the darkness they betook themselves to the hotel, to occupy beds of iron, proof against collapse. a friend lent us 6 haircloth chairs and a table which had many years before been the operating table of his brother, a surgeon. It was long, green, and sagged in the middle. A carpenter was employed to make the remaining necessary articles of furniture. He labored on the customary manana system, and while his calculations as to time ranged all the way from 8 to 15 days, I found he actually meant from 6 weeks to 3 months. He showed samples of his workmanship, rocking chairs with and without arms, made of pine, stained or painted or varnished, and upright chairs with cane seats. I ventured to ask when he could complete for us a dozen chairs, 4 rockers, and some tables. Utterly amazed, he looked at me with a smile of incredulity, as if to say, "What can you do with so much furniture?" He disapproved of my wish to have oblong and round tables, so I yielded acquiescence to the customary triangular ones which grace the corners of every parlor of respectability. It now becomes necessary to introduce what proved to me the most peculiar and interesting feature of home life in Mexico. This is not an article of furniture, a fresco, a pounded earthen floor, or a bureau or barred casement, but the indispensable, all-pervading, and incomparable manservant known as the mozo. According to the prevailing idea, he is far more important than any of the things enumerated in my household menage, for from first to last he played a conspicuous role. Forewarned, forearmed, the respectability of the household depending on his presence, one was engaged, the strongest character in his line, the never-to-be-forgotten Pancho. It was perhaps not just a sentence to pronounce upon this individual, but circumstances seemed to warrant the comparison I involuntarily made between our watchful Pancho and a sleepless bloodhound. At night he curled himself up on a simple petate with no pillow and only a blanket, and was as ready to respond to our beck and call as in the day. In this house were 2 kitchens, representative of that part of the country. In the center of one was a miniature circus ring, about 3 feet in circumference, consisting simply of a raised circle of clay about 1 foot high. This constituted the range. Little fires were built within this ring, one under each of the pottery vessels used in the operations. After this uncomfortable fashion, the cooking was done, the smoke circling about at its own sweet will, and at length finding vent through a small door at one side, the only opening in the room. The sole piece of furniture was a worm-eaten table supported on 2 legs, the inner side braced against the wall. Its decayed condition indicated that it was at least 100 years old. Mrs. R. amused herself by experimenting on the circus ring, minus the aid of horses, however, a docile native woman executing what ground and lofty tumbling might be required in the culinary preparations. The second kitchen contained another style of range, equally primitive in its design. Along the wall was built a solid breastwork of adobe, about 2 feet high, 2 feet deep, and extending the entire length of the room. An opening was left in the roof above this structure for the escape of smoke, but the grimy walls proved that it failed to answer its purpose. Upon this ledge, projection, or whatever it may be termed, the cook places her various pottery vessels, with fires made of charcoal or small bits of wood under each, and there the stewing, boiling, frying, and crying go on all day. This cook, unlike the one in kitchen number 1, stands up in the performance of her duties. When I inspected these kitchens, it may be imagined that the sight was rather depressing. coupled with the certainty that I could effect no improvement. But we had the luxury of one tiny fireplace, to which in my despair I fled for refuge. In this little treasure our scheme of housekeeping was inaugurated, with results both brave and gay. Among the latter experiences I may class my first coffee roasting, not realizing till then that the essential feature of a mill was lacking, and that I was at least 500 miles from any possible purchase of one. Pancho, however, was equal to the emergency, and going off, soon returned with a metate. It was a decidedly primitive affair, and like the mills of the gods it ground slowly, but like them it also ground to powder. The metate is cut from a porous volcanic rock and is about 18 inches long by a foot in width and 8 inches in thickness. The upper surface, which is generally a little concave, is roughened with indentures. Upon this the article is placed and beaten with another stone called a mano, resembling a rolling pin. Almost every article of food is passed between these stones: meat, vegetables, corn, coffee, spices, chocolate. Even the salt, after being washed and sun-dried, is crushed upon it. Such a luxury as table salt was not to be had. Previous to use, these stones are hardened by being placed in the fire. The rough points become as firm as steel, and one metate will last through a generation. This necessity of everyday life was a revelation to me. The color of an elephant, it was quite as unwieldy and graceless, but its importance in the homely details of the menage was undeniable. It had but two competitors to divide the honors with, the maguey plant and the donkey. They were all three necessary to each other and to the commonwealth at large. Equipped with an inconceivable amount of pottery of every shape and kind, maguey brushes, fans of plaited palm, the national bellows, wood forks, spoons, and many other nameless primitive articles, my collection of household gods was complete. The first meal cooked in that dainty little fireplace was more delicious than any that could be furnished at Delmonico's. In his quaint efforts to assist, Pancho perambulated about with an air as all-important as though he were the chef of that famous cafe. But the climax of all was reached in Pancho's estimation when I put a pure white linen cloth on my green historic table and arranged for the meal. He said over and over, "Muy bonita cena," very pretty supper. But I discovered it was the attractions of my silver knives and forks and other natty tableware from home that constituted the novelty. In his experience, fingers were made before knives and forks. I found my major domo knew everything and everybody, the name of every street, the price of every article to be bought or sold. My curiosity, I presume, only stimulated his imagination, and the more pleased I appeared at his recitals, the more marvelous were his tales. He gave the lineage of every family of the gente decente for generations, his unique style adding pith and point to his narrations. He told me the story of Hidalgo and Morelos and Iturbide, the coming of the Americans, the French intervention, and all the late revolutions, until my head rang with the boom of cannon and the beat of drum. But invariably these poetic narratives were rudely interrupted by some over-practical intrusion. In the same breath in which he completed the recital of the Emperor Iturbide, he suggested that wood was better and cheaper than charcoal for cooking. With my approbation, he went to the plaza, returning in a little while with a man who brought 10 donkeys, all laden with wood, packed on like saddle-bags. I asked the wood vender to drive his vicious-looking dog out, when he complied by saying, "Hist, hist, Saul." Of course, I then thought the dog's name was Saul, but found the word meant "get out." As the dog howled on being railed at, the man of importance again yelled at him, "Cállate, cállate, el hocico, cuele!" Shut up, shut your mouth, and get out. Constant surprises were developed before my eyes every hour in the day. The yolks of the first eggs I bought were white. Indeed, this was often the case, which for a moment dazed me, as I had never expected to find my old friend the hen so different in her habits from her sisters in the States. But the qualities of the egg were identical with those familiar to me. However, yielding to prejudice, I rejoiced that eggs were not numbered among my favorite edibles. The difficulties of all strangers not familiar with the language and idioms of the country were a part of my daily experience. Pancho was by that time master of the situation, and although evidently often amused, his thoughtfulness in relieving me of all embarrassment never failed. Though grave, he had a sense of humor. This was made evident on one occasion when I had been using a hot flat iron. Having finished, I told Pancho to put it in the cocinera, meaning the kitchen. I heard a low chattering and smothered laughter between him and the cook. Pancho then returned to my room and half quizzically, half serio-comically said, "Please come to the kitchen." I went, when he placed himself in front of the cook with his left hand on her shoulder, waved his right arm around the room and said, "Señora, look, this is the cocinera (cook), and this," again waving the right hand around the room, "is the cocina. Do you want me to put the plancha caliente (hot iron) in the cook or in the kitchen?" Then, with the forefinger of his right hand moving hastily before his nose, and a waggish smile on his face, the pantomime closed with, "No usamos así. We don't use them this way." Another ridiculous mistake I made when I wanted Pancho to buy me some cake and told him to get 4 gateaux, forgetting that bizcocho and not gateau was the Spanish for cake. Folding his arms, he quietly answered, without a smile, if he might presume to ask the señora what she wanted with 4 gatos (4 cats), as the house was already overrun with these animals that had flocked in from all quarters. Pancho naturally wondered why I wanted to add to my feline tenants. Itinerant vendors of every imaginable commodity were constantly passing, and nothing pleased me better than to hold conversations with them, which they too evidently enjoyed. Soon after the episode of the flat iron, I heard the long-drawn intonation of a vendor and paid little heed to him, supposing he was running off a list of his stock in trade, such as pins, needles, tape, thread, and other things too numerous to mention. Wanting none of these, I replied, "Tenemos bastante adentro." (We have plenty in the house). A roar of laughter near by, and a familiar voice interpreted the man's question humorously enough. He was only asking if I wanted a chichi (wet nurse). The common people of all ages were always bringing me regalitos (tokens of goodwill), and these were of every conceivable variety. A little girl whom I had often fed through the window came into the house with her rebozo drawn closely about her, saying she had a regalito for me. I supposed it to be fruit or flowers, and so motioned to her to put it on the table in the dining room. In a moment she was at my side, saying, "No quedarse allí, it will not stay there," and going out I found a young chicken running around. To pay 50 cents for every donkey load of wood, as I had done, seemed preposterous, and as Pancho knew everything, I asked him to suggest some more economical system of purchase. He recommended watching for the carretas at 5 o'clock in the morning. Promptly at the hour indicated I was before the barred window, when I heard the awful screech, thump, bump and rumble of the lumbering carretas. About a dozen in a line, they advanced slowly, their great old wooden wheels wobbling from side to side, drawn by oxen with rawhide trappings, their sturdy drivers sandal-footed and clothed in cotton cloth, with an iron-tipped goad in hand, punching and pushing the beasts at every step. Here was the wood, the entire tree, roots and all, ghosts of the forest, hauled 25 miles, rolling down the street on an antiquated vehicle. In response to Pancho's handclap, the manager of the caravan demanded $15 a load, the dollars being the only part of the transaction that belonged to our age. But the wood was duly bought. Pancho had so far held the reins as to all household purchases, but in accordance with my ideas of independence and careful management, I announced that I was going to market. He kindly told me that it was not customary for ladies to go to market. The mozo did that, throwing in so many arguments, also of a traditional nature, that I was somewhat awed by them, though not deterred. Having been accustomed to superintend personally all domestic duties, to be bolted and barred up in a house without recreation and outdoor exercise, induced an insupportable sense of oppression. Walking leisurely along the street, absorbed in thought, with Pancho near at hand, carrying a basket, I was attracted by the sound of voices and the tramp of feet. Glancing backward, I saw a motley procession of idlers of the lower classes following, which increased at every corner, reminding me of the good old circus days, though without the blare of brass trumpets, the small boys bringing up the rear. The very unusual occurrence of a lady going to market had excited their curiosity. The market was a large pavilion-like building, occupying the center of a spacious plaza. Little tables and bits of straw matting were distributed on all sides, and upon these the tradespeople, chiefly women, displayed their wares, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and other commodities. On seeing me, every vendor began shouting the prices and names of articles, entreating the Señora Extranjera to buy. But the strange medley, together with their earnestness, took my breath away, and I could only stand and watch the crowd. In the fantastic scene before me, it would be impossible to tell which of the many unaccustomed features took precedence of the others in point of novelty. Notwithstanding the crowd, there was no disorder, no loud laughter or unseemly conduct. The courteous meetings between acquaintances, the quiet handshakings, the tender inquiry as to the health of each other, the many forms of polite greeting, were strangely at variance with their dilapidated and tattered condition, their soiled garments, half-faded blankets, and time-stained sombreros. Whole families seemed to have their abiding places in the market. Babies, babies everywhere, under the tables, on mats, hanging on their mothers' backs, cuddled up in heaps among the beets, turnips, and lettuces, peeping over pumpkins larger than they, rollicking, crying, crowing, and laughing, their dancing black eyes the only clean, clear spots about them, with and without clothes, until my head and the air were vocalizing the old-time ditty of "One little, two little, three little Injuns," but instead of stopping at 10, they bade fair to run up into the thousands. Parrots were there by the dozen. On seeing me, some began screaming and calling in idiomatic Spanish, "Look at the Señora Extranjera! Look, look! Señorita, tell me your name!" The rest joined in chorus, and soon an interested crowd surrounded me. They kept close at my heels, inspecting every article I bought, even commenting on my dress, the women lightly stroking it and asking me 1,000 questions as to where I came from, how I liked their country, and if I was not afraid of the Mexicans, and invariably closing by saying, "She is far from her home. It is sad for her here." Here and there the amusing spectacle presented itself of men intently engaged in the occupation among us assigned to women, that of knitting and crocheting baby hoods and stockings of bright wool and of the funniest shapes I ever beheld. Vegetables, fruits, and nuts of all kinds were counted out carefully in little heaps, and could only be bought in that way by retail, wholesale rates being universally rejected. I could buy as many of these piles as I wanted, but each one was counted separately and paid for in the same way. I offered to buy out the entire outfit of a woman who had a bushel basket in reserve, even agreeing to pay her for the basket, but she only shook her head and wagged the forefinger, saying, "No, señora, no puedo." "No, madam, I cannot." A woman held in her hand a corn husk, which she waved continuously up and down. On examination I found it was butter, rolled up snugly, which she assured me was fresca sin sal, fresh without salt. A new revelation, but in the course of time I learned to appreciate this primitive method, and that in this climate salt was a hindrance to its preservation for any length of time. At last I became convinced of the perfect and complete fitness of things and of their self-vindication. From Pancho's manner I am sure he felt as if his vocation were gone by the way I had overleaped the bounds of custom in finding out things for myself. Nevertheless, he managed now and then to give some of the vendors an account of our house, its location, and my singular management. But though looking mystified, he never left me for a moment, no matter how long I talked or asked explanations. We went into the stores, Pancho keeping between me and the crowd. The shopkeepers were as much surprised and as curious as the people in the streets to see me marketing. But when the crowd of idlers closed up around me, they were polite and solicitous to know if the procession annoyed me. The arrangement of the merchandise and the method of trafficking elicited an involuntary smile from me at every turn, so if the merchants, clerks, and the procession found fun at my expense, I was no less amused at theirs. Dozens of mozos bought from them in my presence a tablespoon of lard, which the agile clerk placed on a bit of brown paper for transportation. 3 or 4 lumps of sugar, a tlacos worth of salt, the same of pepper, were all taken from immense piles of these articles near at hand, wrapped and ready for the purchaser. Dainty china teacups hung closely together by their handles on the edge of every shelf and up and down the walls in unbroken lines, but not a saucer was in sight, nor could a dish be had at any price. Anticipating that I would take a tlaco, medio, and real's worth, like the mozos, the clerk took in his nimble fingers a few of the little packages, but my extraordinary announcement despoiled him of his ordinary sales. Every eye was upon me when I had the temerity to ask for 20 pounds of sugar, 10 pounds of coffee, and a gallon of vinegar. Sugar and coffee were abundant, but the vinegar was in bottles. He handed me one with a flourish, saying, "Vinagre de Francia. We have no other." I began to feel that far-away France had become my ally, having, like me, made an invasion on the costumbres. The only difference being that the vinegar bottles were jolted on the backs of meek burros or in carts 1,000 miles, and I had arrived safe and sound by diligence. I asked, "Have you ham?" "No hay. There is none." "Pickles?" "No hay." "Powdered sugar?" "No hay." "Crackers?" "Tampoco. Neither." "Salt?" "Si hay. Yes, there is some." "Coffee?" "Si hay." "Frijoles? Beans?" "Tambien." "Candles?" "Si hay." "Potatoes?" "Ya no hay. Se acabaron." They are finished, all gone. Going to market, a matter-of-fact affair in the United States, resolved itself into a novel adventure. The heterogeneous assemblage of goods and the natural and artificial products of the country astonished me equally with the strange vendors. There was so much that was at once humorous, pitiable and grotesque, all of which was heightened when I reached home and observed quite a number of the procession in the rear. Once over the threshold, Pancho slammed the door in their faces, saying, "Son pobres todos y sin vergüenzas." They are all poor and without shame. Every day the strange enigma unfolded itself before me with a crude interest. My lot had been cast among these people when in total ignorance of their habits and customs. My aim and purpose above all things was to establish a home among them on the basis of the one left behind. The sequel will show how well I succeeded. End of an 1880s sojourn in Saltillo, Mexico, from Face to Face with the Mexicans by Fanny Chambers Gooch, 1887. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Tabloid Drama by Sidney Howard from the November 1921 Bookman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Tabloid Drama by Sidney Howard. Certainly, there is no criticism so satisfactory to write as that of an anthology of plays. It accords the critic the privilege of revamping the original without any of the cruel labor of proportionate selection. Can it be, he says, that such a gem as Deirdre's Dugout is omitted when blank, not to speak of blank, is included? And the anthologist cringes. Though I confess to an irrational dislike of the one-act play as a form, and to a red-blooded prejudice against any little theatre, here is a book and an anthology with which I have no quarrel. It has unquestioned value. The list of 50 authors is catholic in extent and varied in style, and affords the usual opportunities for comparisons between techniques. The gathering of so many short plays within the scope of a single volume saves time and room. The plays are followed by what seems to me an excellent and inclusive bibliography. Many old friends are here: the erotic bully von Hofmannsthal, Schnitzler, and Maeterlinck making imaginary faces at one another, Wedekind with the tenor, a group of familiar Englishmen, the priceless Lady Gregory, Giacosa, Andreyev, little better than he should be, and Chekhov with his masterly miniature, The Boor. Very few members of the League of Nations suffer from the discrimination of the anthologists, and the balance of power is tactfully and overwhelmingly assigned to the dramatists of God's country. Two absentees are to be noted. There is no specimen of the sonorous vacuum of Lord Dunsany's art, and none of Shaw's admirable one-act dissertations has been included. Dunsany is a small loss, and Shaw, among other one-act dramatists, is out of the picture. The volume does admirably, should be a happy hunting ground of little theatre managers and an amateur's El Dorado. From the introduction, by Mr. Loving, I cull one phrase: a younger generation of dramatists, which is achieving its most notable work outside the beaten path of popular recognition, in small dramatic juntos and in the little theatres. This is the description accorded by the book to the American group whose plays it publishes. One wonders. I am inclined to fall back, for the moment, upon Brander Matthews' old distinction between the short story and the story which is merely short. Perhaps that is my quarrel with the one-act play, that it has the same limitations as a short story. The situation which begins in the middle, develops no character, and ends too soon with a punch in the last line. Art demands leisure, dramatic art no less than any other. 3 hours is none too long, 30 minutes is wretchedly scant. Of all the notable work achieved outside the beaten path of popular recognition, and herein reproduced, one play seems to me to emerge: "Ay," by Eugene O'Neill. I should have liked that better as a Saturday Evening Post story than as a one-act play. Plays which are short, like Wilde's Salome and Shaw's The Man of Destiny, in which the episode developed takes account of the characters concerned, are very different things from these over concise trifles and horrors which seem so easy to write and so little worth the writing. The introduction closes with a conventional picture of a new theatre, perfectly equipped, plastic, and infinitely adaptable, in which Arthur Hopkins, John Williams, Winthrop Ames, Sam Hume, and George Cram Cook are to be allowed to run riot. The picture has charm, and there would be no doubt of the risk. Review of 50 Contemporary One-Act Plays, edited by Frank Shea and Pierre Loving, Stewart and Kidd Company. End of Tabloid Drama by Sidney Howard.
On May 9, 1753, in a letter written by Pennsylvania's most famous resident to Peter Collinson, Fellow of the Royal Society in London, Benjamin Franklin gave full vent to his frustration on the topics of welfare and immigration in the American colonies. This is one of Franklin's most important letters, now available through the National Archives and online at founders.archives.gov. In it are discussed welfare relief and its psychological effects on recipients, and the difficulties of assimilation of German immigrants into colonial America. While at least 5 versions of this letter exist, this copy from the Hardwick Papers in the New York Public Library is considered the fullest surviving version. Read by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2016. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer on the LibriVox project, please visit LibriVox.org. Philadelphia, May 9, 1753. To Peter Collinson. Sir, I received your favor of the 29th August last, and thank you for the kind and judicious remarks you have made on my little piece, Observations on the Increase of Mankind. Whatever further occurs to you on the same subject, you will much oblige me in communicating it. I have often observed with wonder that temper of the poor English manufacturers and day laborers which you mention, and acknowledge it to be pretty general. When any of them happen to come here, where labor is much better paid than in England, their industry seems to diminish in equal proportion. But it is not so with the German laborers. They retain the habitual industry and frugality they bring with them, and now receiving higher wages, an accumulation arises that makes them all rich. When I consider that the English are the offspring of Germans, that the climate they live in is much of the same temperature, when I can see nothing in nature that should create this difference, I am apt to suspect it must arise from institution. And I have sometimes doubted whether the laws peculiar to England, which compel the rich to maintain the poor, have not given the latter a dependence that very much lessens the care of providing against the wants of old age. I have heard it remarked that the poor in Protestant countries on the continent of Europe are generally more industrious than those of popish countries. May not the more numerous foundations in the latter for the relief of the poor have some effect towards rendering them less provident? To relieve the misfortunes of our fellow creatures is concurring with the Deity. 'Tis godlike. But if we provide encouragements for laziness and supports for folly, may it not be found fighting against the order of God and nature, which perhaps has appointed want and misery as the proper punishments for, and cautions against, as well as necessary consequences of, idleness and extravagancy? When we attempt to mend the scheme of Providence and to interfere in the government of the world, we had need be very circumspect, lest we do more harm than good. In New England they once thought blackbirds useless and mischievous to their corn. They made laws to destroy them. The consequence was the blackbirds were diminished, but the kind of worms which devoured their grass, and which the blackbirds had been used to feed on, increased prodigiously. Then, finding their loss in grass much greater than their saving in corn, they wished again for their blackbirds. We had here some years since a Transylvanian Tartar, Samuel Domine, a Romanian priest, who had traveled much in the East, and came hither merely to see the West, intending to go home through the Spanish West Indies, China, and etc. He asked me one day what I thought might be the reason that so many and such numerous nations as the Tartars in Europe and Asia, the Indians in America, and the Negroes in Africa continued a wandering, careless life, and refused to live in cities and to cultivate the arts they saw practiced by the civilized part of mankind. While I was considering what answer to make him, "I'll tell you," says he in his broken English, "God make man for paradise. He make him for to live lazy. Man make God angry. God turn him out of paradise and bid him work. Man no love work. He want to go to paradise again. He want to live lazy. So all mankind love lazy." Howe'er it may be, it seems certain that the hope of becoming at some time of life free from the necessity of care and labor, together with fear of penury, are the mainsprings of most people's industry. To those indeed who have been educated in elegant plenty, even the provision made for the poor may appear misery, but to those who have scarce ever been better provided for, such provision may seem quite good and sufficient. These latter have then nothing to fear worse than their present conditions, and scarce hope for anything better than a parish maintenance, so that there is only the difficulty of getting that maintenance allowed while they are able to work, or a little shame they suppose attending it, that can induce them to work at all, and what they do will only be from hand to mouth. The proneness of human nature to a life of ease, of freedom from care and labor, appears strongly in the little success that has hitherto attended every attempt to civilize our American Indians. In their present way of living, almost all their wants are supplied by the spontaneous productions of nature, with the addition of very little labor. If hunting and fishing may indeed be called labor, when game is so plenty, they visit us frequently and see the advantages that arts, sciences, and compact society procure us. They are not deficient in natural understanding, and yet they have never shown any inclination to change their manner of life for ours, or to learn any of our arts. When an Indian child has been brought up among us, taught our language, and habituated to our customs, yet if he goes to see his relations and make one Indian ramble with them, there is no persuading him ever to return. And that this is not natural to them, merely as Indians, but as men, is plain from this, that when white persons of either sex have been taken prisoners young by the Indians, and lived a while among them, though ransomed by their friends, and treated with all imaginable tenderness to prevail with them to stay among the English, yet in a short time they become disgusted with our manner of life, and the care and pains that are necessary to support it, and take the first good opportunity of escaping again into the woods, from whence there is no reclaiming them. One instance I remember to have heard, where the person was brought home to possess a good estate, but finding some care necessary to keep it together, he relinquished it to a younger brother, reserving to himself nothing but a gun and a match-coat, with which he took his way again into the wilderness. Though they have few but natural wants, and those easily supplied, with us are infinite artificial wants, no less craving than those of nature, and much more difficult to satisfy, so that I am apt to imagine that close societies, subsisting by labor and arts, arose first not from choice, but from necessity. When numbers being driven by war from their hunting grounds, and prevented by seas or by other nations, were crowded together into some narrow territories, which without labor would not afford them food. However, as matters now stand with us, care and industry seem absolutely necessary to our well-being. They should, therefore, have every encouragement we can invent, and not one motive to diligence be subtracted, and the support of the poor should not be maintaining them in idleness, but by employing them in some kind of labor suited to their abilities of body, and etc., as I am informed of late begins to be the practice in many parts of England, where workhouses are erected for that purpose. If these were general, I should think the poor would be more careful and work voluntarily and lay up something for themselves against a rainy day, rather than run the risk of being obliged to work at the pleasure of others for a bare subsistence, and that too under confinement. The little value Indians set on what we prize so highly under the name of learning appears from a pleasant passage that happened some years since at a treaty between one of our colonies and the Six Nations. When everything had been settled to the satisfaction of both sides, and nothing remained but a mutual exchange of civilities, the English commissioners told the Indians that they had in their country a college for the instruction of youth who were there taught various languages, arts, and sciences, that there was a particular foundation in favor of the Indians to defray the expense of the education of any of their sons who should desire to take the benefit of it. And now, if the Indians would accept the offer, the English would take half a dozen of their brightest lads and bring them up in the best manner. The Indians, after consulting on the proposal, replied that it was remembered some of their youths had formerly been educated in that college, but it had been observed that for a long time after they returned to their friends they were absolutely good for nothing, being neither acquainted with the true methods of killing deer, catching beaver, or surprising an enemy. The proposition, however, they looked on as a mark of the kindness and goodwill of the English to the Indian nations, which merited a grateful return, and therefore, if the English gentlemen would send a dozen or two of their children to Onondaga, the Great Council would take care of their education, bring them up in really what was the best manner, and make men of them. I am perfectly of your mind that measures of great temper are necessary with the Germans, and am not without apprehensions that through their indiscretion or ours, or both, great disorders and inconveniences may one day arise among us. Those who come hither are generally of the most ignorant, stupid sort of their own nation, and as ignorance is often attended with credulity when knavery would mislead it, and with suspicion when honesty would set it right, and as few of the English understand the German language, and so cannot address them either from the press or the pulpit, 'tis almost impossible to remove any prejudices they once entertain. Their own clergy have very little influence over the people, who seem to take an uncommon pleasure in abusing and discharging the minister on every trivial occasion. Not being used to liberty, they know not how to make a modest use of it, and as Colbin says of the young Hottentots, in his The Present State of the Cape of Good Hope, that they are not esteemed men till they have shown their manhood by beating their mothers, so these seem to think themselves not free till they can feel their liberty in abusing and insulting their teachers. Thus they are under no restraint of ecclesiastical government. They behave, however, submissively enough at present to the civil government, which I wish they may continue to do. For I remember when they modestly declined intermeddling in our elections, but now they come in droves, and carry all before them, except in 1 or 2 counties. Few of their children in the country learn English. They import many books from Germany, and of the 6 printing houses in the province, 2 are entirely German, 2 half German, half English, and but 2 entirely English. They have 1 German newspaper, and 1 half German. Advertisements intended to be general are now printed in Dutch and English. The signs in our streets have inscriptions in both languages, and in some places only German. They begin of late to make all their bonds and other legal writings in their own language, which, though I think it ought not to be, are allowed good in our courts, where the German business so increases that there is continual need of interpreters. And I suppose in a few years they will be also necessary in the assembly to tell 1/2 of our legislators what the other half say. In short, unless the stream of their importation could be turned from this to other colonies, as you very judiciously propose, they will soon so outnumber us that all the advantages we have will not, in my opinion, be able to preserve our language, and even our government will become precarious. The French, who watch all advantages, are now themselves making a German settlement back of us in the Illinois country, and by means of those Germans they may in time come to an understanding with ours, and indeed in the last war our Germans showed a general disposition that seems to bode us no good. For when the English, who were not Quakers, alarmed by the danger arising from the defenseless state of our country, entered unanimously into an association within this government and the lower counties, raised, armed, and disciplined near 10,000 men, the Germans, except a very few in proportion to their numbers, refused to engage in it, giving out one among another, and even in print, that if they were quiet, the French, should they take the country, would not molest them, at the same time abusing the Philadelphians for fitting out privateers against the enemy, and representing the trouble, hazard, and expense of defending the province as a greater inconvenience than any that might be expected from a change of government. Yet I am not for refusing entirely to admit them into our colonies. All that seems to be necessary is to distribute them more equally, mix them with the English, establish English schools where they are now too thickly settled, and take some care to prevent the practice lately fallen into by some of the ship owners of sweeping the German gulls to make up the number of their passengers. I say I am not against the admission of Germans in general, for they have their virtues. Their industry and frugality is exemplary. They are excellent husbandmen and contribute greatly to the improvement of a country. I pray God long to preserve to Great Britain the English laws, manners, liberties, and religion, notwithstanding the complaints so frequent in your public papers of the prevailing corruption and degeneracy of your people. I know you have a great deal of virtue still subsisting among you, and I hope the Constitution is not so near a dissolution as some seem to apprehend. I do not think you are generally become such slaves to your vices as to draw down that justice Milton speaks of when he says that sometimes nations will descend so low from reason, which is virtue, that no wrong but justice and some fatal curse annexed deprives them of their outward liberty, their inward lost. Footnote, paraphrased from Paradise Lost, Book 12, lines 97 through 101. In history we find that piety, public spirit, and military prowess have their flows as well as their ebbs in every nation, and that the tide is never so low but it may rise again. But should this dreaded fatal change happen in my time, how should I, even in the midst of the affliction, rejoice? If we have been able to preserve those invaluable treasures, and can invite the good among you to come and partake of them. Oh, let not Britain seek to oppress us, but like an affectionate parent endeavor to secure freedom to her children, that they may be able to assist her one day in defending her own, whereas a mortification begun in the foot may spread upwards to the destruction of the nobler parts of the body. I fear I have already extended this rambling letter beyond your patience, and therefore conclude with requesting your acceptance of the enclosed pamphlet, from Sir, your most humble servant, B. Franklin. End of the letter from Benjamin Franklin to Peter Collinson, 9th of May, 1753.
Weymouth New Testament in Modern Speech, James, by R. F. Weymouth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Weymouth New Testament in Modern Speech, James, by R. F. Weymouth. Book 59, James. James, a bondservant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, To the 12 tribes who are scattered over the world, all good wishes. Reckon it nothing but joy, my brethren, whenever you find yourselves hedged in by various trials. Be assured that the testing of your faith leads to power of endurance. Only let endurance have perfect results, so that you may become perfect and complete, deficient in nothing. And if any one of you is deficient in wisdom, let him ask God for it, who gives with open hand to all men, and without upbraiding, and it will be given him. But let him ask in faith, and have no doubts, for he who has doubts is like the surge of the sea, driven by the wind and tossed into spray. A person of that sort must not expect to receive anything from the Lord. Such a one is a man of two minds, undecided in every step he takes. Let a brother in humble life rejoice when raised to a higher position, but a rich man should rejoice in being brought low. For like flowers among the herbage, rich men will pass away. The sun rises with his scorching heat and dries up the herbage, so that its flowers drop off, and the beauty of its appearance perishes, and in the same way rich men with all their prosperity will fade away. Blessed is he who patiently endures trials, for when he has stood the test, he will gain the victor's crown, even the crown of life, which the Lord has promised to those who love him. Let no one say when passing through trial, "My temptation is from God." For God is incapable of being tempted to do evil, and he himself tempts no one. But when a man is tempted, it is his own passions that carry him away and serve as a bait. Then the passion conceives and becomes the parent of sin, and sin, when fully matured, gives birth to death. Do not be deceived, my dearly loved brethren. Every gift which is good and every perfect boon is from above, and comes down from the Father, who is the source of all light. In him there is no variation nor the slightest suggestion of change. In accordance with his will, he made us, his children, through the message of the truth, so that we might, in a sense, be the first fruits of things which he has created. You know this, my dearly loved brethren. But let every one be quick to hear, slow to speak, and slow to be angry. For a man's anger does not lead to action which God regards as righteous. Ridding yourselves, therefore, of all that is vile and of the evil influences which prevail around you, welcome in a humble spirit the message implanted within you, which is able to save your souls. But prove yourselves obedient to the message, and do not be mere hearers of it, imposing a delusion upon yourselves. For if anyone listens but does not obey, he is like a man who carefully looks at his own face in a mirror. Although he has looked carefully at himself, he goes away and has immediately forgotten the sort of man he is. But he who looks closely into the perfect law, the law of freedom, and continues looking, he, being not a hearer who forgets, but an obedient doer, will, as the result of his obedience, be blessed. If a man thinks that he is scrupulously religious, although he is not curbing his tongue, but is deceiving himself, his religious service is worthless. The religious service which is pure and stainless in the sight of our God and Father is to visit fatherless children and widowed women in their time of trouble, and to keep one's own self unspotted from the world. My brethren, you must not make distinctions between one man and another, while you are striving to maintain faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, who is our glory. For suppose a man comes into one of your meetings wearing gold rings and fine clothes, and there also comes in a poor man wearing shabby clothes. And you pay court to the one who wears the fine clothes, and say, "Sit here, this is a good place," while to the poor man you say, "Stand there, or sit on the floor at my feet." Is it not plain that in your hearts you have little faith, seeing that you have become judges full of wrong thoughts? Listen, my dearly loved brethren. Has not God chosen those whom the world regards as poor to be rich in faith and heirs of the kingdom which he has promised to those that love him? But you have put dishonor upon the poor man. Yet is it not the rich who grind you down? Are not they the very people who drag you into the law courts? And the very people who speak evil of the noble name by which you are called? If, however, you are keeping the law as supreme, in obedience to the commandment which says, "You are to love your fellow man just as you love yourself," you are acting rightly. But if you are making distinctions between one man and another, you are guilty of sin, and are convicted by the law as offenders. A man who has kept the law as a whole, but has failed to keep some one command, has become guilty of violating all. For he who said, "Do not commit adultery," also said, "Do not commit murder." And if you are a murderer, although not an adulterer, you have become an offender against the law. Speak and act as those should who are expecting to be judged by the law of freedom. For he who shows no mercy will have judgment given against him without mercy, but mercy triumphs over judgment. What good is it, my brethren, if a man professes to have faith, and yet his actions do not correspond? Can such faith save him? Suppose a Christian brother or sister is poorly clad or lacks daily food, and one of you says to them, "I wish you well, keep yourselves warm and well fed," and yet you do not give them what they need. What is the use of that? So also faith, if it is unaccompanied by obedience, has no life in it, so long as it stands alone. Nay, some one will say, "You have faith, I have actions. Prove to me your faith apart from corresponding actions, and I will prove mine to you by my actions." You believe that God is one, and you are quite right. Evil spirits also believe this, and shudder. But, idle boaster, are you willing to be taught how it is that faith, apart from obedience, is worthless? Take the case of Abraham, our forefather. Was it, or was it not, because of his actions that he was declared to be righteous as the result of his having offered up his son Isaac upon the altar? You notice that his faith was cooperating with his actions, and that by his actions his faith was perfected. And the scripture was fulfilled, which says, "And Abraham believed God, and his faith was placed to his credit as righteousness, and he received the name of God's friend." You all see that it is because of actions that a man is pronounced righteous, and not simply because of faith. In the same way, also, was not the notorious sinner Rahab declared to be righteous because of her actions when she welcomed the spies and hurriedly helped them to escape another way? For just as a human body without a spirit is lifeless, so also faith is lifeless if it is unaccompanied by obedience. Do not be eager, my brethren, for many among you to become teachers, for you know that we teachers shall undergo severer judgment. For we often stumble and fall, all of us. If there is any one who never stumbles in speech, that man has reached maturity of character and is able to curb his whole nature. Remember that we put the horse's bit into their mouths to make them obey us, and so we turn their whole bodies round. So too with ships, great as they are, and often driven along by strong gales, yet they can be steered with a very small rudder in whichever direction the caprice of the man at the helm chooses. In the same way the tongue is an insignificant part of the body, but it is immensely boastful. Remember how a mere spark may set a vast forest in flames. And the tongue is a fire, that world of iniquity. The tongue is placed within us, spotting and soiling our whole nature, and setting the whole round of our lives on fire, being itself set on fire by Gehenna. For brute nature under all its forms, beasts and birds, reptiles and fishes, can be subjected and kept in subjection by human nature. But the tongue no man or woman is able to tame. It is an ever busy mischief, and is full of deadly poison. With it we bless the Lord and Father, and with it we curse men who are made in God's likeness. Out of the same mouth there proceed blessing and cursing. My brethren, this ought not to be. In a fountain, are fresh water and bitter sent forth from the same opening? Can a fig tree, my brethren, yield olives, or a vine yield figs? No, and neither can salt water yield sweet. Which of you is a wise and well-instructed man? Let him prove it by a right life, with conduct guided by a wisely teachable spirit. But if in your hearts you have bitter feelings of envy and rivalry, do not speak boastfully and falsely, in defiance of the truth. That is not the wisdom which comes down from above. It belongs to earth, to the unspiritual nature, and to evil spirits. For where envy and rivalry are, there also are unrest and every vile deed. The wisdom from above is first of all pure, then peaceful, courteous, not self-willed, full of compassion and kind actions, free from favoritism and from all insincerity. And peace, for those who strive for peace, is the seed of which the harvest is righteousness. What causes wars and contentions among you? Is it not the cravings which are ever at war within you for various pleasures? You covet things and yet cannot get them. You commit murder. You have passionate desires and yet cannot gain your end. You begin to fight and make war. You have not because you do not pray. Or you pray and yet do not receive because you pray wrongly, your object being to waste what you get on some pleasure or another. You unfaithful women, do you not know that friendship with the world means enmity to God? Therefore, whoever is bent on being friendly with the world makes himself an enemy to God. Or do you suppose that it is to no purpose that the Scripture says, the Spirit which He has caused to dwell in our hearts yearns jealously over us? But He gives more abundant grace, as is implied in His saying, God sets Himself against the haughty, but to the lowly He gives grace. Submit therefore to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Draw near to God, and He will draw near to you. Cleanse your hands, you sinners, and make your hearts pure, you who are half-hearted towards God. Afflict yourselves, and mourn and weep aloud. Let your laughter be turned into grief, and your gladness into shame. Humble yourselves in the presence of the Lord, and He will exalt you. Do not speak evil of one another, brethren. The man who speaks evil of a brother man, or judges his brother man, speaks evil of the law, and judges the law. But if you judge the law, you are no longer one who obeys the law, but one who judges it. The only real lawgiver and judge is He who is able to save or to destroy. Who are you to sit in judgment on your fellow man? Come, you who say, today or tomorrow We will go to this or that city, and spend a year there, and carry on a successful business, when, all the while, you do not even know what will happen tomorrow. For what is the nature of your life? Why, it is but a mist, which appears for a short time, and then is seen no more. Instead of that you ought to say, if it is the Lord's will, we shall live, and do this or that. But, as the case stands, it is in mere self-confidence that you boast. All such boasting is evil. If, however, a man knows what is right to do, and yet does not do it, he commits a sin. Come, you rich men, weep aloud and howl for your sorrows, which will soon be upon you. Your treasures have rotted, and your piles of clothing are moth-eaten. Your gold and your silver have become covered with rust, and the rust on them will give evidence against you, and will eat your flesh like fire. You have hoarded up wealth in these last days. I tell you that the pay of the laborers who have gathered in your crops, pay which you are keeping back, is calling out against you, and the outcries of those who have been your reapers have entered into the ears of the Lord of the armies of heaven. Here on earth you have lived self-indulgent and profligate lives. You have stupefied yourselves with gross feeding, but a day of slaughter has come. You have condemned, you have murdered the righteous man. He offers no resistance. Be patient, therefore, brethren, until the coming of the Lord. Notice how eagerly a farmer waits for a valuable crop. He is patient over it till it has received the early and the later rain. So you also must be patient, keeping up your courage, for the coming of the Lord is now close at hand. Do not cry out in condemnation of one another, brethren, lest you come under judgment. I tell you that the judge is standing at the door. In illustration, brethren, of persecution patiently endured, take the prophets who have spoken as messengers from the Lord. Remember that we call those blessed who endured what they did. You have also heard of Job's patient endurance, and you have seen the issue of the Lord's dealings with him, how full of tenderness and pity the Lord is. But above all things, my brethren, do not swear, either by heaven or by the earth, or with any other oath. Let your yes be simply yes, and your no be simply no, that you may not come under condemnation. Is one of you suffering? Let him pray. Is any one in good spirits? Let him sing a song. Is any one ill? Let him send for the elders of the church, and let them pray over him, after anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer of faith will restore the sick man, and the Lord will raise him up to health. And if he has committed sins, they shall be forgiven. Therefore, confess your sins to one another, and pray for one another, so that you may be cured. The heartfelt supplication of a righteous man exerts a mighty influence. Elijah was a man with a nature similar to ours, and he earnestly prayed that there might be no rain, and no rain fell on the land for 3 years and 6 months. Again he prayed, and the sky gave rain, and the land yielded its crops. My brethren, if one of you strays from the truth, and someone brings him back, let him know that he who brings a sinner back from his evil ways will save the man's soul from death and throw a veil over a multitude of sins. End of Weymouth New Testament in Modern Speech, James, by R. F. Weymouth.